and maybe some top waters to cover the area for the smaller fish. So instead of bringing a huge tackle bag, you know, you can leave your tackle box in the car and just carry a few lures and baits with you.
Hi, Big Bass.
Hey, baby, how you doing?
The most coveted ticket in the sport of drag racing is the U.S. Nationals. For the fans, it's a happening, an experience to share with family and friends. It's a chance to overload your senses with the sights, sounds, and smells of NHRA Winston drag racing. But most of all, for the thousands in attendance, it's just plain fun. But for the 80 survivors of the 5 pro divisions, it is anything but fun. After 5 rounds of grueling qualifying, 70 teams have already been sent packing. For the teams seeking the holy grail in drag racing, it is a series of emotional highs and emotional lows. One successful moment followed by another a failure. Now is no time to play. This is serious business. Of the 150 teams that converged on Indy, only 5 will go home as U.S. national champions. It's time to wind them up. It's time for final eliminations. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, presents the 500th event in the history of the National Hot Rod Association. We're celebrating 50 years of power, the golden anniversary of NHRA Winston drag racing. From the auto racing capital of the world in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the 47th running of the Mac Tool US Nationals. And pre-race ceremonies have already begun down trackside as the drivers are being introduced to the fans in attendance. In fact, there is WJ heading up. Now, let's get caught up on what's happening in our first division that'll be coming to the line. That will be Top Fuel. If you were with us yesterday, Big Daddy Don Garlitz made the show at over 300 miles an hour. And with the details on Top Fuel, here's Bill Stevens.
Kenny Bernstein has won Top Fuel here at the U.S. Nationals in 1991. A little bit of a difference. He wasn't 8 points out of first place for the Winston Championship that year. He's the #1 qualifier this year with a 450. Kenny Bernstein, I don't care how many times you've been here. First round of Top Fuel at the U.S. Nationals, your stomach's got to be churning.
There's no question about it. It happens that way every week, but certainly at the U.S. Nationals and in the condition that this particular program is with the Bud King and the blue car, buddy, it's tough.
Tell me about your first-round plans. It's going to be a tricky racetrack. The sun is already heating up the asphalt.
Well, we're really worried. Tim's worried about it because it is going to be slick. I think you're going to see a lot of tire smoke. We're trying to race the track today, not the other car. And that's all you can do is try to do that one round at a time. We're gearing for a slick racetrack right off the bat. I don't think we're going to get a break this morning, be cool enough to have a good one.
If you can go 460 maybe today, will that be enough?
Well, it all depends. I think it would be, but I'll tell you one thing. Dick LaHaye has the other car running a little bit better than that in the heat of the day. So it's just hard to say. I'll take 60s right now and be happy with it over tire smoke any day of the week.
Kenny Bernstein races Scott Wise, who has already been a giant killer this year. Back in St. Louis, Scott Wise beat Gary Selzy in the first round there. Let's go to Dave Reed.
Bill, I love it. It's just electric down here. And one of the guys that's already plugged into the power of the excitement that is the U.S. Nationals is the 97 champ, Whit Bazemore, who shocked this place with that 475, 325. Well, you left some crumbs on the table yesterday, so you got to be fired up for today.
Well, you know, we definitely are. That run was awesome, but it doesn't mean anything for today other than the fact we're low qualifier. And it gets us Al Hoffman in the first round, which, as you know, is a very tough race. It's going to be a tough race. But, you know, it's a great day for racing out here at Indy. I just love being here. You know, I mean, I love this place. This is the biggest, baddest drag race in the world. And, you know, I'm here racing in it in a competitive car again. So I'm just chomping at the bit to get going. Wish we had the first round right now. But, you know, they're paying tribute to the safety safari out there. And those guys have saved my hide a few times. And it's special. Everything here is special today.
You guys are going to have to pull in the reins on that really bad hot rod. Have you talked with Lee, and how are you guys going to approach this first round?
Well, exactly. You're right. And we learned yesterday. We learned a lot. I learned something in the semis against Force. It's very valuable. And Lee and the team learned something all day, and especially in the final. So, you know, I think we're going to be able to apply that. You know, in this sport, you're always learning, and we'll be able to apply it hopefully today, and it'll make us a little bit more consistent, a little bit better of a team.
And they won't leave those crumbs like they left on the table yesterday. $100,000 worth. Now here's RPM Tonight's John Kernan with a legend.
You're definitely right about that, Dave. You know, growing up, yeah, I paid a lot of attention to drag racing, and this was one of my heroes, Big Daddy Don Garlitz. Don, coming back here to the U.S. Nationals, I guess the first question is, how do you feel about getting ready to get this thing underway?
I feel like it's the day after 1986, and this is the 1987 U.S. Nationals. I haven't missed a beat.
You know, you go up against Mike Dunn in the first round. He's got a lot of power. That's a very fast hot rod. Can you take him?
It's going to be a good race. Going to try to leave him at the starting line.
What was it like getting that? I know we've talked to you, but now you've had almost 24 hours to think about it, but finally achieving that goal, a 4-second run down the quarter mile and 300 miles an hour. What was that like?
Well, it was quite impressive. The finish line came up awful quick. There was Gary told me that's the owner of the car. He's driven it a lot. He said, when you get to the 8th mile, line her up real good. I lined it up. I was there.
He's talking about Gary Clapshaw, and this car last year was the runner-up here in Top Fuel at the U.S. Nationals, and guess what? The car only made one qualifying pass last year.
Yeah, and history with the Gwynn family, Big has eaten Darrell's lunch many times, and Darrell will be the first one to tell you. And here he is going up against his car with Mike Dunn at the wheel. Now, let's take a look at our Pontiac Top qualifiers. You've already heard from Kenny Bernstein, his 60th pole, 6th here at the U.S. Nationals. Whit Bazemore, his 14th. In Pro Stock, Mark Osborne has 7 total, 3 in a row right here at Indy. Angel Savoy here 22nd. And for Mike Coughlin, he has 2 career poles, both of them back-to-back right here at the U.S. Nationals. Hello again, everybody. I'm Marty Reed, alongside 3-time U.S. Nationals champion Cruz Pedregon. Whit hit it. I mean, he lives here in Indianapolis, grew up here, dreamed about racing here. I live about 7 miles from here. My stomach is doing flip-flops, and we're just lucky enough to tell the story. What are these guys really going through, Cruz?
Well, a couple of things. If you're a driver, you want to get caught up in the hype. It's the biggest race. Get excited. That's what you want. That's how you'll do a better job. But if you're a crew chief, don't get caught up in the hype. Don't think it's the U.S. Nationals. Treat it like another race, because as you saw yesterday, a lot of tire smoke in a very important race. The key today, like Kenny Bernstein said earlier, it's awful hot, hotter than we've seen all weekend. It's going to be a race of attrition, tire smoke, maybe.
And, of course, Top Fuel will be the first ones out, and Tony Schumacher is going to be in that first pair. In fact, he talked about the fact you have a tough road to hoe if you are the first car out. So as we go to commercial break, there is Tony Schumacher, winner last year, as well as Angel Savoy. As we head to commercial, there's another shot of Big with the fans. Come on back, because we've got a lot more coming your way today.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying, get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday, you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
Twizzlers. Twizzlers. Play first, eat later.
Honey, if you're watching this, I've gotten a Suzuki King Quad during Quad Fair, and I won't be back for a while. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The deal was too good to pass up. I had my choice of a free Warren or Super Winch or $300 of free accessories. They also offered low monthly payments or low APRs. How could I say no? I'll miss you. Could you feed the dog?
Stop by your local Suzuki dealer today for great Quad Fair deals.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying, get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday, you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
To you, it's a PC. But to your kids, it's a laboratory, a museum, or a rainforest. The compact Presario 5000T with Intel Pentium 3 processor. It's a place where your child can explore a world of ideas. And it's just $839. Call 1-800-331-4120 today and get a free compact printer and $50 instant rebate. Hey, why just take your kids to school when you can take them farther than they ever dreamed?
TNT World Event final eliminations of the Mac Bills U.S. Nationals is being brought to you by Suzuki, maker of innovative motorcycles and all-terrain vehicles. By Red Zone from Old Spice, intense protection for intense people. And by Mitsubishi Lancer, where style and substance meet. Are you in? Back here at the Mac Bills U.S. Nationals, the 500th NHRA event, there is Shirley Cha-Cha Gold Bounty. I can't believe I'm allowed to call her that after all those years. Let's get caught up on the Pro Stock categories. The Pro Stock bikes were back in Brainerd, where Antron Brown was #1. Angel Savoy struggled. And Matt Hines lost another opportunity in his dream for another championship. In the factory hot rods, the chase is still wide open as Jake Coughlin left town first, followed by Jim Yates and Warren Johnson, while Bruce Allen did something he had not done since 1992.
Here's the deal in bike. Defending Winston champion Angel Savoy comes to her 6th U.S. Nationals without ever winning the biggest event in drag racing. But she's the #1 qualifier by a bunch, a track record 7-12. Tell me about the pressure today.
You know, there could be a lot of pressure if I let it get to me. There's so many exciting things going on today. This is a U.S. Nationals. I've never won this race. I'm in a really great points chase with Antron Brown. And my team, Star Racing and Team Winston, are so awesome that they deserve to have a driver that's absolutely perfect. And everybody knows that nobody's perfect, so that can put pressure on myself. My main focus today is just going to be to stay focused, relax, have a good time, and I think that if it's meant to be, I'll finally win it. If it's not, oh well, I'll just keep a smile on my face and give it another try next year.
Angel, your team has given you such a great bike this weekend. 7-12, 600 quicker than the next quickest bike. That's got to give you a lot of confidence for this first round.
I can't say enough about Star Racing and George Bryce and Ken Johnson, Jason Jones. They're all doing such a great job. Rick Ward's here with Vortex 2-cylinder heads. We have our 6-speed transmission from Liberty Gears. We have everything we need to win this race. My Suzuki is the best Suzuki out here, and that can put pressure on me. So I just have to look at it as an advantage. I have the fastest motorcycle, so just relax, do a good job, and I can win this race. I have to keep saying that. I can win this race.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go to Dave Reed, who's with the big black and white in Pro Stock.
And that, of course, is Mark Osborne, who comes to the U.S. Nationals for the 7th time, riding a 3 consecutive pole position streak. It goes back to 1999 in the trucks, last year in the cars, and once again this year, you're out of the gate strong. Now, how do we finish this deal and get your first title?
Well, you know, I've not had a lot of success winning rounds here at Indy, but #1 qualifying position's always been a pretty big chore here. You know, even qualifying in Pro Stock's great. Hopefully today, you know, I got my teammate first round, Darrell Alderman, and believe me, he's good at the tree, and this car will run good. David Nickens knows that, and I got to try to take advantage of the starting line.
Low ET, top speed 687, 200.74. No 200s here ever before, so the car is still, once again, coming together. Is it as good as it was in Seattle?
It's as good as it was in Seattle. The track's a little hotter. We're coming along with our hot track tune-up, and hopefully today we can have that big trophy today.
It's going to fall on the starting line for this man, John Kernan.
Mike Coughlin, #1 qualifier in Pro Stock trucks. He was #1 qualifier last year, but Mike, you kind of let that one get away. How about this year?
Well, this year we're going to try not to do the same. We got some real good equipment here, and we got some great people working for us, and got a lot of support here with friends and family, and we're going to hopefully have some fun today. I sure believe we can do it.
First round going up against Scott Perrin. You've gone up against him a few times, but you've beaten him, so I guess you have to feel confident.
Well, he's a great racer, and he's got a great engine builder in Bill Jenkins, but we put together our own engine program here in the last 6 months or so. It's really worked out well, so hopefully Team Jakes can bring home a win.
Mike Coughlin, #1 qualifier Pro Stock trucks. Marty, looking to bring home the victory in the U.S. Nationals.
Yeah, the highs and the lows for that family. Of course, Jeg, the defending Winston champion, did not qualify, snapping a 54-race string. There's Larry Dixon. He is the top fuel points leader, now officially by 5 after qualifying because KB got the pole. It's tightening up. There's Mike Dunn.
Hey guys, if you want to change your life around, make lots more money than you need to check with Buddy's Carpet. We're training men now to install floor covering, carpet, vinyl, ceramic, laminates, huge pay, tons of benefits. This is a chance for a fabulous trade. I'm telling you, somehow get to the Buddy's Carpet nearest you. You won't be sorry.
You got a buddy in the carpet business. All I
racing.
I've got a brand new grandson.
I still have a younger brother in college. I email him a lot.
Very easy to use.
Instant messages are amazing.
I love hearing
You've got mail.
AOL is really quick.
America Online has new music. I feel like a part of a community with AOL. She's always on AOL.
Customer service has been superb.
I love AOL.
America Online, so easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
On ESPN, Major League Baseball action, followed by Sports Center, Monday Night Countdown, and then the Cardinals-Padres. On ESPN2, a Labor Day doubleheader, and later college football with Memphis, Mississippi State, followed by more Major League Baseball action. And on ESPN Classic, a profile of Andre Agassi, followed by Francisco Cabrera's pennant-winning performance, and later a profile of Al Unser Sr. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
Don't forget that later today, 4 o'clock Eastern Time, over on ESPN, the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals final eliminations will crown the champions. 3 hours of coverage. And for more, just log on to ESPN.com. Now, he has won this event 7 times as a driver. Once as an owner, he is Don Perdomo. And recently, he had a chance to visit with Bill Stevens, and the two of them talked about the U.S. Nationals.
The U.S. Nationals, like most every race that goes there, they're all looking forward to winning the race because it's, as many of the racers pointed out, it's the biggest race of the year. But, you know, I can remember like back in 1965 when we won the race. I was driving for Roland Leong with a Hawaiian dragster, and Keith Black was tuning the engine. And you got to understand, back in those days, the U.S. Nationals could make your career. I mean, that's how you made a living. You win the U.S. Nationals, everybody that involved with drag racing knew about it. So you could barnstorm around the country and run small racetracks, you understand, that will book you to come in because you won the U.S. Nationals. It was that big and still is that big. The only difference is now is that, you know, you're looking for sponsor participation after winning the U.S. Nationals. But, yeah, it still holds a lot of steam in the sport.
What was it like the first time you went there?
Once again, 1965. You know, in those days, what a lot of people don't realize today, young racers, is that you set out on Monday. In other words, you ran Friday, you ran Saturday and Sunday, and you set the race out on Monday if you win those 2 days. So we got to set out because we won the 2 days. The other competition raced during Monday's competition, and then the winner Sunday came back to race the winner on Monday for the final round, and that was against TV Tommy Ivo in 1965. Only made one run down the track to win the race on Monday.
Your last year as a driver was 1994. 1995, Larry Dixon came in as a rookie, went to Indianapolis. Tell us about that weekend.
Well, you know, certainly it was exciting for a rookie and Larry to win that race. I mean, you know, and to win it as a car owner. You know, I won it several times and, you know, driving other cars and, of course, for my own team, driving my own team cars. But to win it as a car owner, it kind of like polished my career off there, you know, knowing that we got that under our belt. But, you know, it's still a big challenge every time you pull into the place. And we still like to win it with these funny cars and cabs and everything else, you know, and Tommy Johnson.
That's the thing I wanted to ask you about. You've really got a great group of young drivers. Obviously, there's a lot of your experiential, hands-on experience as a driver that has helped them along the way. I mean, they're all potential champions. I mean, they're good drivers. What about Indy, though? Is there anything that you can do, having been there so long, that's going to help them to do a better job when they get to Indianapolis?
I wish I could say, yeah, it sure is. I'll show them how to do this and that, but not really. You know, Larry Dixon now is a real polished professional. You know, I mean, Ron Capps, Tommy Johnson, come on. There's nothing I can tell these kids. I'm just glad I don't have to race one of them, you know. But I think what's really key, and my key part of the whole operation, is putting the team together. And you got a guy like Dick LaHaye that's tuning the car, the Miller car for Larry. And you got, you know, Ed McCullough that won that race himself several times. He's tuning for Tommy and Ron. I mean, that's what it's all about, the whole team aspect of the Skoll cars and the Miller cars and the team going in there as a team, an operation. And that's my part of the game, and that's what I try to put together to go into Indy or any other race, matter of fact.
How many more U.S. Nationals will Don Perdomo be going?
It's a good question. I hope I hope for a long time to come. You know, I know I'm going to be with Miller for 3 more years in U.S. Tobacco, so we're planning on hanging in there at least 3 more years, and I'll see after that. I just don't know. I'm sure enjoying myself. These are the best times of NHRA drag racing today. They're the best times.
Don the Snake Prudhomme, 7 wins at Indianapolis. Larry Dixon, 1 win at Indianapolis as a rookie in 1995. And you told me you didn't sleep well last night. Indy is still the big tuna.
No, this is Indy. I mean, you get so excited. We got such a great running car, Miller Lite car, and man, I'm just, you know, keyed up, ready to go.
During qualifying, the car was absolutely like a cookie cutter out there. I mean, Dick LaHaye and you have found the combination that, well, Kenny Bernstein told me this morning, you guys are in his head.
That's good to hear. I like that, you know, but you know what, I pray for sun and heat, you know, because Dick LaHaye, he shines in this kind of weather. So we ran real good yesterday. I mean, I know that doesn't mean nothing for today, but at least it gives us some baseline runs to gear up for today.
Larry qualified 4th with a great 4:56. He draws Bruce Litton in round 1.
Yes, and Bruce Litton is an Indianapolis resident as well as Larry. So the 2 of them squaring off in their hometown. Stay with us. We're coming back, and as we go to break, take a look at this. Yesterday's Budweiser Shootout winner with the check, $100,000 to Frank Pedregon. You a little jealous, Chris?
I'm happy for him. All right, everybody, one more time. Full shots. Extreme. McTwist. Not extreme. Quarter-mile straightaways. Extreme. Half pipes. Extreme.
The NHRA Pro Stock Pontiac Grand Am, driven by Warren the Professor Johnson. Class is now in session.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan. Extreme or not extreme?
The 2001 Grand Am GT, Extreme Excitement by Pontiac.
And, how are things at home?
I moved out. I thought you knew.
How is school?
I'm doing fine arts now. Thanks, Grandpa. So, how's Grandma?
She moved out. I thought you knew.
Just
kidding, Darryl.
Some kids think smoking weed makes you cool. What about those who think you already are?
Mondays, the 2 revolutionary powerhouses that changed television forever are back to back.
Let's play.
All new special edition Millionaire.
He won $1 million.
And a whole new season of Monday Night Football. The toughest night on television begins Monday, September 10th, only on ABC.
Touchdown! Back here at the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals at Indianapolis Raceway Park, and there is the 10-time champion in funny car, John Force, 3-time winner here at the U.S. Nationals, as he is saluted by the crowd, and they each are taking a run down the quarter mile in the 35th anniversary Camaros. Now let's get caught up with Shirley Muldowney, and John Kernan is there.
Shirley Muldowney won the U.S. Nationals in 1982, same year that she won the championship, and believe it or not, out of all the pro finalists from that day, 1982, Shirley's the only one still actively competing. Shirley has still got it. A lot of great runs out there this weekend.
Well, we still played catch-up a little bit, John, and, you know, all the racer excuses, you know, get out of the way, I want the left lane, but it's like dropping a stitch and, you know, discovering it 2 rows later. We worked on it last night. We got back in the hotel and decided what we were going to do. Probably go back to what we know works real well for us. All I know is they told me to find my G-suit for first round.
So you're really going to launch. Now, the car, a minor problem this morning, but I guess when you got in it, it had to be a little bit of scare what the brake handle broke?
Well, what happens is we put the brake on to wing the motor to seat the clutch, and when Ron went to do that, the tab that holds the brake handle onto the frame broke. those things happen. So we had to hurry up and get Mr. Torch over there. And as it turned out, we didn't get to refire the car. But I'm not worried about that because we've done that many times in match racing, and I don't think it's going to make much difference.
You can still see the confident look in her eyes. She gets ready to face Darrell Russell in the first round here at the U.S. Nationals.
John Colonel, I got to tell you, living up here at the start line, doing what I do is a job I wouldn't trade for any in the world, with the exception of one. I might trade places with Rick Stewart, who's celebrating his 6th anniversary after taking over for longtime starter Buster Couch. And Rick, out of all the drag races you've seen, this one has just been exceptional with the history and everything, hasn't it?
It's just been a non-stop situation. The other night when I handed the box back to Buster after he handed it to me 6 years ago on this weekend, I got all teary-eyed and so on. I did enjoy giving Linda Vaughn a kiss, and that was great. Starting Garlits and Karamazini's last night and having them both run over 300 miles together side by side, it just filled my heart with joy.
And now how about starting the 47th edition of this race with Don Garlits, Shirley Muldowney?
Well, I can hardly wait for that, too. It means so much. I got to start them at a special event in 1999 and December 31st going into the 2000. And so I have started them once before, but it'll be very, very special here. This is always just an unbelievable event. And this event has just been filled with memories. I've just been out here for hours and hours, and I've had a smile on my face most of the time.
If there's one thing, though, when you think about this weekend, what's the first thing that's going to come to your mind about this race this year?
Well, I hate to be repetitious, but safety. I just want all these wonderful people to be safe and have a great drag race, and I'd like for to be here for the 100th anniversary.
No question, this man has the best seat in the house, guys.
Well, Rick not only gave Linda Vaughn a little kiss, he gave Buster a kiss when he gave him. He was so excited. But it was a great moment. Now, let's take a look at the top 50 drivers voted by the Elite panel on NHRA.com. And Pat Austin was named this week as number 13. There's Eddie Hill, pictured on the left. Ronnie Sox, Tom McEwen, Jungle Jim Lieberman, Dino Don Nicholson, Ed McCullough, and Raymond Beadle. 13 through 20. And for the rest of the year, we'll be revealing the names as they are revealed to all of us. Now, there is Darrell Russell. What's got to be going through that rookie's mind? He's going up against one of the legends here, Shirley Muldowney. The Hans device going into place as we're getting ready for final elimination. First round here at the Mac Tools US Nationals at Indianapolis Raceway Park.
We are classic car nuts.
We love these cars, and we spend hours and hours talking about them.
When this car needs tires, I take it to Walmart
because they really do handle it with care. I stand there right outside the bay and watch.
Everything one stop. You've got it right here.
They have name brands. They have great prices.
I need some carburetor cleaner. I like Michelin's on this car. Personally, I'm a Goodyear man.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Our wives really wonder who we're married to, these cars or them.
A man started pounding on our back door. My children were home alone. He almost got in. My oldest daughter pushed the Bruce panic button. The man stopped and ran away.
In a world you can't always trust, there's one name you can. For over 135 years, Brinks has been protecting people and their valuables around the world. Now, this same trusted name can protect your family.
Brinks introduces the Safe at Night sale. Call toll-free 1-877-6-BRINKS now. And Brinks will install this standard monitored system for only $99. Incredibly, just $99. But there's more. Brinks will also install a second keypad, a $125 value, absolutely free. But you must call 1-877-6-BRINKS now. When it comes to the finest in home security, there's only one, Brinks.
Some play fantasy football from ESPN.com for the competition. Others, the camaraderie.
I'm just crazy for the juice.
It's ESPN Fantasy Football 2001. The classiest fantasy football on the intranet.
It's primo.
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, it's time for the national anthem. Margot Deal is going to do the honors with the U.S. Army Band backing her up.
Marcia Deal from Opry.
Margot Deal from Opera Ocean, or Opera the Ocean, reporting and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies red glowed, never bursting came through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors and star-spangled wave of the land of the
Margot Deal and our national anthem. And if the hair isn't standing on the back of your neck, it's about to, because they're about to wind them up. It's time for first round action here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, the 500th NHRA national event.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
You heard the command, and here we go. Let's listen to 6,000 horsepower come to life.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, we are ready to run.
Last year's champion here at the U.S. Nationals. In top fuel, Tony Schumacher, the number 8 qualifier. That's 22-year-old Aussie Andrew Cowan. And as Tony brings the Army Top Fuel dragster to a stop, let's take a look at 30 years of history. As Tony's dad, Don, won here 30 years ago in Funny Car, beating Leroy Goldstein. Tony Schumacher, in his first Indy final, defeated Gary Clapshaw, the man that is driving for him this year, Don Garlits.
You know, Marty, we talked a lot about the Schumacher team here, and, you know, their teammate is Lee Beard, the crew chief for Wet Basemore's car. I'm talking to Lee a little bit about asking if he's consulting with Dan Olson, but basically he told me the engine out of Basemore's car is the duplicate of the engine out of the Army car of Schumacher. So, you know, hopefully they're going to share information, because that Funny car is running awful good right now, and I know that they need a little help on that dragster to get things going again.
So the butterflies are pounded. How would you like to be 22 years old and in the U.S. Nationals in the very first pair? If you lose, you realize that Margot Deal had more airtime on TV than you did. Schumacher up in smoke. And the 22-year-old Andrew Cowan at a 469, 311 miles an hour, sends the defending champion of this race to the trailer. Let's take another look, Cruz.
It just continues for Schumacher. Watch a car on the left. Watch the Army car. Let's see if we can see what goes on with this car. He gets a good lead. Looks pretty good right there. Just starts smoking the tires. Just they missed the setup on the mid-range there and just had overpowered the track. And
For the 9th time for Tony Schumacher this year, he has been punched out in the first round.
Schumacher did a good job of pedaling it. He's going to get on and off the throttle right there, but you can see right there he's on and off the throttle. A good job. By that time, Cowan was off at the finish line.
Let's ride on more with Tony.
See the car shaking the tires. That's what the driver feels driving the car. He feels it shake. He's out of the throttle, back in it.
You're looking at Tim Gibson. Ran a career best in qualifying 4:59 to earn the number 7 spot. He'll be in the right lane. Over in the left lane, the number 10 qualifier at a 4:61, and that is Doug Herbert. Doug Herbert was runner-up to Pat Austin here in 93, Ed the Ace McCullough in 92. And still looking for that first U.S. Nationals win.
This is anybody's race here. I'm looking at the qualifying order. He had a 4:59 for Tim Gibson, which is a pretty spectacular run considering that car did not run the entire circuit. Bill Miller is the car owner. They run a very limited schedule. He's actually the guy. There he is, Bill Miller Engineering, making the pistons and rods for a lot of these fuel motors. Actually built supercharged as well. Tim Gibson is actually on John Force's team as a consultant on the aerodynamics. So this is quite a driver in there, and he does a good job. But like I said, for them to come out here at the U.S. Nationals to qualify this good is a big feather in their cap.
Dave Reed.
Marty, this is by far the clearest of days at the U.S. Nationals. Absolutely no cloud cover to cool off this racetrack. So it is going to be an issue all day long. Right now, entering in at about 105 degrees. The consensus with crew chiefs is it's their race, a driver's nightmare.
Tim Gibson runs a 4:67 at 3:07 to a 4:69 by Doug Herbert, and Gibson had 2 100ths off of the starting line, and Tim Gibson advances to round number 2 here at the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals. Stay with us. We're coming back.
What are you doing? What? Who are you guys? You got the wrong guy.
Think this is harsh? Well, it's what you do to your car every day. All that stop-and-go driving is torture on your engine. But Pennzoil with Pure Base is formulated to protect against the harshness of all that stopping and starting. Stop-and-go protection from Pennzoil.
Purchase a gallon bottle of Pennzoil motor oil and get a free Rain-X, only at AutoZone.
Nobody in this house ever gets diarrhea.
Is my stomach okay?
Or nausea.
I was sick to my stomach.
Or even indigestion.
Oh, my stomach.
But for all those stomach problems, I'm ready with Pepto-Bismol. It's a whole first aid kit for stomachs.
As it coats, Pepto relieves most any stomach problem. Not just a few like these other leading medicines. Pepto-Bismol.
Whether it's their stomachs, or stomachs.
It's first aid for heartburn, diarrhea, nausea, indigestion, and upset
stomachs.
Twizzlers.
I have something very important to say to you all. Stop laughing. You're fired. You're fired. My mustache is fired. No, please.
Hello.
Twizzlers. Play first, eat later.
All right, everybody, one more time. Pole shots.
Extreme.
McTwist.
Not extreme.
Quarter-mile straightaways.
Extreme.
Half pipes.
Extreme.
The NHRA Pro Stock Pontiac Grand Am, driven by Warren the Professor Johnson. Class is now in session.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan. Extreme or not extreme?
The 2001 Grand Am GT, Extreme Excitement by Pontiac.
Now get the Wall Street Journal delivered for 8 weeks at just 38 cents a day, a 50% savings.
Call 800-454-6500. That's 800-454-6500 for the Wall Street Journal.
Starting Tuesday night, RPM Tonight, the nightly source for motorsports news moves to a new time. Join host John Kernan at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. That's Tuesday on ESPN2. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. On to our next pair now. It is David Grubnick in the Montana Express over in the right lane. Gary Scelzi in the left lane. Dave?
Let's focus on that left lane right now. Gary Scelzi come in qualified with a 4:59, but that is the absolute only time he got down the racetrack. He has not got all the way down and under power. Still does not have a 300 concern for Alan Johnson is getting this car from A to B. What he's done, he's decided to stop screwing around with it, try to make it a 50 machine. He's taken a lot of compression out of there to try to go the distance.
Yeah, that's a good move there, Dave. Listening to that, I'm up here listening, and the engine doesn't sound as quite as throaty as it did yesterday. That's a good move because, hey, he has no choice. This is the first round. If you lose, you're out of here.
See everything that goes on in the cockpit. Here we go. Well, they went A to B, 461 at 318 miles an hour, and Gary Scelzi advances to round number 2. Dave?
Compression out of this thing, marches right down the street just like you wanted it to.
Yeah, when you get here and you got a new car and things don't work right the first few runs, it's hard to judge your horsepower. But yesterday we threw some clutch on it, blew the tires off, backed it down, and it ran great.
After Brainerd, that was a big round for these guys.
Let's take another look at it, Cruz.
Well, what I'm liking here for the first round, you're seeing some good side-by-side action here. Scelzi's going to lead this thing wire to wire. The Grubnik car wasn't even in the race here, but that's a good, solid race. Both cars going down the track. We're seeing crew chiefs making good moves here in both lanes. Too bad there has to be a winner or a loser.
And there is Gary Scelzi heading on down towards Phil Stevens' neck of the woods. Let's take a look at the ladder now, and you can see how everything's going to shape up. The arrow indicates who has the lane choice. Cowan has already advanced. We still have Dixon Litton, and next pair is Russell and Shirley Muldowney. And Gibson and Scelzi have advanced, and you see who they could potentially meet up with. It could be Don Garlits if he can get past Mike Dunn. Speaking of Shirley Muldowney, Cha-Cha on the side. Great story I remember from 1976. As Darrell Russell does his burnout, she had decided, don't call me Cha-Cha anymore. Bernie Partridge was the tower announcer at Columbus, and as she came through the water box, he gets on the PA and says, ladies and gentlemen, here she comes. Shirley, don't call me Cha-Cha Muldowney. And she just about tore him up at the end of the run when she found out. In all classes at the U.S. Nationals, 8 times a finalist has been female, but only one has ever won here at U.S. Nationals, and it is Shirley Muldowney. Bill?
Gary Scelzi, 461, 318. That was loud.
That's the one we've been waiting for. Believe me, I'll tell you, I've been so stressed out here. We only made it down the track. We never really made it down the track. The thing was squirrely, and I was shutting it off, and just my tire smoke. And Tim Winston, Matco Tools, is rocking and rolling a little bit now, but I'm not crowing. And Tim, the clutch man, his daughter Elizabeth is 6 years old today, and I said, I better win first round so at least I can wish her a happy birthday because your daddy loves you, and so do we. See what happens next round.
Off to a good start for Team Winston.
And you can see a little bit of relief in his tone and his voice. And they were worried, and now at least they've got that first pass done. For Darrell Russell, what can be going through that young man's mind?
Well, he needs to just drill Shirley's eyes out here and forget about all that she's done here because it's the U.S. Nationals. He wants to send her home. It's over for Shirley. She rolled through the lights.
So Shirley red lights, and to 467 for Darrell Russell, advances Darrell into the second round. So Shirley, remember, they had a problem with the brake during warm-up. You heard in the interview with her just a little bit earlier with John, and I'm wondering if maybe that was a problem, because you're right, she just rolled right through the lights.
The car just didn't stop like you say. Maybe that was a problem.
So there is the last time you'll see Shirley, at least for this year. Stay with us.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
It's the grand opening of the new Moore's Mega Fitness on Dane-Xenia Road in Beaver Creek. To celebrate, all the Moore's great clubs are offering the $19.99 per month special. That's right, just $19.99 per month. Call 1-800-MOORES-24. The $19.99 per month special ends soon.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
It's the fastest, easiest way to stay connected to family, entertainment, and friends all around the world. It's your connection to the internet that's 50 times faster than a standard phone line. It's Time Warner's Roadrunner High-Speed Online. And since it uses your cable, it's always on. With blazing fast internet access and unparalleled content, why would you look to anyone else? Roadrunner from Time Warner Cable.
Welcome to What's Next.
Campriani,
as she makes her run at the U.S. Open. Go inside her life, on the court and off.
She was the next Chris Evert.
Sports Century Friday.
I think the media is out of control.
From America's sweetheart to little girl lost.
Everybody is very quick to point a finger.
Was she smoking marijuana?
Just wish I didn't have to talk about this.
Her miraculous comeback. Jennifer Capriati's Sports Century, the top 50 and beyond. 8 p.m. Friday. Only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC now.
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals at Indianapolis Raceway Park, and Sanyo, the electronics leader, is proud to bring you aerial pictures from the Sanyo lightship. Chief pilot Steve Tomlin and cameraman Jay Adams are in the blimp working with us today. Thanks, guys. It's great to have you with us all weekend long. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Shirley Muldowney, last year we had the wheelie. This year, a problem with the brake at the starting line. Unfortunately, another U.S. Nationals comes and goes for you.
Well, all I did was put the top light out. There's nothing wrong with that, actually. I don't know what the ET was, but I was right there, actually.
There's Darrell Russell over here to shake the legend's hand. Tell us about your future now, Miss Muldowney. I hope this isn't the last time we're going to see you out here.
Well, I hope not. I think we're going to put something together with Mac Tools for next year. Probably pick and choose the big races. I'm going to keep a close eye on the tracks that supported us with match races since we left in 1990. And those are the tracks that I'm going to look at closely. The other ones that didn't pay attention, I'm not going to pay attention myself.
We love you.
So Shirley Muldowney's day is over. What about Bruce Litton? Well, Bruce's shop, literally, if they didn't have the sand trap at the far end and he didn't pull the parachutes, he could literally drive across the railroad tracks and be in his race shop across the street from Indianapolis Raceway Park. Larry Dixon, well, his shop's a little bit further north than that, but it's also here in Indianapolis, and these two Indy guys are about to show down.
But unfortunately for Litton, he might be going home here in a few seconds here, because it's Larry Dixon car fighting for a championship, and I believe they're going to be on their game today.
Dixon has not lost a first-round matchup since Houston last October. Still hasn't lost, as Don the Snake Prudhomme says, okay, we can breathe again. We've gotten past first round. A 460 at 317. Dave Reef?
Hey, what a hot rod you guys have this weekend. 3 450s, and now you get over that stepping stone that is the first round. So how you guys like your chances today?
Well, you know, we're just going to take it one round at a time and see how the weather treats us, and hope that we can keep repeating.
Did I see a little puff of smoke out there that cleared itself up?
It was either that or some dust off the track. I seen something out there, yeah.
I'll have to take a look and replay, but nice job in round one.
So as Larry Dixon heads towards the interview area with Bill Stevens, the next pair getting ready back at the starting line will be Doug Kalita and Paul Romine. And there is Paul Romine. He'll be over in the right lane, the number 14 qualifier. And he's going to have a tough assignment because Doug Kalita has been on his game this weekend. In qualifying, he ran a 462, a 458, a 455. You get the impression that he's pretty consistent.
Yeah, they're in good shape. Doug Paletta just has to do their thing, and hopefully parts breakage doesn't bite them, and they're going to send, I think they're going to send Romine home. But in drag racing, as I say that, I always caution, hey, with drag racing, you go out there and you bobble a little bit. Romine's put up a good number. That he ran 320 miles per hour, and that tells me that they early in the year they were damaging the engine. That 320 tells me their engine's living down there at the other end.
Well, and that's his career best speed. Now let's go back. You heard Shirley mention she only put the top bulb out, so it was not a brake problem. But take us through what happened here in slow-mo, Cruz.
Well, what she was doing is she was trying to deep stage and try to get that advantage. And unfortunately for Shirley, she rolled a little bit too far and actually rolled right through to the beam. The light was actually red before she even stood on the throttle. It's a tactic that Shirley's used a lot of years and been successful for. Unfortunately, it didn't work here today.
Take a look at the tree one more time. You can see that she moves.
Yeah, right up there, you see the top light out, and you see before she's hardly moved there, you see the bulbs already on. So, like I said, Shirley planned to roll in there deep, but unfortunately, she rolled about 1.5 inches too far.
Back to the battle at hand. Doug Kalita and Paul Romine, who advances on the second round competition. The winner gets Gary Stelzy.
There's the breakage I talked about. Romines.
And Paul Romine eats it up at the far end as well, as you see the explosion on Doug Kalitta's car, a 5:02 at 264, and Romine upsets Kalitta. Let's go to the far end with Bill Stevens.
Larry Dixon, 460, low ET of the round. Looks like you could drive that thing with one hand today.
No, man, I tell you what, felt kind of loose out there, something like that. The car's moving around a little bit, but, you know, when it's sunny and hot like this and it's getting hotter by the minute, Dick LaHaye, he's shining right now, and hopefully, you know, we can close some rounds today.
That's what Dick said. The weather is the wild card right now.
Well, Larry Dixon's going to have lane choice over Darrell Russell in that second round matchup. And we go to commercial break. Let's go on board with Doug Kalitta and watch what happens to the motor. Oh.
Everyone loves Domino's delicious cheesy bread. Maybe because it's hot breadsticks covered in a tantalizing combination of cheddar and mozzarella cheeses. Who would come up with such a brilliant idea?
My idea. All mine.
And if you call now, you can get a delicious order of cheesy bread free. That's right, free when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99. Now, where do you suppose that idea came from?
My idea. All mine.
Make it a meal with wings and a 2-liter Coke. Get the door. It's Domino's.
Honey, is that you?
Yeah, Mom. Oh, oh, oh. Ah.
Ah. You call that a game? Move over, Cupcake.
Get into the game with City Crisis for PlayStation 2, now at Target.
Whoa, that's tight.
Honey, if you're watching this, I've gotten a Suzuki King Quad during Quad Fair, and I won't be back for a while. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The deal was too good to pass up. I had my choice of a free Warner Super Winch or $300 of free accessories. They also offered low monthly payments or low APRs. How could I say no? I'll miss you. Could you feed the dog?
Stop by your local Suzuki dealer today for great Quad Fair deals.
Summer's almost gone. Baseball and Labor Day. Time for the contenders to get to work.
Labor Day on ESPN and ESPN2. See the best players and the top teams in the hunt for October with our wall-to-wall coverage.
The postseason push begins.
Braves, Expos at 1. Cardinals, Padres at 9 on ESPN. Mets, Phillies at 1. Cubs, Marlins, or Rockies, Giants at 4. Orioles, A's at 10 on ESPN2. Labor Day on ESPN and ESPN2 today.
Back at the Mac Tools US Nationals, can you tell Andrew Cowan won his first round matchup? A little bit of encouragement from crew chief to driver. Last minute adjustments inside the cockpit. And then it's all time to go racing. Gary Selsey says, yeah, we're moving on to second round. And Don Perdome, look at this. Ooh, baby, we made it past the first round. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Paul Romine is a very happy guy. You know, a lot of breaks have gone against you this year. It's nice to have one go your way for a change.
Well, you know, we used up that luck charm beginning of the year, but now maybe we got some coming. You know, we needed that first round to get the ball rolling. We got a good car in the hot. It's going to get hotter today. You know, if I'm racing enough, I can get those guys, get a little in the bank on them. You know, them hitters, they can fall.
You're going to fatten it up a little bit for the next round and hope you don't smoke the tires in the process?
Well, actually, we need to take a little out of it. It's too fat. We keep losing a hole, but that's okay. McLaughlin's got a handle on it, and there's a lot of CarQuest people here, so we're there.
He's happy.
Look, take a look here, and you can see what happens on the track at the far end. And as a result of that motor letting go with Paul Romine, we have oil on the track. And there's Tim Richards, and that means he's with Dave Reef.
And, Tim, we've already set up the fact that it's kind of going to be a crew chief kind of day out here with this racetrack, only going to get heated up with no clouds out here. So how do you guys approach this very nervous first round?
Very nervously for me and the driver, and this delay doesn't do me any good. We're just basically trying to get lane choice for the second round, and this track is going to get a lot worse than what it is right now, and I don't know what's going to happen here.
What's the feel in the Bud camp now, as we've already watched Larry Dixon go down there, and you guys got to make a tit-for-tat run now. You got to keep pace with him.
Yeah, that's the reason I usually try to go ahead of him, but this time I probably I didn't want to go that early in this racetrack. I wanted to have a little time to look at cars in front of me, so he just sometimes it's better to put the pressure on if you know you can win in the round, you know.
We wish you the best of luck against Scott Weiss.
Thank you.
Sean Kernan?
back in the funny car staging area as they're waiting their turn. They go next. And, of course, yesterday a big win for Cruz's brother Frank Pedregon. $100,000 check. Have you spent it yet?
We spent it already. We had a couple motors we went through, and I had to get my cut out of the deal before we left the track. And no, it's going to get distributed later on. But that was yesterday. That was great, and I'm still smiling from it. But now we got another race to do. We like to win this race here, but we got to do one round at a time. We have a tough opponent in Dean Scusa there, and our team actually, we have a race hangover, we call it, just from working hard and all the activity yesterday. Now it doesn't take us much to get up for this, but we're ready to go.
Frank, best of luck to you. Good talking to you. Marty?
Well, if Frank can double up today, his total take-home for the weekend would be $225,000. No wonder he's smiling. Hey, Extreme Supercharged Performance Network. Thanks, guys. We appreciate that. We're coming right back here to the U.S. Nationals.
This is Kingston County, Maine. There are 4 surfers here. Bug, Simon, Mooney, and me. The waves are kind of small, and we only have one surfboard. Most of the time, I'll just ride a few waves and come back in. You know, sometimes talking about surfing with your friends is better than surfing without them.
Life tastes good, Coca-Cola.
There is a better way to have fun with history.
Teddy, you're not even trying.
Visit americaslibrary.gov. Log on, play around, learn something.
Discover the amazing hidden secrets of America's finest baseball school in Teaching the Mechanics of the Major League Swing 2. Tommy Mansky's powerful teaching video that features the same revolutionary techniques that have produced baseball world's back-to-back-to-back AAU national championship teams. Parents, players, and coaches have been simply amazed at their students' rapid week-by-week improvement. These award-winning techniques benefit players of all ages and ability levels and make a valuable addition to any coach's library and a great gift. At just $29.95, call now.
College football Monday. Memphis takes on Vincenzo Miller and Mississippi State. Memphis, Mississippi State, 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN2.
Sports Century Jennifer Capriati, Friday on ESPN Classic.
Hey, Reading, Pennsylvania, get ready. The NHRA Keystone Nationals coming your way September 13th through the 16th in 2 weeks. 1 week later, Memphis, Tennessee for the NHRA AutoZone Nationals presented by Pennzoil. And we'll close out the month of September in Joliet at the NHRA Nationals. And then we're on to our next pair. Number 1 qualifier, Kenny Bernstein in the left lane. Scott Weiss, the number 16 qualifier, in the right lane. Now, you want to know why Tim Richards and KB are a little nervous? The last time Kenny qualified number 1 here at Indian Top Fuel, he lost to Rand McDaniel in round number 1. And the last time Scott Wise ran a race in St. Louis, he qualified number 16 and took out number 1 Gary Scelzi. Take a look at Kenny's going streak. 5 U.S. National finals, 4 in funny car. And the number 1 qualifier 6 times.
Yeah, Tim Richards definitely looked nervous there, but, you know, these first rounds are nervous on everybody because you don't know what to expect. They have it's a calculated guess. There's nothing written in stone that the setup on that car is exactly what they need. It's just a calculated guess.
And for Scott Wise, he's racing for his Uncle Dan. He wanted us to send along our best wishes. He owns Old Richmond Drag Strip. And unfortunately for Scott, he's going home running a 5:53. But Kenny Bernstein with a 4:67. He said he'd be happy at 3:18. And he gets through first round. And Tim Richards is breathing a little bit easier. And so is Kenny Bernstein. Now there is Big Daddy Don Garlitz. He is getting ready. The final pair of this first round in Top Fuel.
Garlitz was amazing. I listened to the interview earlier, and he says, I'm going to leave him at the line. And, you know, having that attitude, Garlitz, I'll tell you what, he's had all these accomplishments. Uh-oh. Okay, they fired it up. He's had some great accomplishments, Marty, but he still brings that little cockiness attitude that's netted him a lot of victories here at the U.S. Nationals.
Well, let's talk about this. He had the third quickest light yesterday at a 4.99 in that round.
That was amazing to me. You know, it's his third time in the car. He goes out there and has a 4.99 light. That just goes to show that hey, I don't care how long this guy's not been in the car. He could be a factor. And as we've seen with the lanes here, Marty, is as people have been winning out of right and left lane, there's no lane choice issue here at all.
Now as Big backs up, listen to the crowd over the noise of the 6,000 motor. Now here are the most U.S. Nationals wins. Bob Glidden has 9. Don Garlitz with 8, by far the most in Top Fuel. Don Prudhomme with 7. And Warren Johnson with 6, along with Ed Diaz McCullough and Dave Scholl. Now one more burnout. That's over in the other lane. Mike Dunn in the New York Yankees Top Fueler.
Hey, I was at the bottom of that list, but I don't mind being at the bottom of that with that group.
Let's go the far end, Bill.
467, 318. Feel better?
Well, the first round was so nervous time. I hate them. You know, even after all these years and probably 10,000 runs, it's still a tough game out here in the first round. It's in the ballpark, obviously, at Dick's car, and that blue one is really quick out there in the hot and heat. But I think it's going to get slicker and harder as the day progresses.
Your crew chief said he wasn't sure where to put you in the lineup there in that first round. Decided to hang back, and then maybe you regretted it because the track got a little hotter.
Well, we've talked about strategy, obviously, coming down the stretch here and what to do. And there's sides that are good by going early and sides that are good by going later. So it's a real tough decision. That's his decision. Jimmy Richards does it. Indeed.
Don Garlitz's last win in Indy 1986 over Darrell Gwynn. That just happens to be the car owner of Big Daddy Don Garlitz. Driver's rates. And it's going to be Mike Dunn. And he's going out with a 5.10. Don ends his week with a 6.23 and blazing tire spoke at 157 miles an hour. Dave Reef.
Lonnie Strode, what a great weekend. No, I know you guys didn't win that round, but still, thanks for bringing Big out here and providing us with some absolutely wonderful excitement.
Oh boy, I'll tell you, it's been special, and Gary Clapshot and the whole team and the old man, Big Daddy. We smoked the tires out there. We had a shot. We was right with him there, it looked like, until we both smoked the tires. So we're okay. He's back.
He is back and wants to come out and maybe race a little bit more. We'll have to see.
Let's take another look at the run and see what happened, Cruz.
Well, both cars are going to lose traction. It's simple as that. At the same exact time, Garlitz stays on it a little bit longer. There was an example where Mike Dunn, being the superior driver at this point, Garlitz hasn't been in the car. But in all fairness, I don't think Garlitz had a chance there to beat Mike Dunn. Mike Dunn was on his game, pedaled it, recovered, and that's about textbook as I've seen a guy recover a dragster before.
But Big Daddy Don Garlitz did what he came here to do. He ran his first 4-second pass, and he also ran over 300 miles an hour, and the fans loved every minute of it. You can hear them cheering louder than the sound of both those 6,000 horsepower behemoths down at the starting line. And the big question now is, as he told us yesterday, he said, I'm just trying to get it out of my system. I think I've got it back in my system. He may be wanting to do a little more drag racing. So as Big takes off the helmet, let's go to Bill Stevens. And there is Kenny Bernstein.
Big Daddy Don Garlitz steps out of this race car, and Big, I hope it ain't for the last time.
Well, I do too. It was a good race, and that spun the tires, and that was it, right? Park.
But as they say on those stupid game shows, you don't go away empty-handed.
No, that's exactly right. Had a good time.
We had a great time.
Thank you very much.
Hope we see you down the road. Marty?
Thanks, Bill, and I second that. I'm sure that everybody in the stands seconds that as well. It's time to turn our attention now to Funny Car. Tommy Johnson Jr., number 4 qualifier over in the left lane against Bruce Sarver. He qualified in the number 13 spot.
This will be a good racer. This Skull car, of all the cars that ran yesterday, including the Budweiser shootout cars, Tommy Johnson's Skull car looked the best. Ran a 482 and a career best 481. They looked good yesterday. We'll see what they can do today.
flexes the tires. And Sarver runs a 492 at 300 miles an hour. So Don Prudhomme has lost one of his two funny cars here in the first round in an upset as Bruce Sarver parks Tommy Johnson. And we've got to take a commercial break. We're live at the Mac Tools US Nationals, and there's Don Prudhomme. She's getting ready to head home.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
Everyone loves Domino's delicious cheesy bread. Maybe because it's hot breadsticks covered in a tantalizing combination of cheddar and mozzarella cheeses. Who would come up with such a brilliant idea?
My idea. All mine.
And if you call now, you can get a delicious order of cheesy bread free. That's right, free when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99. Now, where do you suppose that idea came from?
My idea. All mine.
Make it a meal with wings and a 2-liter Coke. Get the door. It's Domino's.
Here at Cooper Tires Test Track, they're developing some pretty impressive tires.
Record time, Mr. Palmer.
Cooper Tires. Drive on.
Honey, did you get paper plates? You got ice, right?
Short trips really beat up your engine, but Pennzoil with Pure Base is formulated to protect against the harshness of everyday driving. We can't change the way you have to drive, but we can protect you from it.
What kind of steaks did you get?
That's gotta hurt.
Stop and go. Protection from Pennzoil. For protection under heavier loads, try Pennzoil Synthetic Blend.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
Bill Stevens and Bob Fry will recap the U.S. Nationals on NHRA Heat. Moving to a new time, Thursday night, 5:30 Eastern on ESPN2. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. And if you're just tuning in, welcome back to the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals. I'm Marty Reed, along with Cruz Pedregon, Bill Stevens, Dave Reef, and John Kernan. That is Tommy Johnson, who we just saw moments ago, going up in smoke and losing in his first-round matchup with Bruce Sarver. Now, second pair of funny cars to hit the line. That is Chuck Etchels in the Sunoco Matco Tools Camaro, the number 15 qualifier. And he has got to go up against the guy who turned in the low ET of the final round yesterday, Gary Densham. And Gary stunned everybody with a career best 479 and 322.
It's a beautiful run. Gary was, I think he's still smiling in there, but the thing that I'm concerned with on this racetrack, I've said it probably 10 times this weekend, is as good a track as it is, new surface out here, the only weak area I'm going to say is right on the starting line. Funny cars need to get off the line and get going. There's a ball spot there. Hopefully Jimmy Proctor crew chief on that red Mac car there. Densham crew chief has made the adjustments. If not, he can go home if he smoked the tires. Beautiful run.
A 488 and 308, and Bernie Federley and the team says, yes, we like that. And for Gary Densham, that is his first ever round victory at the U.S. Nationals, as hard as that may be to believe. Dave Reed?
And just like Chris Pedregon said, Jimmy Brock, you were able to get that car off the start line where it seemed like it was most crucial.
Yeah, we were. You know, it seems that it's a little tricky up here on the starting line, and we've been trying to leave it soft there and make the rest of it up down course.
By the way, did you know you just gave Gary Densham his first round win in Indy?
Hey, that's great. We'll see if we can do some more.
And a 7-1. Wow. What a weekend for Gary Densham.
Let's take another look, Cruz.
Oh, Gary Densham started off the whole race by drilling Chuck Etchels with a 478 reaction time, and just a beautiful run. The driver did his job. Look at the traction there. He moves around a little bit on the top end, but that's about as good a run as you'll see in the first round. You see the cylinders mixing up just a little bit. There's a little haze off the back tires. That slowed him down just a little bit. But Gary does a good job keeping it right in the center. Little haze right there. Just slowed him down a little bit.
Let's go to super slow-mo, see what happens to Chuck Etchels.
Oh, it almost looked like he just, like the throttle cable or something weird, or he was just in and out of the throttle. He wasn't even in the race, or something horrible looked like happened there.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
Hey, you're not a virgin anymore. Your first round win at Indy.
Oh, I tell you, it's so great. You know, and I would tell you, Mac Tool red car is going pretty good, and Jimmy's done a great job, the whole crew. And, you know, John Forrest, I got to thank him for all of this. But we've got the greatest fans out here, and, I mean, life is great for Gary Dencham right now.
And a 488 in a bright sunlight.
That's good. That's dynamite.
Bill, I love it. A 55-year-old virgin of drag racing. Here we go. Take a look at the ladder. Whit Bazemore has the choice over Al Hoffman. Del Worsham will meet Johnny Gray, and you've already seen the Sarver-Johnson Jr. matchup. The arrow, of course, indicates who has the lane choice, and Gary Dencham has punched out Mr. Etchells. And guess who's coming up next? That means John Force and Jim Epler. And there is the 10-time Winston champion, the 3-time winner here. But I'll tell you what, he's had some problems with Mr. Epler, especially here at Indy. In fact, Jim Epler last year won this race, and on his way, he beat John Force in round number 2 on his way to that champion. And there is Big Daddy going back by the crowd, people getting on their feet, giving him a standing ovation and saluting him one last time as he heads home.
And a couple of races ago, Jim Epler, remember, had John Force in the first run at Sonoma and had a 4:00 light, which is the perfect reaction time. So I'm sure Force is thinking about that in the back of his head.
Yeah, at the time, if I remember correctly, you said he must have closed his eyes.
Had to have.
Is out of here. John Force, who has more first-round losses here at Indy than he does wins, has chalked up another one. As Jim Epler does it again with a 495, Dave Reed.
Down with Bernie Federley, this is not what you guys wanted to see happen. Looked like the car got out of the groove up there.
Oh, it sure did. I'm not quite sure what happened, if it dropped the cylinder and moved over or what. It's just kind of uncharacteristic of what we normally can do there, but hey, we lost.
Can't believe you had it too hepped up either.
I don't think so.
You can see those tracks if you look up the track here. John Force got darn close to that center line.
And you're right, Dave. All the way down track, and there is Jim Epler, and he is living large with 2 straight wins over John Force the last 2 times that these two have met. And there is John back in the background there, climbing out of the Castrol GTX Mustang.
Well, Force was leading this race big time. I want to point, I'm looking at the incremental times. John was really way ahead, but let's see if we can see what happens here. It's hard to tell there. Force is moving way out of the groove. See, he's way out here in no man's land. There's not a lot of traction out there near the center line, and that probably caused the tire to spin, and then the cylinders start dropping. Man, by that time, Epler was at the finish line.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
Lucky at Indy again. And lucky at Indy again. I don't know about the luck part, but there's another 20 guys in this class who would love to know your secret for beating him.
Well, it's not always been that way, believe me. But for all our friends at Chevrolet and Matco Tools, that was a big deal, you know, Ford against Mac. And, you know, we're just real happy with that. Found some in the engine yesterday, and hopefully we can find our performance back. But he was out there, car length to 800 feet, and then kind of dropped off. So we were lucky again.
Nice job, Jim Epler. Let's walk over to John Force. What happened? John Force, first round loss at Indy. You know, you got more of those than you do wins here.
Well, I can say it's not my weekend at Indy, but Dencham and Proctor running good in that Mac Tool car, 488. We'll see what happens here. Epler got me. We're just taking a look at Tony here and keep an eye on the points. But I'm excited. It's still Indy. I'm still in the race with my other teams. That's why I got 3 teams.
And the last time Epler beat John Force was that perfect reaction time that he didn't need at that time.
Well, he mentioned points, Bill, and it's significant because Whit Bazemore, second in the points, the #1 qualifier still to come, and everybody can sort of try and chomp away at it a little bit. Next pair, Tim Wilkerson, right lane, Ron Capps in the left lane. Wilkerson left him at the line, but Ron drives around him with a 485 at 310 miles an hour to the slower 493 for Tim Wilkerson. So Don Prudhomme is batting 500 in funny car right now as Ron Capps advances as we go to commercial break here at the 47th running of the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Stay with us. We're coming right back.
Welcome back to Safe Auto Insurance Company, where representatives are standing by.
Today we're asking callers to tell us why they've chosen Safe Auto. Let's see who's on the line.
Hi, I'm Ed from Louisville. I chose Safe Auto because of 3 simple words: low monthly payments.
That's great. Who's next?
My name is Sarah from Charleston. I love that I'm legal and still have money left over. Monthly payments are great.
There you have it. Remember, representatives are standing by.
So call now for immediate coverage.
1-800-SAFE-AUTO. We keep you legal for less.
Play it safe, Safe Auto. At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
It's the grand opening of the new Moore's Mega Fitness on Dane-Xenia Road in Beaver Creek. To celebrate, all the Moore's great clubs are offering the $19.99 per month special. That's right, just $19.99 per month. Call 1-800-MOORES-24. The $19.99 per month special ends soon.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
Auto organizations, ESPN was having trouble with their carpet. So they had me install a more natural surface. This grass we install is the best. It's a good Bermuda.
No hot water on that, okay? Yeah, that'll set the sting.
It lays down very, very pretty.
Still to come on SportsCenter the rest of the night in the NBA.
Wherever you are, I mean, there's nothing more beautiful than grass.
From high above in the Sanyo Light Ship, the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals, the 47th running of this storied event, and we have had some upsets so far and some great races. Let's go back and take a look at Ron Capps one more time, and this is low ET of the round right now, Cruz, and watch him drive around him.
Yeah, this is a good drag race here. Capps has had way too much muscle and off to the next round, but all the way to the wall there.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
Race him in the final. Ron Capps, not only low ET of the round, but top speed of the round, and right after Tommy had a problem. We were wondering, is that green car going to catch a little piece of that?
Well, that's what's cool about the Skoal guys. They come back like an army and surrounded the car after we saw TJ's car smoke the tires, and Forrest smoked the tires. And that's Ace making decisions he needs to make for the Skoal car. But, you know, it got out there. Tim Wilkerson's a heck of a competitor, as everybody is in a 16-car field. But it started trucking, and this Camaro kind of moved around and started getting... I mean, I had the wheel turned. I don't know how fast it went, but it was turned completely over trying to move my knee to get it out of the way, and it just kept going straight. It kept getting close to the wall. I said, I can't lift. What do you do? It's Sunday. Monday. It's Monday at Indy.
Monday! Two-time winner of the Budweiser Shootout, still looking for his first win at the U.S. Nationals.
Somehow those commercials wouldn't sound right on the radio. Monday. But let's go on with the next pair. Whit Bazemore, your number one qualifier, the quickest and fastest run ever at 475 at 325 miles an hour. And that new spoiler on the back, they had to reinforce. It's got 4 spill plates instead of 2. He's up against number 16 qualifier, Al Hoffman. Gave him all he could handle, and Bazemore runs a 494 to Hoffman's 495, and he won it on the line, a 504 light for win, and he has been slow, Dave Reed.
And for Lee Beard, a huge sigh of relief. That was a little too close for comfort, I suspect. Yeah, it was. You know, yesterday we got up here in the heat and we smoked the tires a couple of times, so we played it ultra conservative today. They ran a little bit better than we expected them to, but hey, we'll take the win, you know. We'll probably try to tune it up a little bit later.
Well, take a look at the replay, because we've been watching Witt's reaction times, and this weekend he's been on his game, a 504.
Bazemore did the job right there. The closest these cars are running. You heard Lee Beard. Look at how straight that car's going to the Matco car. Moves around a little bit there, but Whit Bazemore, 504 light first round is very respectable, because he knew that Jim Dunn and Al Hoffman in the Mac Tool car was going to give him some trouble. And remember, this is a Mac Tool race, and they don't want the Matco guys to beat them. And I'm sure that the teams that are sponsoring this race do not like to see a Matco car beat a Mac car, but hey, that's the way it goes. But I want to give Lee Beard credit for adjusting that car on a hot racetrack. Like you said, that car can be a player today if they can keep that kind of consistency.
And as he goes through the lights, we're going to go to the far end and get ready for the next pair. Frank Pedregon and Dean Scusa. That was Dean Scusa. Here is Frank Pedregon in the Checker Shucks Kragen car, trying to double up after winning the Budweiser shootout. Now let's go to the far end, Bill.
By 37 thousandths of a second, Whit Bazemore moves to round number 2, but that was not easy.
No, well, it's never easy, you know, and old Hoffman and Dunn, they're a tough team over there, and like I said before the race, it's anyone's ball game out here. I just wish we didn't have to race these guys in the first round all the time. It's getting kind of old because they're due, and they're a tough team, but I know Al saw Force go out, and old Hoffman and I, we've got a lot in common in that regard, so I thought about him. I said, oh, Hoffy's smiling over there. So it was a great race. That's what those guys are. They're great racers.
Big Al, John Force thinks you're one of the best drivers in the industry, and I think we just got a little evidence of why that is.
Now, he knows I am. I like John. He's okay. I really don't like him. Anyhow, it's glad to be here for the night. Jim Dunn gave him all we could then. I mean, it's a good drag race. That's what the fans come to see. And wanted to win it with him.
Two of the best right there.
Back at the starting line, we're getting ready for Scusa against Frank Pedregon. Frankie's up in smoke. Oh, but crossing the center line, I think.
Yep,
Frank Scusa.
Frankie's got it. Dean Scusa's had trouble steering cars, and boy, that's gonna. Old John Stewart's gonna have a talk with. They've talked about steering on this car, and they supposedly fix it. But Dean Scusa, watch the car in this lane here. Frankie's gonna smoke the tires. He should lose the race. He's out of here. Watch Scusa move over. You hit a lane at the NHRA drag races. You hit the cone or cross the stripe. You're out of here.
So Frank Pedregon is living large. Take a look in super slow-mo. His hopes at winning $225,000 is still alive.
Hey, these funny cars are very, very difficult to drive, and I'm sure Dean Scusa is going to be kicking himself, but he's probably trying to steer it back. But sometimes when you turn them, they just don't want to move on you.
Unreal. An opportunity for Scusa to advance, and instead, he's putting it in the box. Stay with us. We're coming back to the Mac Tools US Nationals. More funny car action at Indy.
I'd like a latte, please.
Do you have an appointment? Grab the ticket. We'll be with you in just a minute. Yeah.
Coffee houses are popular. Very popular. Well, what if you just want coffee house-style coffee in an instant? Folgers Cafe Latte. Rich, creamy, delicious coffee house coffee without the coffee house. So it's not the coffee you drink to take a break from your day. It's the coffee you drink to break into it. Folgers Cafe Latte.
Magazine? Book? Anybody?
A man started pounding on our back door. My children were home alone. He almost got in. My oldest daughter pushed the brakes panic button. The man stopped and ran away.
In a world you can't always trust, there's one name you can. For over 135 years, Brinks has been protecting people and their valuables around the world. Now, this same trusted name can protect your family.
Brinks introduces the Safe at Night sale. Call toll-free 1-877-6-BRINKS now. And Brinks will install this standard monitored system for only $99. Incredibly, just $99. But there's more. Brinks will also install a second keypad, a $125 value, absolutely free. But you must call 1-877-6-BRINKS now. When it comes to the finest in home security, there's only one, Brinks.
AFC Divisional Champions meet in ESPN's Sunday Night Football opener. The season begins as Tennessee hopes to ride its top-ranked defense, led by the freak Japan Curse, to an opening game victory. But on offense, Eddie George will find it tough going against Miami's Zach Thomas and the Dolphins' stifling D. Dolphins, Titans, 8:30 Sunday on ESPN. It all starts with NFL Prime Time at 7:30.
And we've got Monday Major League Baseball on ESPN2 tonight. Baltimore Orioles at the Oakland Athletics. Jason Giambi and the crew. 10 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN2. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Now, let's go back one more time. So just in case you don't understand, if you hit that center line or the cones, you're out of here.
Yeah, it's a tough break, but they have to enforce that rule. And because these, funny cars traveling at 300 miles per hour, they really have to put it in the driver's head that if you fool around tap dancing on that center line, we got to throw you out because, you're endangering the other driver.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
I feel like a state policeman, an accident reconstruction team here. What's your version of that?
Well, I don't know. I'm probably still smiling from yesterday, but I got to get over that. And my first rounds are always the toughest, and I was probably a little late over there. And it was a little weak. It smoked the tires, but it shook them loose, so it was a little weak. This track is awesome out here. And next thing you know, I see Dean in my lane, and we're lucky. I'd rather be lucky than good, though, any day.
We'll talk to the other suspect right after this run.
And that run is Scotty Cannon versus Tony Pedregon. Pedregon in the left lane. Cannon pitches the blower.
82.
And a 482 by Tony Pedregon at 322 miles an hour. That's his best run of the weekend. So Tony's finding his game, Bill.
We just saw the replay, Dean Scusa. Ride 'em Cowboy. What happened?
I'll tell you what, we've been finding new ways to lose every weekend. I write a USAtoday.com thing on the website, and it's kind of a diary of sorts. You know what? I'm out of excuses. I'm sick of it. It's why not? That's the way I look at it. Why can't it be my fault one time? I mean, we just got to get this team together, man. We've had all the ingredients. It's just very frustrating, and a new way to lose. That's all I can say.
It's exasperating.
So while Dean goes back and tries to gather the team's spirits, Tony Pedregon is feeling pretty good because he just ran low ET of the round with that 482. And we only have one more pair to go in Funny Car. It looks like we'll have a bit of a delay because of Scotty Cannon's situation out there on the racetrack. They're having a hard time getting the body up.
Cannon's blown up a lot of equipment here the last few races here this week, and we saw a broken rod, I believe it was yesterday. And, I'm pretty familiar with Wes Cerny. He runs the cars very hard, but he makes them run fast, not blow up, and that's unusual there. But there's another car that's snake bitten by problems. We're expecting any day now for that Oakley car to turn on and win races, but unfortunately it's not going to happen today.
Let's go to Dave Reef.
Well, down with John Force, you just watched his team car. You got two of those dogs through, not you. So what's your role the rest of the day now, champ?
Just owner, try to keep my guys motivated. But, a three-car team with Ford, it really works. Mac Tool Racer, 50th anniversary, Castrol, Syntec. Bottom line, I got to admit it, I wasn't on my game today. John Force was way off. Got out of the groove down at the other end. The track could have held it. And put me out of the race, and right now this point steal is critical. So Tony and Ditch, I'm ashamed they got to race each other in the Ford Mustangs. I'm rooting for everybody because you got AAA in there and Fadal, and you got All-Pro bumper to bumper and Auto Value. Hell, I don't know which way to go, but I just want to see the best car come out with an ET so they can come back and whip the competition and help me in these points and maybe win Indy.
Probably wants to sign an autograph or two today, too, Bill Stevens.
Yeah, he does that every now and then. Boy, it reminds me of that old Meatloaf song, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Your partner goes 488, and you went low at 482 for the round.
Well, that's great. Medlin, he hopped her up. Dickie Venables really dropped the ball, I think, yesterday in that butt shootout. So I think we can redeem ourselves today. And not real surprised. This time I could actually feel that it was charging pretty good and plenty worried about Scotty over there. And it's tough. Treacherous conditions, but obviously Medlin hit the tune-up right, and thank goodness we got a Ford on it, and Castrol, Syntec, and Auto Club, and all the group. But it's tough watching John get beat out there, and I know Densham ran good, but we might have lane choice against that guy.
Gary Densham won his first round ever at Indy. Tony Pedregon has never gotten past the second round at Indy.
Yeah, and guess who the guy you can blame for that back in 1992? The guy sitting to my right, Cruz punched him out. Take a look at the ladder in Funny Car. Bazemore. And he'll be getting the winner of Del Worsham and Johnny Gray. Caps, and that has the lane choice in that matchup. Tony has the lane choice over Gary Densham, and Jim Epler has lane choice over Frank Pedregon. So we'll finish the cleanup here at the racetrack, and we'll get ready for that final pair in Funny Car action. When we come back, it'll be Del Worsham and Johnny Gray at the Mac Tools US Nationals.
Honey, is that you?
Yeah, Mom.
You call that a game? Move over, Cupcake.
Get into the game with Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2 for PlayStation 2. Available August 30th at Target. Whoa, that's tight.
Twizzlers. Twizzlers. Play first, eat later.
To you, it's a PC. But to your kids, it's a laboratory, a museum, or a rainforest. The compact Presario 5000T with Intel Pentium 3 processor. It's a place where your child can explore a world of ideas. And it's just $839. Call 1-800-331-4120 today and get a free compact printer and $50 instant rebate. Hey, why just take your kids to school when you can take them farther than they ever dreamed?
Now get the Wall Street Journal delivered for 8 weeks at just 38 cents a day, a 50% savings.
Call 800-454-6500. That's 800-454-6500 for the Wall Street Journal.
On September 7th, your first source for sports news gets even better. The new ESPN News, with the enhanced bottom line that's always on. Live score updates, in-game stats, highlights, and more. The new ESPN News.
Join us in 2 weeks for the Keystone Nationals from Reading, Pennsylvania. Qualifying will be live on Saturday. That's at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Then final eliminations on Sunday at 8:30. With 2.5 hours of coverage there from Reading, Pennsylvania. And for more, log on to ESPN.com. Now, while we were in commercial break, here's what happened between Del Worsham and Johnny Gray. Del over in the left lane, closest to you. Driver's left always. And Worsham, as Johnny goes up in smoke, streaks to a 495 at 306. That will not be good enough to get him lane choice over Whit Bazemore. Take another look from high above. And as he goes out to the far end, this is the reason the track has been down for a moment. That is Dell's Big Red machine, as they were trying to get it off the track. Let's go to Dave Reef.
Get a chance to talk with Chuck Worsham. You guys got the benefit of a 2-car team. Did you get a chance to talk with Dave Fletcher? And what kind of changes do you make after Frankie's shutoff run?
We really didn't change anything because, Rob went back and turned the flow in the clutch a little tiny bit on the clutch here right before he would have smoked the tires. That might have saved us.
So to explain so the layman sitting on his couch can know what we're talking about.
Well, we brought the clutch pedal out a little slower than it would have been early.
Hey, I even understood that. Thank you very much.
Sometimes we forget, or Chuck forgets how we have to sort of get everything back to the basics. Now, as we're waiting for Dell to get up to the interview area, let's go to our pit lane interview area. I think Don Garlitz is back there.
That's right, Marty. Don Garlitz joins us now. I had to pull him away from a bunch of the fans who were waiting back there for autographs. Don, appreciate you coming by. I know a tough loss in the first round, but just overall, the whole experience of this weekend, what has it been like for you?
It's been probably the greatest 2 days of my life. I've had so much fun here. It's unbelievable. Because it's been so long. You know, 86 was when I was here before, and it just seems like it was yesterday. And that's what's really made it great to come here and just pick up where I left off, and like all those years just evaporated. And I even feel young like I did back in 86. It's a great ride, let me tell you.
After it was over and, you know, you had the loss, was there the disappointment or was there still that adrenaline just rushing through your body?
No, I didn't really, you know, the car smoked the tires.
Yeah.
I did everything. I never saw Mike until it did that. I was ahead. I would have won that race if that car had held onto the track. And we don't really know what caused that. The tires might have been a little bad. There might have been a little bald spot out there. Might have been too aggressive on the clutch. There's a lot of things will do it. But I was very happy with my performance, the way I performed in the car and the way I handled the car. And that was what was my concern. You know, when I came here, my wife, my mother is 91 years old. Don, do you think, you know, you're 69 years old? Do you think you can do that? You know, enough people tell you that, you start to wonder yourself. And then I had that bad experience Friday night. It didn't work real well. And I thought, gosh, should I be doing this? I should be doing this.
Gary Clapshaw told me, who owns the car, he said the most impressive thing this weekend was watching you, after not being in competition for a while, to watch all the skills that you have come back to the top. Did you feel that? Did you see
Yes,
that progression?
Yes, I did. I felt that when I raced against the Greek in that round. It was just like the old days, you know, going up. Everything was just kind of natural. And the same was this morning with Mike Dunn.
All right. Well, Big Daddy, it was a pleasure meeting you this weekend, and we hope to see you back here at the track real soon.
Thank you.
Marty, back to you.
Thanks, John. It still is a special treat to think about everything that's happened this week with Big Daddy Don Garlis. Now we're moving into the factory hot rods, Pro Stock. That is Brad Jeter, and he's over in the left-hand lane. The number 8 qualifier at a 6:89. Mark Powick, the number 9 qualifier, will be over in the right lane in the Summit Grand Am. He ran a 6:90, and this was a tough field to make. You had to run better than a 6:9:02 just to get into the field. And it was tight. 3 100ths basically separating the field, top to bottom. For Mark Powick, they have been looking for some answers. I think they may have started to find some of that. They ran 199 miles an hour in that qualifying pass. Felt the problem was in the motor. They've been working on it. He's about to find out. Round 1. Here we go. Pro Stock. Brad Jeter with a 424 light and a 695 ET and 197 miles an hour. And Brad takes out Mark 7 flat and moves to the second round. And joining us here in the booth is one guy who does not want to be here. Defending Winston champion Jeg Coughlin. First time in 54 races. You're not out there where you're supposed to be. What happened yesterday?
Well, we just struggled, getting a hold of the car this weekend. And we were running well the first 3 sessions, well enough to be in the program. And made some pretty aggressive changes for Sunday morning's run. And as we look back on that, maybe we shouldn't have been fiddling too hard there. But, we're still real optimistic with Team Jegs and real excited to get our program going back again. And, certainly it hurts not to be out there amongst the 16 today, but it's great to join you here in the booth.
While we get ready for this next pair out on the track, let's talk a little bit about the evolution of the engine program. This really is the next phase. There's still more to come.
Yeah, it sure is. We're real excited at Team Jegs. We've got our small block program running extremely well here this weekend with Brother Mike on the pole and the trucks. And, I think that's going to transition into our big block program, and that's just going to take a little bit of time here.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
The newest member of the Gary Densham I Went Around in Indy Club is Brad Jeter. How did that feel?
I tell you what, it felt great. First time we've won around here at Indy. We've qualified great, and I tell you, it's great for the whole team, especially Steve Schmidt. This is home track here, and I just want to do good for the whole Schmidt clan. I tell you what, we want to do this 4 times today.
Tell you what, these guys could do it when you're making your list of dark horses. Put his name on it.
Well, another guy that's making improvement is right there, Tommy Hammonds, the number 7 qualifier at 689. It's his best qualifying effort this year. Mike Edwards, the number 10 qualifier, over in the right-hand lane. Of course, Mike Edwards won here back in 1998. Tommy Hammonds, he has yet to find that first victory. Here we go. Close, but Mike Edwards drives around with a 695 to the losing 697 for Tom Hammond. So Edwards advances here at the U.S. Nationals. Stay with us. We're coming back.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cock your head to the side and I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me and saying, get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday, you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
We are classic car nuts. We love these cars, and we spend hours and hours talking about them. When this car needs tires, I take it to Walmart because they really do handle it with care. I stand there right outside the bay and watch. Everything one stop. You've got it right here. They have name brands. They have great prices. I need some carburetor cleaner. I like Michelin's on this car. Personally, I'm a Goodyear man.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Our wives really wonder who we're married to, these cars or them.
Everyone loves Domino's delicious cheesy bread. Maybe because it's hot breadsticks covered in a tantalizing combination of cheddar and mozzarella cheeses. Who would come up with such a brilliant idea?
My idea.
All mine. And if you call now, you can get a delicious order of cheesy bread free. That's right, free when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99. Now, where do you suppose that idea came from? My idea. All mine. Make it a meal with wings and a 2-liter Coke. Get the door. It's Domino's.
And, how are things at home?
I moved out. I thought you knew.
How is school?
I'm doing fine arts now. Thanks, Grandpa. So, how's Grandma?
She moved out. I thought you knew.
Just kidding, Darryl. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, Sanyo's providing our spectacular live aerial views. And there they are, way up high in the sky. And we've got a camera on board today. We can see Chief Pilot Steve Tomlin and Jay Adams, the cameraman. Wave, guys, there you go. Thanks, we appreciate it. Boy, they take their cues very well. They're better than you and me, Bruce. Down the line, it is Bruce Allen and George Marnell. Jake, who do you like in this one?
Well, you know, both cars are running extremely well. Bruce has been extremely tough here lately, and, you know, Greg Anderson and George Marnell are doing a great job. Looks like George is out in the lead there right off the line. That could be tough for Bruce to make up.
At the stripe, Bruce does it with a 695 at 198. He drives around George's 699 at 197. Now let's go to Dave Reef. He's back in the top fuel pits.
In the Mac Tools pits, to be precise. These guys are very, very dejected. Not just because it's a sponsor's race. We've been talking. This is Indy. This is the big one. And for Doug Coletta and the rest of these guys, we're planning on going some rounds today. Jim Oberhoff, you're the assistant crew chief. Things did not go well about 1 second into the run. What happened?
I put out a number 3 cylinder about 1.2 seconds, and for whatever reason, it just prematurely exploded, and looks like it hydraulicked that cylinder. It's very disappointing for our sponsor.
Connie says this is a problem that has been hampering this team all year long, so these guys will go back to Ypsilanti and go to work on it.
So thanks for the report, Dave. And now we know what exactly happened to Doug Coletta. And he mentioned the fact, Cruz, the pressure that team was on because this being a Mac Tools event.
Yeah, but I've noticed some breakage of the few races there, and there's definitely a gremlin crawling around somewhere in that engine. I'm sure they'll go back and get that thing fixed. That's an awful good car to be out this early in the going.
Next pair of Pro Stock Factory Hot Rods, Ron Krischer over in the left lane. He'll be up against Kurt Johnson. Ron, the number 4 qualifier. Kurt in the number 13 spot. Now, if I remember correctly, Ron Krischer lost to a certain guy I know last year in the final here.
Yeah, that's right. We snuck by him there in the final on a hole shot. And, you know, this is going to be a tough matchup here. Ron's been one of the most consistent cars through all 5 qualifying efforts, and you can never count out Kurt. But that left lane with the lane choice for Krischer could be a benefit for him. We'll see what happens on the tree.
Kurt with another new paint job. Many of the cars, including yours, had one, Jay. Getting ready to go here.
Whoa. Krischer tattoos him off the line there.
Might be see you later time for Kurt.
And Kurt is gone. A 694 with a 198-mile-an-hour run for Ron Krischer, and a 428 light to the 531 for Kurt Johnson. That's the difference right there. He won it at the starting line. Stay with us. We're coming back.
Music's biggest night, and we're celebrating in style. On September 6th, MTV takes over the Metropolitan Opera House once again for the 2001 Video Music Awards. This year, the house is gonna rock. Performing live, U2, Missy Elliott, NSYNC, Alicia Keys, Stained, and more, with host Jamie Foxx. Don't forget to log on to MTV.com and vote for the Viewer's Choice Award. The excitement starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Pacific, 7 Central.
Watch the 2001 MTV Video Music Awards, sponsored locally by Carousel Beauty College.
You've probably noticed Time Warner's recent evolution. A new digital cable service that puts you in control. More channels, pro sports packages, and movie options. All with a crisp, clear picture and CD quality sound. Time Warner will even connect you for one low price, without the expense and hassle of a dish. And as always, Time Warner is committed to local customer service and on-time guarantees. digital cable from Time Warner. Welcome to What's Next.
On ESPN, Major League Baseball action, followed by Sports Center, Monday Night Countdown, and then the Cardinals-Padres. On ESPN2, a Labor Day doubleheader, and later college football with Memphis, Mississippi State, followed by more Major League Baseball action. And on ESPN Classic, a profile of Andre Agassi, followed by Francisco Cabrera's pennant-winning performance, and later a profile of Al Unser Sr. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, along with Cruz Pedregal, Bill Stevens, Dave Reese, John Kern, and I'm Marty Reed. And this is the 500 National Hot Rod Association event, the storied history of this organization. And one young man needs a little cooling off there. As the factory hot rods continue, we've got Warren Johnson in the left lane, the current points leader, and V. Gaines over in the right lane. And there is a paint job on V.
And I've got to ask you, Jags, with you not being able to race today, not making the show, are your chances for the championship gone?
Well, it certainly is going to hurt our chances there, but, you know, we're still optimistic. You know, V's got a good shot at taking Warren out here first round, even though he's in the right lane. He's been a real consistent runner, and he's got great Ron Krischer power. So anything can happen, and, you know, we're certainly staying focused on getting our program together and rebounding strong and ready.
A little bit of delay. There they go. Finally in. Here we go. Yeah, Warren had him at the stripe by 6/100ths and then nailed him at the far end with a 697 at 196 miles an hour. Not a lot of mile an hour for WJ. Usually he's up higher than that, but certainly good enough, Cruz.
Yeah, we're looking at the lights here, Jag. I think these guys are going to need a little bit of no-dos after this. What do you think?
Man, there looks like some of them are struggling on the tree out there. You know, the track's going to be in its hottest conditions today. Look at both cars moving around there first 60 feet, and in pro stock, that's just a no-no. You got to get these cars rocketed straight down the middle, right? First 60, 70, 80, 100 feet, and then from there, it's typically smooth sailing, especially on this great Indy racetrack.
As we go back to the starting line, that's Greg Anderson. He's over in the left lane, and Hurley Blakeney over in the right side. Hurley, the first Ford since 1996 to make it to the show, and it was the Glidden family that was the last to qualify. Let's go to the far end, Bill.
With WJ. Yeah, it looked like the car was doing the duck walk out there.
Well, we underestimated the track probably just a little bit, but we elected to err on the side of safety, because if you get too aggressive out there, the track starts getting warm, you're going to shake the tires, and that's the end.
Dad's in, Sonny Boy's out.
And bad news for everybody in the points chase, because Warren picks up another 20 with the round victory and moves on to second round competition, where he will face Bruce Allen, but he will not have lane choice. That will go to Bruce.
Kind of size up this race here, Jag, as Greg Anderson, if he bobbles at all, I mean, it's really it's his race, pretty much his race to lose, being as consistent he's been all weekend, and his reaction times. I mean, he's going to be tough to beat here.
He is going to be tough, but Tom Pearson and Hurley have been doing a great job with that Ford this weekend. But, you know, Greg's laser sharp here at the tree typically, and he's in, and Hurley's... Looks like Greg's got the jump by a sizable margin. That should be the end of Hurley's weekend here.
And it is by a car length, and he runs a 694 at 198 miles an hour to Hurley's 696. Stay with us. We've still got more of the factory hot rods here at the 47th running of the Mac Tools US Nationals.
Some kids think smoking weed makes you cool. What about those who think you already are?
More riders. More classes. More championships. More than ever. Suzuki. Rising stars to superstars.
What are you doing? Look, who are you guys? You got the wrong guy.
Think this is harsh? Well, it's what you do to your car every day. All that stop-and-go driving is torture on your engine. But Pennzoil with Pure Base is formulated to protect against the harshness of all that stopping and starting. Stop-and-go protection from Pennzoil. For protection under heavier loads, try Pennzoil Synthetic Blend.
Hi, I'm Jeff Kent, and I'm here to talk about ESPN the magazine. You know, when they first asked me to do this, I was pretty excited. They could have had just about any athlete. So to choose me is really something. It's humbling to be able to give something back. So all you young players out there, listen up. ESPN the magazine is only $1 an issue. They'll even throw in a free fleece.
That's right, Jeff. When you call 1-800-504-6644, you'll get 26 issues for just $1 an issue. So call 1-800-504-6644.
Thanks for listening to me.
At the Mac Tools US Nationals, work going on in the 75-minute drill in Ron Katz's Gold Green Camaro pit as they are getting ready for second round action. That's right. In 75 minutes, they get everything turned around, and there is Ron. He has the hard job right now. He has to sign a few autographs. Back to pro stock action, and that is Tom Martino in the Century 21 Grand Am over in the right lane. He'll go up against Jim Yates, number 2 in the points right now, and the number 5 qualifier here in the split-fire Pontiac Grand Am.
Well, Jeg, we're up here. Jeg and I are up here talking about what's going on with everybody's reaction times, and Martino, from what I gather, is from what I've seen, is pretty good. We'll see if these guys keep going in the 5s here. We're going to think there's a glare or something going on out there.
Yeah, it doesn't appear so, but you know, anything can happen here on game day here at the U.S. Nationals. It's big business. Looks like Tom's moving in. Getting a little shaky there. He's going to have to abort.
Yep, it's all over. It'll be Jim Yates keeping pace with Warren Johnson running a 694 and at 198 miles an hour, but it will be by 1,000th of a second, not good enough for lane choice. That'll go to Ron Krischer in the next round. So as we go back to the starting line area, we'll pick up our final pair in pro stock, and this will be our number 1 qualifier, Mark Osborne, against his teammate, Darrell Alderman.
I don't think there's much of a glare. Looking back, Brad Jeter had a 424 reaction, and that's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, it sure is. He's awfully tough on the tree. He's probably known as one of the toughest, without a doubt. And, you know, you got 2 good levers in these Team Mopar cars coming up, so this should be a great duel. You know, Alderman's got a little blood running out of his mouth from their Seattle final round go, and so I'm sure he's looking to even up the score here at the expense of his teammate. But last year, Mark Osborne was your number 1 qualifier here at the U.S. Nationals and went out early. And, you know, it's hard to say, but Dave Nickens has got that whole crew just doing a great job, and it should be a great one.
Now, wait a minute. Let's give yourself a little credit here. He went out early last year because you punched him out last year.
Well, you know, I didn't want to bring that part of it up, but, yeah, we snuck by Mark there on a whole shot first round, and I know he's certainly up to the chore today. I talked to him earlier today, and I talked to Darrell as well, and they're both real excited about their shots here, and they've been working to get Darrell's car tuned up. He's been struggling a little bit.
Hey, on the ball spot, Jeg, you guys try to straddle those. I know with the nitro cars, we don't want anything to do with the ball spot. So what is the pro stock? You guys like to line up in that ball spot?
Yeah, we may move over a couple inches, just kind of maybe take 2 inches outside and leave the rest of it inside. We don't want to mess up our shot at a good 60 foot and going straight, because the track can definitely pull you if you're not right.
Long time to stage in that left lane for Mark Osborne, but it's going to pay dividends. A 693 at 199 to Alderman 698. And it was no contest at the far end. Let's take another look, guys.
Well, you know, for starters, I noticed that Alderman had both lights lit up before Nickens had actually pulled Osborne into the beams. I wonder what's up with that.
I don't know. It just must have been a little tactic Darrell was trying this morning. But, you know, they sent that black Mopar car in our left lane there straight down the middle for top speed of the round and low ET of the round, too. They're going to be a handful.
Let's go to the far end, Bill Stevens.
With Jim Yates, who just a few moments ago won his first round matchup, but you've never won the U.S. Nationals.
No, I tell you, it's something we've always tried to accomplish and just haven't. You know, right now we're
going to try and take it one round at a time, but there's a big goal after, and that's to win this thing.
94, you're in with the big fish in that round.
I think we're right there. You know, Terry Adams and the crew have been tuning this split power Pontiac really well. You got to pick up about another 160 foot. I think we'll be right where we want to be.
Pick up 100. That's the name of the game, because this man right over here just went low for the round. 693, the number 1 qualifier. Bada boom.
Well, you know, we're having a good weekend. Bill, I can't say enough. We're hoping this Mopar take it to the final round today.
He's a soft-spoken man, a few words, but a very heavy right foot.
Owns both ends of the track record and a first-round victory over his teammate. Let's take a look at the ladder as we advance to second round. Osborne with a lane choice over Jeter. Krischer over Jim Yates. On the right side, it'll be Anderson with a choice over Mike Edwards, and Bruce Allen over the Professor, Warren Johnson. We're going to commercial break as we go on board with Darrell Alderman. 4th, 7th, Mac Tools US Nationals is going to continue as we come back here to Indianapolis Raceway Park.
Okay, today we're testing reflexes. Reaction time meets extreme G-forces. Ready, Mr. Sullivan?
Dude! The NHRA Pro Stock Pontiac Grand Am, driven by Warren the Professor Johnson. Class is now in session.
Red light. Let's try that again.
Dude! The 2001 Grand Am GT, extreme excitement by Pontiac.
Hey, what's with the cap? You got a Little League game today or something? Nah, I'm just used to it. You know, a lot of people aren't crazy about their hair. They got different ways of dealing with it, especially if you got flakes. Here's how I deal with it. I tell them use this whole new Head & Shoulders. It goes directly to the scalp to help stop flakes before they even start. So you end up looking like you were born with a great head of hair. Now, who'd want to cover that up? Oh, forgot your hat. No thanks.
New Head & Shoulder shampoo. Unbeatable daily dandruff protection. Unbelievably beautiful hair.
More riders. More classes. More championships. More than ever. Suzuki. Rising stars to superstars.
Discover Card gets you on Game Day Challenge. Log on to ESPN.com, keyword Discover Card, and enter your predictions. Win the chance to appear on January 1st with the hosts of College Game Day, Fowler, Corso, and Herbstreit at the Rose Bowl, and test your wits against the greatest minds in college football.
Today's ESPN Speed World event, Final Eliminations from Indianapolis Raceway Park, is being brought to you by the Grand Am with solid form design by Pontiac. By Red Zone from Old Spice. Intense protection for intense people. And by Suzuki, maker of innovative motorcycles and all-terrain vehicles. Back here at the 47th running of the Mac Tools US Nationals, we look down from the Sanyo light ship. We want to thank Jake Coughlin for stopping by to help us with round number 1 of Pro Stock action. And before we get to the bikes, let's go get caught up with Larry Dixon. John?
You know, Marty, ever since I met Larry, I think it was back in the fall of 1995, he's always got a smile on his face, but I walked into the pit just as they were warming up the car, and you should have seen the concentration. Larry, you got your game face on, don't you?
Well, this is Indy, you know. I mean, only one person can come out of here as a top fuel champ, and, only one guy should be smiling at the end of the day, so.
Go up against Darrell Russell in the next round, any changes in the way the setup is going to be?
No, well, not from my end. I leave that all up to Dick LaHaye, everybody on the Miller crew. I let them guys call the shots. I just got to concentrate on driving. The sun's coming out. The track's going to be a little bit looser, but I'm sure we'll make the adjustments we need so we can try and get down the racetrack.
Larry Dixon getting ready for the second round action against Darrell Russell, Marty.
And as we go back out onto the track, Pro Stock bike, GT Tonglet closest to you in the left lane. Gino Scali in the right lane. And the 18-year-old with a 731 at 181 miles an hour is going to advance. GT Tonglet takes the win, a 4:31 reaction time to Scali's 4:55.
Yeah, wire-to-wire job there, Marty. He's looking good in getting into the next round there.
And now as we get ready for the next pair, there is Angèle Savoie, the defending Winston champion, also the #1 qualifier here in Pro Stock Bike. She's up against Sam Hurwitz, the number 16 qualifier, over in the right lane. And we have Angèle's radio tuned in case George Bryce communicates with her. That's George right to the right of the bike. Well, you can really see those bald spots now.
I'm interested in reaction time from Angèle. I want to see how she performs here under pressure in first round.
She gave up 4 100ths, but she's got the horsepower. Here she goes. There's George, 724. He ought to be telling her pretty soon. Here comes.
180, what? 724.
So George tells her 724. And at 183. Let's go to Dave Reef back in the top fuel pits.
Hey, Marty, let's face it, winning Indy is big, but it's not bigger than the game of life, and that's what the defending champ Tony Schumacher and his wife Kara are doing now, turning their attention toward the impending birth of their first child. Pink, blue, Tony, do we know what sex this is, and how about this baby shower?
Oh, this is nice. You know, the Army's been so supportive. Not only the Army, but our whole team. It's a pretty tight group here. Winning Indy is everything. But you know what? It's real important to stay a family, and that's what we're all about.
Sounds like you're recruiting your child already, but you obviously do not have any idea what this child will be.
No question about it. All the pink and blue, we have no idea. We don't want to know. That's half the surprise. It's all the surprise.
Does the impending birth of your child help take a little bit of the sting away from today?
You know, I'm not sure anything will take the sting away. We've been struggling all year, but we're really working hard. If we get an A for effort, you know, we may get an F for performance, but we get an A for effort.
Wait till that son or daughter comes. I'm sure it'll help take a little bit away.
Absolutely.
Yes, Dave, it'll be an army of 3 when that day occurs. Now let's talk about tonight, because we'll come back later this afternoon, 4 o'clock Eastern time. In fact, 3 hours of final elimination coverage, because we are just about out of time here on our first 2 hours of coverage, and that will be over on ESPN, the 47th running of the Mac Tools US Nationals. For Cruz Pedregon, Bill Stevens, Dave Reef, and John Curtin, I'm Marty Reed. Thanks so much for joining us here on the 47th edition of the Mac Tools US Nationals. It's the 500th NHRA National event at Indianapolis Raceway Park. And as you take a look at some of the action that has occurred here today so far, all we can tell you is the best is yet to come. Yeah, a lot of guys breathing a lot easier as they have advanced to second round action. And others, well, they're going home. Major League Baseball coming up next. For us, this has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com. We'll see you at 4 o'clock Eastern. So long, everybody.
Everybody getting ready for Major League Baseball on Labor Day on ESPN. Vladdy and the Expos taking on the Braves, the division-leading Braves in the NL East over on ESPN2. Scott Rowland getting ready. Phil's 1 game back in the East, taking on the Mets. That's coming up just moments away on ESPN2. Some of you will see Ken Griffey Jr. taking on the division-leading Astros. Astros with a 4-game lead in the Central Division in the National League. And hi, everybody. Brian Kenny here with you. We hope you're enjoying your holiday weekend, Labor Day baseball all day long here on ESPN and ESPN2. Here's the lineup. Get you set for the games. Again, we've got a lot of division leaders here head-to-head. See some of the top teams in the country here on ESPN2. A little later on, you'll see the Cubs and the Marlins, 4 Eastern time. That's coming up. Or some of you will see the Rockies and the Giants. Cards and Padres, 9 Eastern time on ESPN. And then on ESPN2, the Orioles and the A's. Some of you will see the Devil Rays and the Mariners. Mariners, by the way, looking to go 60 games over 500 today. Sports Center, 7 Eastern time on ESPN. Kenny Mayne and Chris McKenzie will have all the holiday bases for you. Also, Pete Sampras and the U.S. Open. They'll have the full story, 7 Eastern time. Time for baseball once again. You've got Montreal and the Braves, the Phillies and the Mets. Enjoy your baseball. We'll be here all day, get you up to date on all the games going on in Major League Baseball. Enjoy.
On this Labor Day for 2 clubs who are thinking
Season. The New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies. For the Phillies, they've been thinking about it all year. Right now, they're just a game behind the Atlanta Braves, while the Mets are looking for another miracle, 8.5 out. Wild card race, Phillies there too, just 4 games behind. Hello, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, along with Oral Hershiser. Philadelphia, this ball club has been up by as many as 8, down by as many as 3 in the National League East. But Oral, right now, they're pitching struggling a bit, so a guy who hasn't worked for a while makes a start.
Well, since August 1st, Randy Wolf has been on the DL with a twisted ankle at Pac Bell. He twisted it on the stairs there. He's pitching today, helping this starting rotation that has been real.
4-3 Phillies up on top. Top of the 5th, 2 outs, Mets trail 4-3. Todd Zeal puts that up the middle, base hit. Edgardo Alfonso will score. Mets tied up 4-4. Top of the 7th now. Again, watch closely. There's Yoshi Sinjo. He's off and running. To third. Rolling. Goes to first. Sinjo never stopped running there. It's thrown away. Oh, no. Mets take a 5-4 lead. Phillies making 2 errors, dropping a fly ball that is a muff, not an error, and having 2 guys picked off, and yet they're still in it. The rookie, Jimmy Rollins, with this shot down the line. He's got tremendous speed. He's going in with a triple, drives in a run, and it's all tied up 5-5. Later it's 6-5, and Pat Burrell back up the middle, base hit. Bobby Abreu will score. Phillies trying to overcome their defensive liabilities. 7-5 right now. They're in the bottom of the 8th. To the Braves and the Expos, the pressure on Philadelphia. Picked this ball game up in the bottom of the 1st. Vladimir Guerrero up facing Tom Glavine. No score. Andrew Jones, who's had some problems in center field over the past week or so here, making a tremendous play. Fully extended. Gorgeous catch. Top of the 2nd. Still no score. Runners at the corners. Ray Sanchez will be the batter. Now watch this closely as well. Mike Mordecai looks back the runner up there. Well, he didn't sell it long enough. And Andrew Jones will score. So Jones have himself an outstanding game. 1-0 Braves. Top of the 4th, men on 1st and 3rd. Javi Lopez. This guy not with a lot of power. The catcher slugging just over 400. That's not that good, but that's a 3-run shot. That is good. 15 home runs on the year for Lopez. It's 4-zip. Marcus Giles against Tomo Oka. Orlando Cabrera the play. And gets Giles. Watch this again. Sweet play. Even with that dyed hair that Harold said he wouldn't have on. Harold Reynolds holding ball game. And this chop high up in the air. Way back. Brian Jordan will score on the sacrifice fly. Atlanta takes a 5-0 lead. Tom Glavine, his first shutout of the year.
Tom Glavine, one of the big stories here in Montreal today, as he goes the distance for his first shutout of the season. The Braves beat Montreal 5-0, and Tom joining us now from field level here at Olympic Stadium. And Tom, congratulations on the performance. There was some great defense behind you as well today. Great catch by Andrew Jones, 2 big throws by Brian Jordan. How much does that help a pitcher?
Oh, it helps a lot. I mean, that first inning could have been a whole lot different than it was if Andrew doesn't catch that ball and Brian doesn't throw the guy out at the plate. I mean, I had a chance to give up at least 2 runs in that inning if they don't make those plays, but they did. And as a pitcher, that kind of gets you going and gets you on a roll. And then Brian made another great play on Guerrero, throwing him out at second in the middle of the game. And Sanchez made a huge play there leading off the 9th. So as a pitcher, you go out there and try and throw strikes and make the other team put the ball in play. And when your defense makes plays behind you, it's a lot easier to do that.
Tom, it looked like you were able to make some great adjustments throughout the game. It looked like the hitters from Montreal Chargers trying to get up on the plate, take away your changeup, and you still made great adjustments. What did you do to be so successful?
Well, I tried to go out there early in the game and obviously establish my fastball and establish my changeup. And they took some decent hacks there early in the game and, kind of indicated to me that I needed to start trying to get them a little bit more honest on the inside part of the plate. And my location on the inner part of the plate was real good today. And you just try and go in there as much as the game dictates that you need to, and then come back to your bread and butter. And if they're taking bad swings, then, you continue on with that. But if they're not, then you continue to try and keep them a little bit more honest on the inside part of the plate.
Tom, you've been a part of this Atlanta run right from the beginning and even before that. But one thing we haven't seen is a lot of real tooth and nail pennant races for the Atlanta Braves in September. What's this month like for you guys?
Well, it's been hectic. You're right. I think we've had 2 circumstances, I think in 91 and again in 93, where it came down to the wire and we won by 1 game, but everything else we've always had a decent cushion. And this pennant race has been a little bit different. We obviously know that we're in one. We respect that we're in one. But I think at the same time, so much focus has been put on this club and why we're not playing the way people think we're supposed to be playing.
that it's taken away from the attention that should go along with a pennant race. But, you know, we're well aware that we're in one. We know Philadelphia's playing well. We know they're not going away. And we're just trying to get things going and get on a good roll here going into the last month, because we've got a lot of head-to-head games with them and other teams in our division.
7 games coming up between the Braves and Phillies in the next couple of weeks. Tom, congratulations and good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Dan Shulman, Harold Reynolds, thank you very much. Tom Glavine as well. So temporarily, game-and-a-half lead for the Braves in the NL East. Once again, the Phillies do have a 7-5 lead in the 8th on the Mets. To the Yanks and the Blue Jays, it's 5-3 in the 8th. This just in, Enrique Wilson, base hit down the line. Jay Spencer will score.
Wilson to second.
Alfonso Soriano coming around. He'll score as well. 5-5, all tied up in the top of the 8th. Again, U.S. Open highlights with Kenny Mayne and Chris McKendry. Sports Center tonight at 7 Eastern Time. You can see that right here on ESPN. Well, again, baseball continues on ESPN and ESPN2. The Cubs and the Marlins over on ESPN2. Meantime, right here on ESPN, the NHRA US Nationals. That'll do it for now. I'm Brian Kenny. Stay with us. Baseball the rest of the day.
There's only one.
Earlier today, we had live coverage of first-round action here at the 47th running of the Mac Tools US Nationals. Now it's time for 3 hours of non-stop as we go all the way to the final round in all 5 professional categories. The fans are back in the stands. The engines have been lit, and we're ready to go racing in top fuel. You just had a look at Sid Gibson. That is Mike Dunn, and that is going to be our first pair of competitors here in round 2 action. Runs a 473 at 311 miles an hour as we're underway at Indy. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sport, presents the 500th event in the history of the National Hot Rod Association. We're celebrating 50 years of power, the golden anniversary of NHRA Winston drag racing. From the auto racing capital of the world in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the 47th running of the Mac Tools US Nationals. And we've just seen our first pair in second round competition with Mike Dunn making it to the semifinals. Let's find out what else is going on back in the pits and on the starting line. First up, Bill Stevens.
Marty Reed, drivers will tell you they don't count points. They'll also tell you they don't look at the ladder. They don't know who they're going to run 2 runs down the way. Yeah, right. How about Kenny Bernstein and Larry Dixon? If they get past their second-round matchups, they will face each other in the semifinals. Now, Andrew Cowan races Kenny Bernstein. Darrell Russell races Larry Dixon. Those are 2 very good cards. But if Bernstein and Dixon meet in the semifinals, that will definitely have an impact on who leaves the U.S. Nationals with the points lead. Dave Reed?
And, Bill, if you're looking for a spoiler in top fuel, you might have to look no further than Gary Selsey, who's on the side of the ladder opposite Kenny Bernstein and Larry Dixon. They had questions coming in following that Brainerd crash and struggled to get down this racetrack in qualifying. But in round 1, they trailed Larry Dixon's low ET by only 100th of a second in their first full pull. Indeed, questions there were coming in that they'd like to change to an exclamation point today. To John Kernan.
We may not have seen the last of Big Daddy Don Garlits, even though he lost in the first round earlier today. Big told me after an interview that he was planning to try and get together again with Gary Clapshaw later in the year with one of his Swamp Rat 34s and be at the season finale at Pomona. How about that, Marty?
That wouldn't bother any of us at all. It'd be great to have Big out here. 8:69. It was phenomenal watching him go 3:03. Now let's get back to the battle at hand. You're looking at 22-year-old Andrew Cowan. He is over in the right lane. Kenny Bernstein, your number 1 qualifier, and he's now only trailing in the points by 5 coming into this round. Tight race. Kenny Bernstein, 4:65, 3:13 to a losing 4:70. So now the pressure shifts over to Larry Dixon. Can he keep pace with the Budweiser King? We've got to take a commercial break. We'll go back and show you Kenny Bernstein in super slow-mo as he launches the car here at the Mack Tools US Nationals. We're coming right back.
Introducing new Castrol AccuVision Rain Repellent. Unlike Rain-X, AccuVision can go on in just 1 minute, so you can easily apply it whenever it's convenient. New Castrol AccuVision, the 1-minute rain repellent.
Honey, if you're watching this, I've gotten a Suzuki King Quad during Quad Fair, and I won't be back for a while. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The deal was too good to pass up. I had my choice of a free Warner Super Winch or $300 of free accessories. They also offered low monthly payments or low APRs. How could I say no? I'll miss you. Could you feed the dog?
Stop by your local Suzuki dealer today for great Quad Fair deals.
We are classic car nuts.
We love these cars, and we spend hours and hours talking about them.
When this car needs tires, I take it to Walmart.
Because they really do handle it with care. I stand there right outside the bay and watch.
Everything one stop. You've got it right here.
They have name brands. They have great prices.
I need some carburetor cleaner. I like Michelin's on this car.
Personally, I'm a Goodyear man.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Our wives really wonder who we're married to, these cars or them.
Question about DirecTV?
Yeah, I hear this thing gets like an insane amount of sports channels.
Hey, hon. What's up?
You're absolutely right, sir. With DirecTV, you and your family can enjoy wonderful educational channels together.
I'll let you guys talk.
Here's the pitch.
We know how you feel about DirecTV, and that's why you'll get DirecTV installed in 2 rooms with 2 receivers for just $49.99 after mail-in rebate. Circuit City, we're with you.
Who walks away with the Heisman? Matt, who inspired you to be here?
Right now, it's the guy at the hot pretzel stand. I need one.
Oh.
I don't think you do, fat boy.
Today's ESPN Speed World event, final round eliminations for the Mack Tools US Nationals, is being brought to you by Castrol Super Clean AccuVision, the 1-minute rain repellent. Well, back here at Indianapolis, welcome to all of you. And we've just seen 2 of the favorites advance, but we always talk about the surprises. You're going to have a surprise coming up here.
Yeah, well, we've run 461 in the heat yesterday. We had the track temperature 125, so that's what we're gambling on. Jimmy Walsh has set it up to do that because LaHaye and that Team Dixon, they've got a great combination in the heat, and they're steady. So we can't gamble if they're going to smoke the tires. We've got to be a little aggressive here.
And Cruz, what about the Selzy-Romine battle that's coming to the line there? There is Gary. He is in the left lane. As Dave pointed out, only 1/100th off of the low ET of the round.
Yeah, I like Selby in this race. The Romine car just dropped cylinders and looks awful out there. First round, it blew up a lot of stuff. But for Gary Selby, again, if he doesn't smoke the tires, he's going to win it easily, I think. But not smoking the tires is a difficult task out here in this heat.
It's a crapshoot. The track is definitely hot. They struggled a little bit this weekend with trying to get the car down the track. So the other guy's smart. They'll just try and get it down the track and gamble that he doesn't.
That win over Doug Polito was Romine's 2nd round victory of 2001. Now, of course, for Gary Selby, he won back here in 1998. In that year, he beat Kenny Bernstein in round 1, Larry Dixon in round 2, Doug Polito in round 3, and Mike Dunn in the final. And look at the helmet. There's the tribute to Blaine Johnson. 5 years ago this weekend was when we lost Blaine.
That's a great tribute. Gary's a great driver. I think it comes down to the pedaling contest, Gary's probably got more experience. He's done a great job pedaling all year.
Both cars taking their time staging. Drivers race. And Joe, you pegged it. If they had to pedal, it was Gary Scelzi, a 5:23. And Dave Reef, some more questions for Alan Johnson.
Statements like,
well, you know, you take them any way you can get them, but that's not really the way we wanted to do it. Better go work on that thing, huh?
Suggest some adjustments for the next round. Bill Stevens?
Kenny Bernstein, your 465 looks really good compared to what Scelzi was able to do with the racetrack.
Well, I got to give credit to Tim Richards and our team, the Budweiser team, for doing a great job on that run. It is hot out here, as you know. It's slick, and it's going to get worse in the next round. So maybe we put some heat on that blue car. They got to keep pace now. I hope that we can get by here in the next round, because as most of you probably know, I'm sure you've laid it out. If they win, we run them in the next round.
Gee, somebody just said that.
Kenny gave us a bounty. He said, we'll take all my guys to dinner if we can put Dixon out.
Okay. Well, I know one thing. He can get you plenty of free beer. Stay with us. We've got to take a commercial break, and we'll be right back to more racing action. In fact, we'll find out if it'll be Larry Dixon or Darrell Russell against Kenny Bernstein in the semifinals here at the Mac Tools US Nationals.
Times have changed, and so has Time Warner. Breaking new boundaries with exciting new channels like Women's Entertainment. It's a new idea, a celebration of all the things women are. A destination station where women can relax, relate, and release. Times have changed, and so have you. Women's Entertainment. Coming later this year to Time Warner.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
It's the grand opening of the new Moore's Mega Fitness on Dane-Xenia Road in Beaver Creek. To celebrate, all the Moore's great clubs are offering the $19.99 per month special. That's right, just $19.99 per month. Call 1-800-MOORES-24. The $19.99 per month special ends soon.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
Capriati, as she makes her run at the U.S. Open, go inside her life, on the court and off. She was the next Chris Evert. Sports Century Friday.
I think the media is out of control.
From America's sweetheart to little girl lost.
Everybody is very quick to point a finger. Was she smoking marijuana?
Just wish I didn't have to talk about this.
Her miraculous comeback. Jennifer Capriati's Sports Century, the top 50 and beyond. 8 p.m. Friday, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC now.
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals just a moment ago, we saw Gary Scelzi on the right side of your picture as he did a pedal job and ended up advancing the next round of competition, but he will not have lane choice. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Gary Scelzi, love that 523 tune-up.
Let me tell you something. That's probably the absolute worst job of pedaling I've ever done in my life, but who cares to turn the yellow light on the wall on my side? You know, it's hard because India is such a big deal, and we really want to win this thing. There's a lot of meaning here. Blaine Johnson and Matco Tools fighting the Tool Wars, and Team Winston. This is our last year with them. We'd love to bring everybody to RJ Reynolds to back the company another win, but you know what? We're still 2 rounds away, and we got a tough one next round.
It's all on the line today.
It certainly is. As you take a look at Larry Dixon coming through the water. The 1995 winner here at Indy. Darrell Russell in the Keystone Auto Parts Top Fuel Dragster. Now let's go back into the pit area. John Kernan.
Earlier today, Shirley Muldowney rolled through the lights, getting a red light, and we wondered about the brake. Remember, we reported earlier today about a brake problem. I'm with her crew chief and husband, Ron Tobler. And Ron, what exactly happened?
Well, this morning, John, when we went to warm the car up and pull the brake on to stop the tires to check the idle speed and everything, it broke the bracket off right here that mounts the brake handle to the race car. So in our haste to try and get ready for first round, we welded it back on, but it seems like we got it a little bit high. And as she tried to pull the brake on and apply, this weld right here on this bar actually came in contact with this crossbar and prevented her from putting the brakes on all the way.
So there you go. It wasn't a deep stage problem at all. It was a mechanical problem, Marty.
And it's a shame when something like that happens because you work so hard for that moment. Now, let's take a look at some of the sportsman winners who are now in the professional divisions. And look at the guy on the bottom there. Darrell Russell, I think you know him, Joe Amato.
Yeah, the good thing is Darrell won this race one point in his life, and it gives him a little experience. He was a little nervous this morning, first round, racing Charlotte US Nationals, but he settled down, and this is a big run for him. We're going to try and run a low 60, but we know that he can do it, like I said before, and we'll see if we can get lucky and put him away. It's a lot of pressure on the points. We're trying to get into the top 3 or 4.
Kenny Bernstein's made it to his 13th semi. And now Larry Dixon makes it number 14 on the year. That's how tight the points race has been. 4:59, another stout run. That is low elapsed time of eliminations at 3:17. Take another look, guys.
It's a very respectable run. Amato's guys are trying to run low 4.6s. They missed a little bit, but I've got to give them credit. They didn't go out there and smoke the tires or do anything silly like that. But like Amato said earlier, Dick LaHaye and Larry Dixon, look at that car right there wiggling a little bit. But, man, a 4.59 is tough to beat out there in 125-degree temperatures.
Yeah, LaHaye's the man. He gets the credit. He's got a good hot weather tune-up. That's what makes Kenny Bernstein and Tim Richards real nervous in this championship chase, because Dick seems to be able to get the car down in the track when it's really hot. And whatever he's doing something really good.
Here we go. In the semifinals, it'll be Bernstein and Dixon squaring off again. Dixon has the lane choice, and Mike Dunn has the choice over Gary Selby. Bill Stevens.
Larry Dixon, low ET of eliminations, 4:59. Heat, what heat?
Man, I tell you what, that was a tool race. You know, fortunately, the Mac tool car got it done. You know, 59, man. I tell you what, Dick LaHaye, I'm sure glad he's on our team. We don't have to race him, but you know, it's going to be a big round next round, and Kenny's counting points, and I'm trying to win this race.
And that sets us up for that monster mash in the semifinals.
All right, thanks, Bill, and thanks also to Joe Amato. We've got to take a commercial break. You know, John Force is out of competition, but we're not done with him quite yet. You'll find out what we mean when we come back to the Mac Tools US Nationals here at Indianapolis Raceway Park. You don't want to miss this, I guarantee you.
Ooh. Nice shot. Buffalo wings, $1 each.
$1 a wing? Woo, how much for the whole buffalo?
You know something better for $1?
How about a 20-minute phone call?
Really?
Sure, dial 10-10-220, and all calls up to 20 minutes, only 99 cents. And just 7 cents a minute after 20.
10-10-220 is cheap. Hey, the wings are on me.
Hey, man, quit blocking the plate. Sorry, dude, it's my job.
Hey, dial 10-10-220.
You practice hey, man, you're big leaguing me now.
Mopar. Great parts for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference.
Remember when you were in school? Sometimes you just couldn't sit still. Or maybe you didn't focus on the subject matter. Ever disturb the class? But when you did your homework, you made the grade. So pay attention in class. Call 1-800-NAT-GEAR for your free study guide. Natural Gear, the science of camouflage.
Like a lot of organizations, ESPN was having trouble with their carpet.
Ow! Ow!
So they had me install a more natural surface. This grass we install is the best. It's a good Bermuda.
No hot water on that, okay? Yeah, that'll set the stage.
It lays down very, very pretty.
Still to come on SportsCenter the rest of the night in the NBA.
Wherever you are, I mean, there's nothing more beautiful than grass.
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, you know John Force is probably the biggest character in the world of sports. He's a 10-time champion. Everybody knows that. But recently, our friends at ESPN's Delight spent the weekend, and fasten your seatbelts, because they were with John Force.
The hot rod world is full of characters. None bigger than an ex-trucker from California. He's the Michael Jordan of funny cars. John Force.
You stage, you run for 5 seconds or less down that quarter mile. You're talking about a car that when you hit that throttle makes a G-force of 4 to 5 Gs. That's more than a space shuttle has on takeoff. Trust me, Extreme sport, this is pretty extreme. Same routine. In the beginning, I was afraid of the car. Not afraid, but you can't be afraid of it, but you have to respect it. And I got in that car, and I thought, man, you could die in here. First time I ever hit the throttle, first time I ever had a motor blow up and the clutch come up in the front seat and took off the body and ripped it. And I'm seeing daylight, and I'm end over end at 300. You're thinking, man, why do I need this job? But you climb out of that old car on your hands and knees, and the crowd's screaming, and you look up, and your hair stands up on the back of your neck, and you say, my God, I almost killed myself, and they love me for it. Kind of evolution how I got here. I grew up in a trailer court in Bell Gardens, California, and basically at the age of 50, I'm right back where I started. I'm living in a big trailer court.
John's a self-created individual, and this guy's achieved a lot. If you saw John racing in the early days when I did, I thought, not a chance. I didn't think he'd ever make it.
I had 15 years before I won a race. I had 9 final rounds before I won a national event. And I finally won a championship. So they say, Force has won for 10 years. Let me tell you something. I lost for 20. Nobody ever heard of me. I had a lot of practice at losing. So in winning, I'm staying very humble. If you look at my refrigerator, maybe you shouldn't look. It's basically water, soda pop, peanut butter cups, Breakfast of Champions. I'm not even sponsored by these guys. But you thrive on peanut butter. This will coat your stomach so the vitamins can be absorbed and go into your... Worked for me.
I tell you what you see is what you get with John. I mean, some days he's subdued, thoughtful. The next day, I mean, he's just like a whirling dervish,
24, 25. Yes!
He spits out ideas about 1,000 an hour.
Worst thing ever happened to me was a fan come up and gave me a bag of Oreo cookies. It ain't happy hour yet, but it's getting close. Don't ever run over any spectators. That's one less T-shirt you'll sell.
It's always kind of exciting to be around him. I think that's what people enjoy about him so much. They don't know what is going to happen next.
In a race car, you can't yell and scream. You got to finesse it from A to B at over 300 miles an hour. You don't think out there. I hear a lot of drivers say, oh, yeah, I looked down at the oil pressure gauge. I can't find the oil pressure gauge. And that thing is a rattle. It's a blur.
Which strikes the tires a bit at the top end. Check out John Force. 482.7. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the drill. Say hello to your new number 1 qualifier, John Force.
Good job, guys. She's right there. You need this at my age. But so does Jeff Gordon. This is Crew Chief Austin Coyle's orders. Right, Junior? That's right. You think you ought to be resting. Want to keep your energy level up. But this is what we call a portable Christmas tree. Same tree as we have out on the start line. And what I try to do is, if I'm relaxed, it doesn't really do any good to train. You got to train when your energy's up. So I'll set it. It has a foot pedal just like my race car. And then while my energy level's up, I come in here and I try to cut lights. It gives me a lead time, a reaction time, and do the best I can. This may not be the body of a 300-mile-an-hour 10-time champion. Muscles are not bad for a 50-year-old man. It doesn't work out very often, but I do my thing. I've read all the Vince Lombardi books about winning. Why have I won 10 championships, hopefully 11? Bottom line, keeping these guys together. Lord, I said it before, I know that that you got bigger things to do than help us win first round, but take a break from the world crisis and let's kick some butt here. What do you say, guys?
And ladies and gentlemen, your number one qualifier for the 104th time in his career, the winningest driver here at SIR, your 10-time champion, 97 national event wins for Castrol GTX and Ford. This is John Ford.
The day-to-day, probably the biggest problem that you run into is you win so much. You know, we're going after our 100th win. We have 3 to go. I think we're at 97. Sponsors start taking it for granted. And you have to explain that some days it goes away.
Horse with a big advantage, but goes up in smoke.
And Baysmore puts Horse on the trailer with a 495. And Horse lifts the tires to a 583.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're a crew chief and you're in professional drag racing, there's only one and one thing only, and that's to beat John Force.
We don't like getting beat. It hurts. But we tried being miserable. That don't help. So we just smile and show the fans that you're a player and you don't get down and you don't throw your hat and you don't have a fit and you go do your job and get back to signing. Coming in. Yeah, almost got him.
John Force. I love the line about the trailer park. Problem is, it now costs about $750,000. We're coming back. Stay with us.
All right, everybody, one more time. Pole shot. Extreme. McTwist. Not extreme. Quarter mile straightaways. Extreme. Half pipes. Extreme.
The NHRA Pro Stock Pontiac Grand Am, driven by Warren the Professor Johnson. Class is now in session.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan. Extreme or not extreme?
The 2001 Grand Am GT, Extreme Excitement by Pontiac.
Who'd you expect? Bob Dole?
Follow Mark Martin and the Viagra racing team this season.
Get to your doctor for a checkup and find out if a free sample of Viagra is right for you.
And for more information right now, race over to Viagra.com.
Hi, I won the Castrol Ultimate NFL Fan Experience. Oh, ho! What's up, my man? I got tickets to every away game of my favorite NFL team, plus airfare and hotel. Get lost! Thanks, Castrol.
Coming September 7th, your first source for round-the-clock sports news gets even better. The new ESPN News. A brand new look with the enhanced bottom line that's always on and lets you know what's ahead. Constant score updates and live in-game stats, highlights, news conferences, analysis, and more. The new ESPN News. Coming September 7th.
Don't forget to join us in 2 weeks for the Keystone Nationals from Reading, Pennsylvania. Qualifying will be live on Saturday at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, followed by 2.5 hours of final round coverage on Sunday, starting at 8:30 Eastern Time. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. Now, just in case you missed our earlier action today, let's get you caught up at first round in Funny Car. This was a wild one. Frank Pedregon in the left lane is going to smoke the tires, but watch Dean Scusa. He's going to cross the center line. That's a no-no in drag racing. He is disqualified, and Frank Pedregon survived with a 6:11. Then it was Ron Katz, Tim Wilkerson. Katz floats to you in the left lane. Katz, just after Tommy Johnson, his teammate, had been eliminated, he runs a 485 at 310 and parks Tim Wilkerson. Then number 1 qualifier came to the line. That was Whit Baysmore. He was up against Al Hoffman. Al Hoffman in the Mac Tools car. Remember, this is the Mac Tools event. He'd like nothing better than to punch out the Mac Tools machine. Not going to happen, although it's close. 494 for Baysmore, a 495 for Hoffman. And then John Force and Jim Epler. Last time these guys met, Epler tattooed Force with a perfect light, and watch what happens. Force goes up the smoke at half track, and Epler drives around him with a 495. So as we get ready now for second round competition, it will be our first pair, and Jim Epler is coming to the line against this man, Frank Pedregon. And
You know, I got this feeling that your brother Frank is living a charmed life right now.
Well, he is, but they can't count on that here in this round here because this Jim Epler car, Roland Leon, his philosophy is to make it down the track. And, hey, to win races, that's what you have to do. And Frank cannot afford again to smoke the tires. He needs to get it down there A to B again. He's looking good. Semi-bound.
So he's on his way to possibly his second win of the weekend and his second U.S. Nationals win. He won the Budweiser shootout yesterday. That brought in $100,000. If he can double up today, the total take-home will be $225,000, Dave Reed.
And the good news for Dave Fletcher is he takes a gift and works with it.
That's right. You've got to give all these guys a few runs to get it right. We seem to need more than most, but we're glad for the luck when it counts, and we can run good when it counts too.
You're going to stick with these 490s the rest of the day if you can?
Well, they'll probably be okay next round. In the final, it'll probably take more than that.
Looking forward to the end of the day already.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, Frank Pedregon is definitely on track to a very big payday. Now let's take a look at the ladder while Frank's getting out from underneath the helmet. We'll show you exactly how everybody's advanced. You can see here in round 2, Whit Bazemore is going to go up against Del Worsham. They're 2 and 3 in the points chase. Ron Capps has lane choice over Bruce Sarver. Tony Pedregon has to go up against his teammate Gary Densham, and that's going to be a great one. And of course, you've just seen Frank Pedregon take down Jim Epler. On to our next pair, and that is Tony Pedregon, that full Syntax Mustang. And he'll be up against Gary Densham in the 19 Mustang. Let's go to the far end, Bill.
The 1999 U.S. Nationals champion takes out the 2000 U.S. Nationals champion, and you're in line for big payday if this keeps up.
Yeah, we just got to keep doing our thing, and I got to try not to think about that carrot dangling in front of us there. But these guys are doing a good job, my team. I mean, we did a few things to the car different. It's hot out here, and it's a crew chief and driver's race, as it usually is. But hey, we're happy to be going to the semifinals of these Mac Tool U.S. Nationals.
Nice job on adjusting that tune-up. Remember, they smoked the tires against Dean Scoos in the last round.
And right now, that 496, we'll find out how good that looks. Here's John Forrest. Who's he rooting for? He'd love to see Gary Densham win his first ever race, and how sweet it would be to be the U.S. Nationals, but also Tony Pedregon in the other car right there, as you're looking into the cockpit, has been with him for all these years. So I think, like he said earlier, he just wants to see both cars go down the track clean.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure there's a little sentimental favorite there in Gary Densham. Hey, Gary's a sentimental favorite of all of ours, but hey, it's for all the marbles right here. This is for Pete at Perdomo years ago. Man, this is Indy, and Tony's never been past second round. You know, here my brother won the Bud Shootout yesterday. I've won this thing 3 times. It's Tony's turn now, hopefully.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and also for Gary Densham, this is his first time ever out of first round.
Tony's in the semis.
Gary Densham blazes the highs, a 490 at 286, and John Force says, okay, we can live with that. And Tony Pedregon, for the first time in his career here at the U.S. Nationals, has moved in to the semifinals. Take another look, Bruce.
Well, Tony gets a slight advantage here on Gary Densham, but Tony's car, I'm looking at the incremental time, was on his way to a 480-something, and something's going to let go. Look at Gary Densham. He's out of the race, smoking the tires. Watch this car right here. Something's going to break. Right there, you see the header flames go out. Sorry about that scribbling there, but that's we run a 490. Watch this again. Tony's car lets go right before the finish line, into the semi.
So Tony Pedregon's going to have a rematch with brother Frank from just yesterday as the work continues back in the top fuel pits of the New York Yankees dragster here at the McTool U.S. Nationals.
And, how are things at home?
I moved out.
I thought you knew. How is school?
I'm doing fine arts now. Thanks, Grandpa. So, how's Grandma?
She moved out. I thought you knew. Just kidding, Dara.
More riders. More classes. More championships. More than ever. Suzuki. rising stars to superstars.
How many 1-liter bottles would you have to buy to equal the amount of water you get from one pure faucet mount? About 378. Pure faucet mount filters. Pure water made easy.
Mom, Dad, we're pretty close, right? Guess what? I'm 2 seconds away from kicking you out of my life. You don't even recognize me. And pretty soon, someone's gonna try to get me to take drugs. Want to do something about it? You're gonna have to make me tell you where I am and who I'm with. Every day. No matter how much I fight you. Don't like it? Tough. You gotta be the grown-up.
Internet is here to wish good luck to all ESPN.com Fantasy Football League participants.
Go, you guys.
Beautiful. It's ESPN Fantasy Football 2001, the classiest fantasy football on the internet. It's primo.
Hey, Reading, Pennsylvania. 2 weeks from now, we're coming your way for the NHRA Keystone Nationals, followed on September 20th through the 23rd. Memphis, Tennessee for the NHRA AutoZone Nationals, presented by Pennzoil. And we close out the month of September at Joliet, Illinois, Route 66 Raceway for the NHRA Nationals. And hope to see all of you there from those areas. It has been a stellar season so far. Today is certainly on that list. As you look at Ron Capps in the left lane, Bruce Sarver in the right lane, as they begin the long process of backing up after the burnouts. Now, as far as Ron Capps is concerned, he had a 4 in the last round. I'm looking on my sheet here, 485, and that was low ET of the round until Tony Pedrigan came along and ran that 482. Let's go to the far end. The Bill.
Flora belled out of the car at Tony Pedrigan, but that's just the result, not the cause. Something popped just before the light.
Yeah, I did. I think the blower let go. Obviously, the belt came off and kind of worried me a little bit. I didn't want Densham coming around me. They've been awful tough. Prop's been doing a tremendous job over there. And, hey, for Maxwell and Auto Club, MBNA, they can't hate us too much because we all come from the same team, but this is serious territory we're getting into, and especially John and now Gary. I would sure like to fill it out.
Tony's first semifinal of the U.S. Nationals.
And as we pointed out, he will have lane choice over brother Frank, so he'll get a chance for that rematch a lot sooner than he probably thought. Here we go. Capps against Sarver. Little puff of smoke from Bruce Sarver right at the finish line, and a hole shot, 494 for Ron Capps as he wins. And let's go to Dave Reed.
Down with Ed the Ace, a 6-time winner of this very big race there, and that was a very big round with a little help from your driver.
Well, Ron did a hell of a job right there, and we needed it. We've been a little bit behind here on race day, but maybe we can gather it back in.
Leave a little bit on the table, maybe. We just saw 90.
Well, the Skoll cars have run flawlessly out here through qualifying, and we rolled out here today, and it's not quite acting the way it has been qualifying, and we're having a little bit of a problem.
So as we look at Ron Capps, we'll take another look, and this is the 10th time in 11 races that Capps has tattooed that Emula.com card.
Yeah, it's all Ron Capps here. Ron is one of the better drivers out here, and this is where the driver can make a difference in winning or losing. That Emula car on the opposite side there on the top side actually ran quicker. Should have won the race, but it was Ron Capps slamming that loud pedal open first that got the win.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
Ron Capps, a little bit of oil leaking out of the valve covers, but nothing major as the masked marvel just takes out Bruce Sarver on a hole shot. You spanked him. A 494 beats a 492.
Well, I just try to go up there and do my job. Bruce is tough, man. The guy, he's raced every kind of car there is, and you better have your act together when you go up there. And I haven't eaten all day. Snake keeps saying a hungry tiger hunts better when he's hungry. And I don't know what that means, but geez, I haven't eaten. If I drink a Mountain Dew, maybe we get a sponsor. If I drink a Mountain Dew, it's like myself going again. But hey, the school guys, it got out in the middle of the wall again. I don't know what's going on. I had it cranked again, and we just got to. Mac Tool's a sponsor. There's our sponsor. We just got to get in the funnel in.
Oh, I know why Capps and Snake are so slender. They never eat.
Maybe we all should be trying that diet. Let's take a look at Dale Worsham here as he backs up the Man of Steel. Well, back in 1993 in the U.S. Nationals, they qualified in both Top Fuel and Funny Car. Lost in round 2 to Kenny Bernstein and lost in round 2 in Funny Car to Al Hoffman. And that is a little harder to do than just one division at a time, isn't it, Bruce?
It sure is. You know, I want to talk about Del Worsham here a little bit. You know, this guy does it all. I get to know Del a little bit here, and with Frank Pedregon being his teammate, this guy does it all on this car. Believe it or not, this is one of the few drivers that has something to do with the tune-up on this car. Most drivers like Ron Capps, Tony Pedregon, some of the other drivers, they leave that entire setup to the crew chief. But Del Worsham is involved with the setup on the car. He's involved with paying the bill. He does it all on this car.
Now, you see that back spoiler. Now, here's the new spoiler. Boy, is it raising controversy back in the pits. With Bazemore's car there, you can see the second and third or fourth spill plate. There's actually 4 across the back, and it has got everybody talking back in the pits. Of course, Witt has run 4.75 with that car in qualifying. We're about to find out who's going to advance to the semis against Ron Capps.
Look at that advantage by Bazemore.
A 492 and 315, and Lee Beard says, okay, we can live with that very nicely. Thank you. Let's go to Dave Reed.
Hey, spill plates or not, Lee, that 492 is a pretty solid run right now. It's awfully hot out there. You know, we're hesitant to unleash that 480 setup on him. But, you know, it's a fantastic job for the Matco Tools team and going to the semifinals here. Will we maybe need that 480 tune-up a little bit later? Do you think that sun will start ducking here pretty quick? We'd pray for some cloud cover and get into a horsepower contest with these guys, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I don't think so. No clouds, Marty.
Well, and you know what's interesting? These guys have met 26 times now. Guess what? It's dead even. 13 wins apiece. That's how good both these guys are against each other. So Whit Bazemore wins this one. He does not have Bowie T of the round. That will go to Tony Pedregon, but he will have lane choice over Ron Capps. Now let's go in super slow-mo.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Bazemore here and what Lee Beard has been able to do. First of all, Whit Bazemore has a great 486 reaction time, and Del was a little tardy with a 563. But what I'm impressed with, Marty, they've taken a 470 race car and made it a race car on race day. That is huge.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
Whit Bazemore, John Force went out in the first round, and you're just chewing on them little by little in the points.
Oh, don't go there, Bill. You know, points, what points? You know, we're here to win a race, and I tell you what, if Force were to lose in the first round for the rest of the year, if we were to win every race, you might be able to give us a ring at the end of the year. But, you know, that's so unlikely for that team to have what happened to them today. You just can't count on them to beat themselves. So, you know, but for Matco Tools, for this Pontiac team, that one's for my guys, Lee Beard and these guys. They are giving me the best car to drive I've ever had in my career. And, guys, I love you. Thank you. I mean, it's just one round at a time.
Go to John Kernan.
I'm in Mike Dunn's pit where the crew is in the middle of an engine change after 2 rounds. You know, normally you'll see them rebuild the entire engine, but his crew, this is normal standard operating procedure. They have new engines sitting on the sideline that they can just drop right in. Takes them about 35, 40 minutes to replace the engine. This will take just a little bit longer because they're freshening up the supercharger, want to get everything they can, because last night the New York Yankees came within 1 out of a perfect game against the Boston Red Sox. Now, they said so far their effort today hasn't been that pretty. However, you know, even if it's not pretty, it's still a win, and they want to win the U.S. Nationals.
Thanks, John. As we get ready for Pro Stock a little bit later, here is the semifinal matchup. Whit Bazemore with the lane choice over Ron Capps. And then it'll be Tony Pedregon with the lane choice over Brother Frank. Now, when we come back, we had a chance to talk with Gary Scelzi and John Smith. Remember that horrendous crash back just a couple of weeks ago at Brainerd? Well, the two of them got together and analyzed what happened. Stay with us.
Times have changed, and so has Time Warner. Breaking new boundaries with exciting new channels like Women's Entertainment. It's a new idea, a celebration of all the things women are. A destination station where women can relax, relate, and release. Times have changed, and so have you. Women's Entertainment. Coming later this year to Time Warner. Your world of internet possibility has expanded. With Roadrunner high-speed cable internet access from Time Warner, you can navigate the web 50 times faster than any dial-up service. Plus, it's always on. No dial tone, no busy signal. Call now to get a special installation savings on Roadrunner. With an offer like this, why look to anyone else? Roadrunner from Time Warner. Welcome to What's Next.
tonight on ESPN. Monday Night Countdown prepares you for the start of the NFL season, followed by the Cardinals taking on the Padres, and then baseball tonight. On ESPN2, college football with Memphis, Mississippi State, followed by the Orioles, A's, or Devil Rays, Mariners. And on ESPN Classic, a profile of Andre Agassi, followed by Francisco Cabrera's pennant-winning performance, and later a profile of Al Unser Sr. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
Don't forget that starting Tuesday night, RPM tonight, the nightly source for motorsports moves to a new time. Joan host John Curtis, 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 Pacific. That's Tuesday on ESPN2. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. Now, 2 weeks ago at Brainerd, all of us held our collective breath when Gary Scelzi and John Smith crashed hard. Gary was okay. John suffered multiple fractures in his left wrist, forearm, and leg, but he is here at Indy. And we got both Gary and John together.
As we stage, I'm getting my act together because I know I want to have a better reaction time so I can show my wife that I left on Gary Scelzi.
Yeah, that's not too hard to do.
You know?
Right about here, when we got the first light list, John's motor kind of does something funny. And I thought, what's he doing? Yeah,
right there. I got my act together, we leave. I'm watching you. I can see you out there, and then all of a sudden I see you. Bam. You know, I saw you come across there, man. I knew you were in trouble when I saw you up in the air in front of me.
See, and our car was accelerating. Right before that run, my guys were telling me, you better be ready with a brake. You better be able to grab the brake and pedal this thing because, you know, it might smoke the tire. Because several cars had smoked the tire earlier in that round. Yeah. That was one of the reasons for changing lanes.
I am totally amazed at that right there, that you're coming out from behind me.
See, at this point, when I was getting out of the car, the guys were saying he ran into you. I didn't know who they were talking to. I saw John's car intact. I thought he was fine. What was amazing is 4 seconds after those cars stopped, Lefty, the safety safari guy, was on John right then. Obviously, they had no idea where I was at.
And that's when I was asking him what had happened. I was like,
see, and I heard that, but I didn't know
what just happened.
You know, and when they said that somebody ran into somebody, I thought, well, how did John run into me? Yeah. I mean, I wasn't sure.
I remember looking over about 800 foot right here. I looked over, I saw you, and that's when I shut off. I saw you blow up. And I saw that right there with that Winston car. Yeah, I could see that coming, and I just said, ooh, this is going to hurt.
Yeah. See, right there when John's roll cage clipped the front of our car, along with the Hans device and the safety and everything else, I felt that saved me from a lot worse injuries. Unfortunately, my engine rolled across the top of John's car, and John took the brunt of all the damage. Nobody is sorrier to see that than me. I mean, we don't want to see anyone hurt, but actually John's car being where it was saved my life, I think. I mean, aside from the safety and all the stuff with the Simpsons and all the rest of the thing, it's something I don't ever want to go through again, don't ever want to see again.
Yeah, with my, see my helmet there, I haven't seen that yet. That's the first time I've seen my helmet. Took a pretty good shot there.
Yeah.
I know you did too, man. I saw you coming across there, and it was a...
right here, John the comedian's telling me that I've got to buy a beer in the hospital.
We're not going to say what brand it is. We don't want to do any advertising. But, yeah, I said he owed me one there.
It's, that's the worst thing you ever want to see happen, other than John being comical as he's trying to walk away. Or not walk away, but be carried away.
I think my main concern was I knew my wife was there and you were there, and I calmed myself down, you know, and I just took a good deep breath and wanted, you know, make sure she knew I was okay and you guys knew I was okay. There's the little things of drag racing that make it safe, and the evolution and from this accident here, hopefully we're going to gain some knowledge of why that happened. And, you know, we're going to look at it and try to make these things where they're safer for people like us. We can be safe, and my wife.
We don't.
My main thing is out there this weekend. I got my wife out there driving, and she's going to be safe. She's going to wear a Honda's device for the first time this weekend, and you know, I won't be wearing one for a couple weeks, but never know.
We might put one on you anyway. Wheel you around.
That's right. Put me on the golf cart with one on.
Dump you around.
Looking good. But we've hopefully we can learn from things like this and make the safety aspect of these cars a lot better, and that's what this all comes down to.
You have to learn from this. You can't just say, oh, that's a fluke thing that happened. You have to dissect it, and you have to look at it and come up with better ideas. And unfortunately, sometimes, you know, like in the case of Dale Earnhardt, those people don't come back. We were fortunate enough that we can both learn and everyone else can learn.
Yeah, that's the reality of it.
And obviously things are getting better.
That's the hard reality of it is that, you know, things like that do happen. And it's heart and soul. You know, that's what we do.
Part of it.
Well, you heard John talk about Rhonda. She did not qualify for the race today. Gary Scelzi, of course, as you know already, did. Stay with us. We're coming right back.
Mopar. Great parts for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference.
We know how you feel, and that's why we're here. Circuit City, we're with you.
Hey! Everyone loves Domino's delicious cheesy bread. Maybe because it's hot breadsticks covered in a tantalizing combination of cheddar and mozzarella cheeses. Who would come up with such a brilliant idea?
My idea. All mine.
And if you call now, you can get a delicious order of cheesy bread free. That's right, free when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99. Now, where do you suppose that idea came from?
My idea. All mine.
Make it a meal with wings and a 2-liter Coke. Get the door. It's Domino's.
I want $50,000 in cash and a cold beer now.
That hurts. In the movies, it doesn't look like it hurts, but that hurts.
You can tell a lot about a woman by her undies.
I'm not wearing any, so if you want to know something, ask.
Don't look now, but I think we're being followed.
I say don't look now. What's the very first thing you do? You look.
Tony, your crutch is vibrating.
Thieves. Friday, September 21st on ABC.
I'm Marty Reed along with Chris Pedregon, Bill Stevens, Dave Reef, and John Kernan, and we're at the 47th running of the Mack Tools US Nationals. And it's time now for second round action pro stock, and you're looking at Bruce Allen. He's in that left lane closest to you against the Professor, Warren Johnson. Now, these two have met a total of 37 times in their career. WJ has won 30 of those. But remember, just a couple of weeks ago, Bruce Allen went the distance and won at Brainerd.
Bruce Allen's a favorite in this round. If you go back in the previous round, a 695 for Allen, a 697 for Warren Johnson. I listened to Warren Johnson's interview after that first round, and he was saying you don't want to get out there and do too much in the clutch and make it aggressive because you'll shake the tires. But the way I look at it, he's going to have to pick up that elapsed time to have a shot against Bruce Allen here.
Now, as we take a look at the Johnson & Johnson family at the U.S. Nationals, 8 consecutive years, Johnson has made it to the Pro Stock Final. And you can see who won the championships and who was runner-up as we get ready to go racing here.
From a championship standpoint, to really put the nail in the coffin, Warren Johnson needs to keep going here and chalk up these rounds.
Bruce Allen, he's out on him. And Bruce Allen has won with a 698 at 197. And the Professor and the points leader is out of here in second round. So that domination is going to end here, because Kurt has already lost in round number 1. Let's take another look.
Well, Bruce Allen does his job, gets a slight advantage on the light. You see them both wiggling around there a little bit, but Warren Johnson, I'm sure if you ask him, didn't hit the setup right. Like I said, he was operating from a little bit of a deficit. He did not make the proper adjustment, and he's going to lose here.
And as he comes through the stripe, nice straight pass. There is Bruce Allen still unbuckling inside the cockpit, getting ready to come out. Face the music. It's the kind of tune he likes to hear. It's called I'm Going to the Semifinals. Bill Stevens, can you sing that song?
Yeah, boy, I'll tell you, the tune is certainly a pretty one for Bruce Allen. You just put out the 4-time U.S. Nationals champion, and you may be, well, on your way to your first. Who knows?
I know that you got to beat whoever you're racing to do it, and that was a tough guy to beat, but we got her done, and we'll see if we can keep plugging away.
Going to sneak over, try to get WJ. Warren Johnson has been complaining about some tire shake throughout the weekend, and Warren, did you get bit by the track again?
No, not really. It's just to make a good run. I don't think there's nothing really drastically wrong with the track. It's a little warm, but we all have to deal with it.
He just couldn't deal with it enough that time.
All right, thanks, Bill. Back at the starting line, we're getting ready now for the matchup between Greg Anderson in the left lane, Mike Edwards in the right lane. Edwards again, good off the light, 426. And at the other end, it is Greg Anderson driving around with a 695 at 198. And for Mike Edwards, whose birthday was today, it's not a happy birthday present after all, as Greg Anderson is sending Mike home to Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Stay with us. We're coming back to Indy.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
We pitted Castrol Syntec 1030 against the leading conventional oils in some of the world's toughest tests. The 96-hour TU3 viscosity test. The M111E, designed to break down an oil into sludge. The blistering hot BWIC deposit test. Not one conventional oil could pass all these tests. Then again, there's nothing conventional about Syntec. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
Well, hey, Miss Palmer, how can I help you?
Hi, Bill. Time to rotate those tires. Cooper Tires. Drive on.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
Denver doesn't win a Super Bowl till long after Tommy's retired. And the Packers, I mean, they couldn't win one until Sterling hung them up. It's just my thought. I don't know.
Hey, Boomer. Sterling. Burger's ready.
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, the action is fast and furious in the factory hot rod. Second round of Pro Stock competition, and we now have our third pair. This is Ron Krischer, and he's over in the left lane. Jim Yates will be over in the right lane. Let's go to the far end, Bill.
Greg Anderson. Let's see, this is a 1936 Pontiac. You don't do this full time. You just go 695 on a 125-degree racetrack. This car is working so awesome. I can't say enough for my guys. Pat Barrett is just doing a fantastic job. Man, he's doing a job. Brian Mellinger. Everybody involved. Ronnie Humphrey, Marcus, Wilbur, Matt, you're the coolest. We're in the third round. Actually, that's a 1999 car, and Pat Barrett and Greg Anderson used to work for Warren Johnson.
And we're getting ready for this race now. Here we go. Problems for Krischer as he loses fire. Yates, and he's going to pick up some points. He's second in the championship chase behind Warren Johnson at 699 at 197. Moves him into the semifinals up against either Mark Osborne or Brad Jeter. They're coming up next.
Is, of course, the Steve Schmidt car, Brad Jeter, in the right-hand lane. The game.
And as you see Ron Krischer pulling off on the big fighter, the down area. As Yates has won that round, we now move back to the starting line area for Mark Osborne and Brad Jeter, as that pair now has done their burnouts and getting ready. Mark Osborne, of course, the #1 qualifier here for the last 3 years. He's going to be over in the left lane. Took out his Dodge teammate Darrell Alderman in round #1. Brad Jeter punched out Mark Powick in round #1. are two guys that used to drive in the Pro Stock Truck division.
For Mark Osborne, Marty, I'm looking at the numbers there. Not only was he #1 qualifier, but he was able to carry that performance into their first round there. It was quite a bit cooler there, but I still feel he's the car to beat today.
Well, and Oz is 3-0 over Jeter in head-to-head competition. So with the way the performance has been going, you have to think, and you got to give Osborne the edge here. But of course, that's why we always say we will run the race, because we have had numerous upsets so far today alone, let alone over the course of the season.
But I do want to throw in here Brad Jeter, what he brings to the table as a driver. He can get him 200 or 300 advantage at the start. So that if you do the math on that, it'll equalize in a hurry.
Here we go. Jeter got 2 100s at the start, but no help at the end. A 697 at 199 for Mark Osborne for a slowing 724 for Brad Jeter. Let's go to the far end, Bill.
Two-time Winston champion Jim Yates probably believes in omens. Warren loses, and then Krisher, one of the baddest guys out here, loses when he breaks. What does that all mean?
Hey, that means we're in the semifinal round at Indianapolis. We're racing for the championship. And, whoa, how about them split bar spark plugs? We are happy today.
And the man coming around behind him in that Mopar Neon will face him in the semis.
And Mark Osborne will have the lane choice, Bill, courtesy of that 697. So here's the matchup. Osborne by 2 100s over Jim Yates. And then in the other matchup, it'll be Greg Anderson by 3 100s over Bruce Allen with the lane choice there. So we've got to take a commercial break. Let's go on board and take a little ride with Mark Osborne. This was like at Pro Stock. We're coming right back.
Good evening. Here's a news flash.
He's outrageous. He's out of control. He's Benny Hill, television's king of comedy. Now, for the first time ever, you can own the Benny Hill collection. The only complete edition of Benny's greatest comedy routines. Now available on home video. It's shocking. It's unforgettable. It's Benny as you've never seen him before. Call now and get Benny Hill for the feel-good price of just $9.99. Use your credit card and we'll also send you Benny's Video Spotlight, absolutely free. That's 4 full hours of Benny's best for just $9.99. You'll get your favorite sketches and hilarious routines. Then preview other great Benny Hill videos. There's no minimum to buy. Cancel anytime. Call now and get Benny Hill for just $9.99. Order with your credit card and you'll also get Benny's Video Spotlight, absolutely free. The complete Benny Hill collection is not available in stores, so don't wait. Call now.
Call 1-800-585-0404 to order Benny Hill for only $9.99. Use your credit card to get Benny Hill's Video Spotlight free. That's 1-800-585-0404. Or send $9.99 plus $3.99 shipping and handling to Benny Hill, Department 4, Richmond, Virginia, 23280. Or order online at timelife.com.
US Nationals. Let's get you caught up on Pro Stock Bike and what happened in round number 1. Antron Brown in the left lane, and he takes care of business with a 730 as he wins and moves on to the second round competition. Then next up, it was Sean Gann against Steve Johnson. Gann over in the left lane again, close to speed. We always refer to him as driver's left, driver's right. Gann runs a 726, and he is continuing that role that he has started since the Holly Dominator duel. What about Matt Hines, the former champion? Well, he was up against Greg Underdahl, and Hines in the left lane. He lays down a 725 at 187 miles an hour. Underdahl can only manage a 747. And you say, how about the defending Winston champion? Well, here's Angel Savoy against St. Hurwitz. Angel in the left lane. Team Winston catches you up on what happened in round number 1 of Pro Stock Bikes. Now we can take you back to the action here in round number 2. And you've got Antron Brown right there on the Mac Tools bike. He's going to be over in the right lane. He's going to be going up against Reggie Showers. And Reggie is actually getting some help from George Bryce. Now, something's going on Reggie's bike.
Looks like a cable or something, trying to hook something up there, but we know what that's about. That guy wearing the Star Racing hat there, George Bryce, is trying to knock off his nearest competitor there for the Winston Championship. And then look at Rick Stewart saying, "Hey man, look at your watch here. We got to run a race here. Pull her up there."
So they're telling him to move up. Brian Schultz, Dave Schultz is the crew chief on the bike, and now he's waving everybody back. You see Rick Stewart waving everybody off the line. So Reggie's going to have to go, and Antron's been waiting patiently.
Antron looks good right now.
And Antron is going to move on. A 7:28 and 179 to the 7:36 for Reggie Showers. Let's go to Dave Reed. Dave, where are you?
I'm down in Kenny Bernstein's pit as I look ahead to the semifinal matchup that we've all been expecting. KB, a 5-time winner here at the Big O, but you got to put all that aside. The fact that we're at Indy, we've got a points race. It's going to be decided here in this next round.
Well, you know, everybody thinks that. I don't totally agree with that. It won't be over with the year by any means, because if we happen to lose and Larry goes on to win, it's a 46 deficit, that's all. If we happen to win, the deal, it's only 30-something points. So I don't look at it that way, but it could be a determining factor, obviously, for the on down the stretch run. It's a big round of racing. There's no question.
They say they don't count points, but did you notice? He knew exactly what he'd be behind.
Yeah,
Yep.
Absolutely, Dave. Yeah. And he didn't even need a calculator, did he? Okay, back on the starting line, we've got problems over in the right-hand lane. GT Tonglet, the 18-year-old, it looks like they're having trouble getting the bike started. And there's Rick Stewart saying, bring it to the line. Now, Sean Gann, Rick's getting a lot of work here in Pro Stock Bike. Sean Gann over in the left lane, he has been living large. He won the Holly Dominator duel and is in the chance to double up here and pick up the bonus money as well. And he's going to get a free ride here as GT Tonglet is not able to make the call. 7:27 at 182, and Sean Gann moves on. Bill?
Defending U.S. Nationals champion Antron Brown is going to the semifinals. Happy with those numbers?
Yes, it was an improvement. The weather conditions got a little worse than we picked up. And man, I went against a tough hometown competitor like Reggie from Philly. We're both from the same section. I got to give him some props. And our crew chief Mark's really tuned this motorcycle up. So hopefully we have enough for the next round to get by it.
7:28, 179 for Antron. Reggie Showers, what happened down there?
We just had an electrical malfunction on the starting line. It's one of those things that just kind of creep up on you, you know, when you least expect it. And I tried to stay composed, in which I think we did a pretty good job. Racing Ant, he's the best out here. I've gone on record saying that, man. I hope he takes it home.
Reggie takes home his first round win in the first round of the U.S. Nationals, and he's looking forward to next year already.
Thanks, Bill. Back at the starting line, we're getting ready for Matt Hines in the left lane against Craig Treble. And, of course, Matt Hines, everybody knows all about the championships and everything else. They've been struggling a little bit as of late. But for Craig Treble, well, he runs Freedom Motors. And guess who built it? Byron Hines. This just happens to be Matt's dad. There is the Macco Tools bike. He'll be over in that right-hand lane. Treble took care of Mike Berry in round number 1, and Greg Underdahl, as you saw in the highlights, was the victim. And Hines has 4 100s on Craig based on what we saw in the last round. Treble, a 4:12 light.
Might be a good night for Matt.
Turn out the lights. 7:31 at 177. And what happened to Matt Hines? A 7:49 at 178. That's not the kind of horsepower or mile an hour that we're used to seeing from Matt. So Matt Hines going home. Let's take a look at super slow-mo.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about Matt Hines. We just think he's going to come around, but then something happens here. But, you know, here we're looking at Treble here. He's just looking good here. Has a much better reaction time. He's just pounding the gears there, keeping it in the groove. And Matt Hines, the mystery continues.
Let's go to the far end, Bill.
How much Sean Gann, the winner of the Holly Dominator Duel, for $15,000. And now you got to race the guy who you raced over there for all that money. And if you get past him, we're looking at a double up on this. Am I going too far ahead of you?
Well, no, the double up's important. We want to thank Mac Tools for sticking by us and John Aiden. We're just glad that we could make it a tight race, and we're glad we got lane choice.
You do indeed. That could be a factor.
Sean Gann is living the kind of dream that everybody hopes to sometime in their day. Now we're back at the starting line. Angel Savoy, the #1 qualifier, up against Todd Daigie. Daigie won his first ever round of competition last time out. And how would you like to be able to say it was at the U.S. Nationals? That voice you heard was George Bryce. You see him to the right of Angel's bike. She's in the left lane. Todd, you're not going to win #2. 7:25 at 183.
25, good run, good run. 25, good job. Sorry you had to hang off. We got to fix it next lap, I promise. Good job, though.
I don't know exactly what...
Tell me one more time. I couldn't hear you. 25, good job. I'm sorry you had to hang off. We got a couple left in it just because you had to hang off all the way down the track.
Almost lost my focus on the start line. I don't know what I started to think about. I need to try a little bit harder next time.
We're very, very still up there. Nice work.
You heard Angel talking about losing her focus because of that little distraction, but she cut a 4:35 light to Daigie's 4:41. So we take a look at the semifinal matchups. It'll be Angel with the lane choice over Craig Treble, and then in the other matchup, Sean Gann in that rematch from the Dominator Duel over Antron Brown. So as we go to commercial break, the Miller Lite crew getting ready for the next round of competition. Guess who they're coming up against? Kenny Bernstein here at the U.S. Nationals.
I cannot live another day without air conditioning.
Says tomorrow's going to be hotter.
Yesterday you said you'd call Sears.
I'll call today.
You call now.
I'll call now.
Right now, take advantage of special savings and get 0% financing for 1 full year on Trane and Kenmore high-efficiency air conditioning systems. For a free in-home estimate, call Sears today. Sears Home Central, the good life at a great price, guaranteed.
So what's the paper say about tomorrow?
Another scorcher.
Cool.
America Online. It's so easy. Email somebody.
Send emails back.
You've got mail.
I've got mail.
Click and giddy up. Instant messages are so much fun.
A lot of people on my buddy list. Ding. Hi, Janie. Customer service is great.
24 hours a day, whenever I need them. Answers right away for you.
And there's parental controls. Chat, instant messages, email. That fast. AOL has got it all.
So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
So easy. Cipriani, as she makes her run at the U.S. Open. Go inside her life, on the court and off.
She was the next Chris Evert.
Sports Century Friday.
I think the media is out of control.
From America's sweetheart to little girl lost.
Everybody is very quick to point a finger. Was she smoking marijuana?
I just wish I didn't have to talk about this.
Her miraculous comeback. Jennifer Capriati's Sports Century, the top 50 and beyond. 8 p.m. Friday. Only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC now.
Back at Mac Tools U.S. Nationals, along with Bruce Petterdon, Bill Stevens, Dave Reese, and John Kernan. I'm Marty Reed. We're so glad you're with us. We're getting ready for second round action of Pro Stock Truck. Randy Daniels coming at you in the left-hand lane. Jeff Gracia over in the right lane. Let's go to the far end, Bill.
You don't think drag racers need to keep their concentration on Jill? Very happy with that 7:25, but it almost wasn't a happy ending.
I'm looking at my reaction time. I didn't think I had a 4:35. I thought it was worse than that. I did get a little distracted up there. I did exactly what I said I wasn't going to do. I watched Matt. I saw his opponent win, and then the wheels started turning, and I started thinking, because that's who I had next round was Matt if he won. So, and I'm not supposed to be thinking about who's in the other lane. I'm thinking about me, and I'm not going to do that again. Get up there and do the same thing I just did, except not think too much.
I love it.
Bill, smack her wrist, but get ready for her husband, Nikki, who's about 6'9", to come after you. Let's go back and get ready now for this action between Jeff Gracia and Randy Daniels. There is Gracia. As we come into this round, Gracia took care of business, taking out Craig Eaton. Daniels punched out Greg Stanfield in round number 1. That was a good matchup. stripe, a 7:55 for Randy Daniels, and he moves on to the semifinals. Now let's go to John Curtin. Wait a minute, do we have a family fight going on here?
It may be. Frank and Tony Pedregon are going to face off in the semifinals, and we know one Pedregon is going to make it to the finals. They couldn't decide it here, arm wrestling, so I guess you have to do it out on the track, Frank?
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, it's all in fun. I don't normally see him between rounds, but my niece Cecily's here, so I had to come and see her for good luck, Tony's daughter. And it's just drag racing. We're out there doing our jobs, and we know what we both have to do, and may the better brother win.
But, Tony, I mean, Frank can walk away here with a big, huge money bonus, if he can win this thing. I mean, might you, brotherly love, let him have a pass?
Heck, I'm still ringing from what he did to me yesterday, but I'm glad he won the Bud Shootout. And all kidding aside, I mean, we'd really like to redeem ourselves, and I think we're both professional enough to be able to kind of phase. In fact, Cruz taught me this years and years ago, brother or no brother, we're out there to win. I understand Frankie thinks that, and there's a lot at stake for us, but guaranteed one of us is going to be in the final.
Now, Tony, I know you say you don't keep count, but Frank, you have any idea how many times you two square up against each other?
I think it's even. I think it's about 8 and 8 over the years and over this weekend, so it's about even.
About even. After today, that'll break the tie, Marty.
Hey, John, a question asked him. Tell him I have one deal. If they get to the final, when one of them gets to the final, the only deal I have is they have to win the event.
Okay, Cruz says that if one of you gets to the final, whichever one, you have to win the event. So who's it going to be?
It'll probably be me if I get to the final. I mean, if I win the final.
What do you think about that?
Exact opposite of what he just said. But he's right about one thing. We probably better win the race if we'll make it, but we just got to win it.
All right, there you go, Cruz.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, guys. We've got to take a commercial break here at the Mac Tools US Nationals. Stay with us as we're backing up on board with #1 qualifier Mike Coughlin.
The same passion and dedication that drive our racing programs also drive the way we create parts for high-performance vehicles and high-performing vehicles like yours. Mopar, great parts for great vehicles on the track and in your driveway. That's the Mopar difference.
Ooh.
Nice shot. Buffalo wings, $1 each.
$1 a wing? Woo, how much for the whole buffalo?
You know something better for $1?
How about a 20-minute phone call?
Really?
Sure, dial 10-10-220 and all calls up to 20 minutes, only 99 cents. And just 7 cents a minute after 20.
10-10-220 is cheap. Hey, the wings are on me.
Hey, man, quit blocking the plate. Sorry, dude, it's my job. Hey,
dial 10-10-220.
You practice all man, you're big leaguing me now.
Who'd you expect? Bob Dole?
Follow Mark Martin and the Viagra racing team this season.
Get to your doctor for a checkup and find out if a free sample of Viagra is right for you.
And for more information right now, race over to Viagra.com.
Like a lot of organizations, ESPN was having trouble with their carpet. So they had me install a more natural surface. This grass we install is the best. It's a good Bermuda.
No hot water on that, okay? Yeah, that'll set the stain.
It lays down very, very pretty.
Still to come on SportsCenter the rest of the night in the NBA.
Wherever you are, I mean, there's nothing more beautiful than grass.
Back at Indianapolis Raceway Park, pro stock truck action resuming now with #1 qualifier Mike Coughlin. He punched out Scott Perrin in round #1. Todd Patterson eliminated Mike's brother John. So Mike can sort of redeem the family here. Here's the Coughlins at the Big Go. Jake Sr. won in '75 in Pro Comp, or actually we runner-up. Troy, Mike, John, and Jake Jr. all have had some success here at the U.S. Nationals. The win like a Mike Coughlin.
54, 179 and a quarter. You got it. Good job. That was really close.
You're right, Mikey, because you had to drive around him, buddy. He tattooed you by 4/100ths. Take another look at this.
Boy, Patterson was going after blood there. That slight advantage by the Dodge there. And, you know, that's what can make drag racing on paper. That's why we run them. He had to make that advantage up, and he took a shot at the tree, but that Jake's horsepower, they've built in their own motors now, catches them right at the finish line. I guarantee you neither driver knew who won at that point.
Let's go on board. See if you ever see out the right side there. I don't think so, because they are so close, side by side down the track. Hot, straight, and normal, and Mike Coughlin moves on to the semifinals. Next pair, John Lingenfelter, left lane, Taylor Laster in the right lane.
Talking tattoo job there by Taylor.
And a 7:57 at 179 miles an hour, and Taylor Laster sends John Lingenfelter home to Decatur, Indiana. Bill?
With Mike Coughlin, the #1 qualifier, had top speed coming in from qualifying. All the other brothers are gone except one. You won this in 99, and you're looking strong again today.
Yeah, we're looking good today. I just hope we can keep it going. We've had a lot of good things go our way here lately, and the guys have been working real hard back at Team Jegs on our own engine program. I'd like to take time to thank them and everybody at Jegs Miller for helping us out. They really bent over backwards trying to help us.
Let's talk about that a little bit. The Pro Stock cars did not venture very well this weekend, but it seems though your small block program is just where it needs to be.
Yeah, the small block program is coming around quite a bit. We've worked really hard with Nick Barry and Angelo Vigil and Hans Mogensen back at our shop, really working hard on these things. And we've just started a couple weeks ago doing our own big blocks now too. So we're going to try and do both and see what we can do.
Hard work leads to good things.
And look at that finish line stripe. Tough race. And there's Todd giving him congratulations. And let's go to Dave Reif in Ron Capps' pit.
Ron Capps surveying what's going on inside the Skoal Racing green team as he gets set for his next round matchup against that awful bad Matco Tools car. It's a tool war.
They keep throwing those other tool cars at us. Everybody's tough out here. That's obvious. But I could hear him the whole way. It was kind of a weird feeling. I'm tucked back in this Camaro, and so when you get out there about half track and it starts torquing the front end up, and you can hear the other guy's motor over the sound of yours, it's just a different pitch. And so it's kind of scary because you're going along, you're trying to get your hand up on the chute, and yet you hear this motor over there, and then all you look for is that little wind light at the end. But hats off to Ace and the guys. We really kind of backed it down. We wanted to kind of skate through there that run, and it was obvious it was a little softer than we wanted.
You talked about happy race cars, both these cars in qualifying. This one, not quite so happy, Dave. You don't put a finger on it yet, Ron?
No, we're not sure what happened to Tommy's car. When it does it that early, something usually. We smoked the tires at qualifying the very last session and smoked them at the hit. We found out that the fuel pump had gone away a little bit. Usually there's a reason for everything like that. And Todd Okahara, Ace, and the guys, they were here late. And this morning they got on a computer and found out that's what it was. He rebuilt the fuel pump, and we were almost low of the round, first round. So got the best guys in the world working on this thing.
And you got to have no reason to want to win Indy. And quickly, to update you about GT Tonglin as Placidip Suzuki against Sean Gann. Transmission problems. Couldn't get the thing disengaged from the clutch, so the bike just stopped. Just right there. Good move.
All right, thanks for the update. Appreciate it, Dave. There's Whit Bazemore suiting up, getting ready to do battle in funny car action. And as we get ready to go to commercial break, let's show you who's going to match up in the semifinals. Mike Coughlin will have lane choice by 3/100ths over Taylor Laster. And then the other matchup will be Randy Daniels with 2/100ths over Bob Pinella. Stay with us when we come back. 50th anniversary feature, a sneak on the Snake and the Mongoose.
Hi, I won the Castrol Ultimate NFL Fan Experience. Ho-ho! What's up, my man? I got tickets to every away game of my favorite NFL team, plus airfare and hotel. Thanks, Castrol.
Remember when you were in school? Sometimes you just couldn't sit still. Or maybe you didn't focus on the subject matter. Ever disturb the class? But when you did your homework, you made the grade. So pay attention in class. Call 1-800-NAT-GEAR for your free study guide. Natural Gear, the science of camouflage.
I can't stand looking at that thing.
I think it's cool. It's Suzuki's first sport utility ATV, the all-new Vincent 500 automatic.
You realize that thing's the reason you're here.
Well, I like it here. It's warm, dry.
Let me tell you,
That Vincent's one hard worker.
Hey, keep out of it.
You're not the boss of me.
I don't
And you know
believe
what?
you
I
two,
would
but-
appreciate.
It's got style and a ton of great features.
Will you shut up?
Or you'll do what? Stare him to death?
That'd be funny.
Oh, sweet.
Guys, I'm sorry, you're not the game day band.
We are the game day band.
And we're back.
College Game Day, presented by Discover Card. Saturday mornings at 10:30 on ESPN.
We're back at the Mac Tools US Nationals at Indianapolis Raceway Park, and you're looking down from the Sanyo lightship. And Sanyo and the crew of the lightship are proud to be a part of today's broadcast, reminding you that for total technology, people look up to Sanyo, just like we are right now. Thanks, guys. Appreciate all the great shots. Now, as we go back into the pit area, you know, for 27 years, Dave McClellan was the television voice of NHRA drag racing. We asked Dave about his most memorable moment in drag racing, and it involved that guy right there, Don Prudhomme.
One that particularly sticks in my mind was 1978 at the U.S. Nationals at Indianapolis. After working their way through a tremendous field of funny cars, longtime friends and longtime rivals, Don Prudhomme and Tom McEwen, met in the final round of funny cars. Well, you say, what's so emotional about that? Well, there was a lot of emotion riding, particularly with McEwen, because his son Jamie, a teenager from California, was suffering from incurable leukemia. And that was a thought that was on everybody's mind. And, of course, McEwen and Prudhomme, the famed wildlife racing team of the Hot Wheels days gone by, well, they were good friends, but they both wanted to win Indy.
We were both really running pretty doggone good, and McEwen was, for the first time, really running good. And I had to run him in the finals, and the unfortunate thing that year, he had lost his son, see, due to cancer. So he's having this great year with his race car, but he lost his son, and that really wore on the Mongoose. You know, that was really a tough deal, and it really hit him hard. And so we got into the final round together, and I was running a little bit quicker, and by rights, I should have won the race because we were the quickest car, but for some reason or other, it kicked the tires loose, and he went on and won the U.S. Nationals. And I can honestly say it's the first time that I ever lost that race that I didn't feel all that bad about.
Well, when all the dust cleared after it was over, it was McEwen who had basically upset Prudhomme. This was right in the middle of Prudhomme's hot streak. He was one of the, if not the best racer at any given moment, and McEwen strapped it to him, a couple of tenths on the racetrack. And at the very end of the track, when McEwen pulled off, he just sat in his car. And Don ran over to him after it was over to offer his congratulations, was up underneath the body, and spent an inordinately long amount of time under the body talking with his good pal McEwen.
Well, I climbed under the body there, and he was still sitting in the car, and just to congratulate him, and he had some big tears in his eyes. I guess we both did, and it was a tough moment because I was such a hard-nosed racer at the time. You know, I certainly didn't want to lose, especially the U.S. Nationals, but it was a moment that I felt pretty good about the whole thing with him winning it. My hat was off to him.
And I am with Tom the Mongoose McEwen. And Goose, I know every time you come to IRP, you can't help but flash back to that 1978 race.
Yeah, it's something that I'll never forget, and I'm sure Prudhomme won't either. And, we met in the final there 10 days after I lost my son Jamie to leukemia. And it was a sad deal, and we both cried at the end of the track and everything, but it's something that I'll never forget.
And the Mongoose certainly can lay claim to the title drag racing legend. Earlier this year, he was inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame in Detroit, Michigan.
And he, of course, was also in the top 50 list of drivers. Now, that work is continuing in Gary Scelzi's camp as we're getting ready for more racing action here at the Mac Tools US Nationals. Stay with us.
Okay, today we're testing reflexes. Reaction time meets extreme G-forces. Ready, Mr. Sullivan?
The NHRA
NHRA Pro Stock Pontiac Grand Am, driven by Warren the Professor Johnson. Class is now in session.
Red light. Let's try that again.
The 2001 Grand Am GT, extreme excitement by Pontiac.
Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, King of the Apes, Father of Boy. He knows what it takes to be a dad. You go for a ride, you take a swim, you hang out. All it takes is time. Hey, it doesn't take a hero, but it takes a man to be a dad.
I've got 3 boys, and I've got to save time wherever I can. When I'm getting my oil changed at Walmart, it's great because it's right there. It's connected to the Walmart store, so I go shopping. What else do I do? We drop the car off, and then we scatter in all directions. Electronics, sports, toys, and usually my car's ready before I am. I totally trust these guys. I can get my car done, and I can get all my shopping done at the same time.
Walmart Tire and Lube Express. Great service, great prices, and the world's most interesting waiting room.
Walmart just makes my life easier.
They are Saturday soldiers prepared for battle, fighting for every pass, every yard, every touchdown. Be part of the action with ESPN Game Plan, only on pay-per-view. It's maximum college football with over 100 extra games you can't see anywhere else. Catch all the top conferences. To be there, all you need to do is get ESPN Game Plan, only on pay-per-view. To order, call your local cable operator or 1-800-DIRECTV or 1-800-333-DISH.
Tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern, Mark McGuire and the St. Louis Cardinals visit Tony Gwynn and the San Diego Padres. Cards have their eyes on the National League Central Division title. Will they get it? Well, we'll find out by watching Major League Baseball on ESPN. And if that game doesn't necessarily suit your fancy, tune over to ESPN2 at 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Cal Ripken's farewell tour is in Oakland to face Jason Giambi and the A's. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. Now let's get back into the pits. John Kernan is with Whit Bazemore.
And Whit's going to go up against Ron Capps in the semifinals. And just a few minutes ago, a fan came and handed Whit a 4-leaf clover. And Whit, I know you probably think that's good luck, but there are some people in the garage who think this new wing body is good luck. But you say, it's no big deal.
Well, you know, we don't know if it's a big deal or not yet. We haven't tested it that much. But the new body, I mean, it's got to help us a little bit. It solved a problem that we were having with the front fender and the left front tire, where on the other Pontiac, it was dragging the left front tire every single run. It made it very hard to steer, and now it's back to being a normal car. So, you know, I like that aspect of it. But, you know, the team's doing a great job. We ran awfully well before without this body, and we're running decently with it. So it's hard to say if it's helping us that much now or not.
Not looking too far ahead, but, you know, Force has such a seemingly formidable lead in the point standings. But a second-place finish to get on a roll for next year is important to you, isn't it?
Well, it definitely is. And, you know, we're not mathematically out of the championship yet, but and we don't intend to be. But, you know, realistically, they would have to lose in the first round a lot. And that team, they're way too good to let that happen. I mean, it's kind of freak what's happened here the last couple of weeks. But, you know, we're just trying to win races. I mean, that's what this Matco team's about, trying to win races, trying to win rounds, just doing the best we can every time we put the helmet on. And, you know, at the end of the day, we like to look around, and hopefully we're on the top step of the podium drinking the bud.
What about the semifinals? Did Lee make a bunch of changes to the car?
Well, we're trying to go down the racetrack. You know, it's gotten a lot hotter now, and we've got Ron Capps. You know, it's tough. It's like a final round, and we can't back it up too far. We'll get outrun, but we don't want to make a mistake and smoke the tires either. So it's a real fine line, and I'm just glad I've got the easy job. You know, Beard and Mike Neff, and this whole Matco team, they've got the hard part. But I think we'll be ready. We'll put on a good race. I know Capps will be right there with us.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
I'm with Dick LaHaye, the tune-up for Larry Dixon. And, you know, you're probably tired of hearing of this Dick LaHaye hot weather tune-up everybody's crowing about. Man, but you went 460 in the first round, a 459. What's the deal? You got something going for you.
Well, you know, it's just knowing what the parts will do and stuff like that. And this next round coming up, it's 91 degrees right now. This is the hottest it's been all weekend. We really don't know what it's going to do up there. We're kind of rolling the dice and hoping the track isn't real hot and we can get down it again.
When the weather's like this, Dick, how tight is that window, the margin of error, when you're tuning the car?
It gets real close. I mean, you're walking along and so forth, and, you know, and you're straddling this fence, and trying to make the car go down the racetrack. If a June bug walks in front of it, it's going to smoke the tires. So, I mean, you got to be real careful.
And we've already talked about how big this next round is. What are you doing to the car? The 459 looked flawless. Is there anything about it that you didn't like?
Yeah, I didn't like how it was acting on the starting line. We changed the starting line down around a little bit. And actually calm it down a little bit and try to take a little clutch out of it and see what we can do.
We went to the finals here twice as a driver. Scott Coletta, 2 championships. He didn't win this race. And Larry won the race in '95, and Wes Cerny was the tuner. So this is big for you. You'd like a U.S. Nationals trophy on your mantle.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, with Scott, we could never do anything right here. And as a driver, yes, I was in the final a couple times, and it just wasn't our turn to win, I guess. So let's hope it happens today.
He's the brains behind Larry Dixon. Let's go to Dave Reeve.
Well, Bill, in 1998, Gary Scelzi had a very good year. That not only marked the year he got his second of his 3 Winston championships, but that's also the year he won the Big Go. And, Gary, you got by some really stiff competition that day. In the final, it was Mike Dunn, the guy you raced in the next round. You suspect he's forgotten about that?
Oh, no, we never forget about things like that. You know, it's really neat because Mike has a motorhome and he travels with us. And I've got a Monaco motorhome and the kids play together in each coach, you know. And whoever wins this next round, I guarantee there's going to be a fight up in the Winston suite, whether it's Mike Dunn winning or Gary Scelzi winning. Dominic and Mikey, they go at it pretty good.
It's been a tumultuous couple of weeks following the Brainerd accident. How's Gary Scelzi feeling? What's he thinking? How are things there?
Well, I'll tell you, I wanted to go to the finish line and never got a chance in qualifying. I had to shut it off early, and Pam Johnson reminded me that we went 4:59 with a 2, which was one of the record runs that Blaine Johnson had set, and that made me feel a little better. And going to the finish line the first round, and even though we smoked tires in the second round, we went to the finish line. So I feel pretty good, and just go up there and do my normal deal. I think the accident's behind me.
Well, there's a pretty good reason these guys smoked the tires in that second round. Let me see if I can explain with all my track expertise. There is a clutch cannon piston that's hydraulically controlled inside of this clutch pack. Alan Johnson put a mark on that, and when they came back to the pits just now, it was not in the same position. So somewhere along the line, that thing leaked. So they've changed that out and going to reset, and they still have to make some changes to keep from smoking the tires again. So he's really softened it up to get it to go from A to B.
Little tricks of the trade that you learn as you go through this process time and time again. And maybe that will be the answer, and we'll find out because Top Fuel semifinals are coming up next here at the Mac Tool US Nationals.
Times have changed, and so has Time Warner. Breaking new boundaries with exciting new channels like Women's Entertainment. It's a new idea, a celebration of all the things women are. A destination station where women can relax, relate, and release. Times have changed, and so have you. Women's Entertainment. Coming later this year to Time Warner.
Time Warner Cable has local customer service you can rely on. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I like the on-time guarantees I get with Time Warner Cable.
The Time Warner Cable office is right here.
I like the convenience of that and knowing that they will be there when I need them.
With Time Warner Cable, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Unlike satellite dish, Time Warner Cable is easy to get. I just made one call.
Time Warner Cable, the very best in TV, keeps getting better.
Catfish, what a great arm. Who is that kid anyway?
Of course he's got a great arm, Buttermaker. He's the best athlete in the area. But you don't understand. That's Kelly Leak.
You guys talking about Kelly Leak?
Yeah.
That dude is a bad mother. Talking about a loan shark. I borrowed a nickel from him last week. He said if I can give him a dime by Friday, he'd break my arm.
Eso bandido.
Baseball tonight, every night at 10 and midnight on ESPN.
Here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, if you can't own your own Top Fuel or funny car, well, you can still practice, as these guys are on the practice tree, and well, which one's winning? Who's got the better reaction time? Come on, guys, show us your best stuff. Already went red. Unbelievable. All right, let's get to the serious business. Semifinals action. That is Mike Dunn, the New York Yankees dragster. He has got a tough opponent in Gary Scelzi. Although he's been the better car today, Cruz, listen to this. Gary Scelzi is 15 up, only 3 down against Mike Dunn, and more importantly, in the last 10 meetings dating back to 1998, including here at Indy, Selzy is 10-0.
This is championship territory here. This is the biggest race of the year. These drivers are intense right now. The end is near here. We are in the semifinal. One more round after this, and we take all the gold here. So these drivers, these are very professional drivers. These guys have been in a lot of final rounds, won a lot of races. It's just going to come down to a man and machine here.
While all this is going on, we got a little delay out on the line. Let's go back to John. He is with Bruce Allen.
The winner at Brainerd a couple of weeks ago, just sitting back here relaxing. Bruce, in the semifinals, you know, 1 round win away from the finals of the U.S. Nationals. You look like you could take a nap, but you don't look that excited.
I'm pretty excited, believe me. I'm the kind of person that actually I'm trying to calm myself down and not get too excited, not get too far ahead of myself. It's tough, but, you know, you have to keep in perspective, too, John. You just have to go out there and do the best you can do. And in drag racing, you can only take care of your side and what you do. So, do the best we can.
Best of luck to you, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you, John. The burnouts have been completed for Mike Dunn. He's been to 38 finals in his career, but not since Atlanta earlier this year. And as they back up, let's go to Dave Reed.
Let me follow up on that story I told you about Gary Selzy. Alan Johnson talking to me about the clutch cannon piston and possibly having a little leak. He wasn't 100% sure back in the pits a little bit ago that was his only problem that caused him to smoke the tires in the last round. So there was a big look of concern in his eye. Well, before he fired the car, I had a chance to approach him and talk to him, and that gleam was back. And I asked him, I said, you look a lot more confident now. He knows definitively that was the problem. The problem was there was a loose fitting that ended up leaking a lot of that hydraulic stuff back, enough that he says it would smoke the tires just like that. So they're very confident.
Gary ran a 5:23 in that last round to get past Paul Romine.
Marty, I want to point out something here. We talked about the ball spots on the starting line, but if you can notice here, look how far to the right they're lining up Gary Selzy. The center of the track's way over in the left, right over in this area here, and they're over to the right at the edge because they don't want to deal with those ball spots.
And there is Dunn, dead set in the middle of the track. It looks like, at least from this angle. And here we go high above. Time to go. Who's going to the final? Mike Dunn snaps the streak after losing 10 straight. Darrell Quinn, look at him. He is going to the finals in the New York Yankees dragster. Dave Reef.
Ken Benny, after all the struggles of this team that we've been documenting all season long, how good a feeling is it to go to the finals of the U.S. Nationals?
Well, you can't do any better than Indy. And I mean, you just can't do any better than Indy. And to have it do what we told the guys it was going to do, that's just special.
I raced here before, I know that. Tell me about when you raced here.
When I raced here, let's see, I had a little luck every now and then, and I was hoping we could bring some luck here.
You found it. Nice job.
Well, Ken Benny's a former winner here at the U.S. Nationals, and so is that man right there, Mike Dunn. Now, let's go back in super slow-mo and see what happens to Gary Selzy.
Gary Selzy's car was very aggressive, but it's going to smoke the tires. That's just raw horsepower, too much clutch or something coming in. Maybe they're advancing the timing there. It was all over. You see Gary Selzy trying to get back on the throttle, but look at Mike Dunn. He's off to the races.
And Mike goes through with a 4.67, Bill.
Mike Dunn, you told me this morning that, well, maybe no championship this year, but you want to win some races. You just put yourself in position to win the biggest one.
I'll tell you, this is great. The Mac Tools US Nationals doesn't get any bigger than that, and obviously be great to win. It's going to be tough. Selzy, I mean, I'm about 0 for 100, or 1 for 100. I think I was the first guy to ever beat him in top fuel, and I don't think I've beat him since. That was like 4 years ago. So it's nice to get by that Winston car, because those guys, I mean, they ain't world champions for nothing. But, you know, my team, Ken Benny, Todd Smith, this whole Yankee team, you know, I mean, they do a good job. We got a couple little breaks the first and second round, but, you know, don't give them too much time. They'll figure it out.
Heading for the fourth final of 2001.
And who will they face, Bill? Will it be Larry Dixon or Kenny Bernstein? Look at this shot from high above in the San Joe Lightship. The grandstands with thousands of people. You're on board with the Budweiser King of Kenny Bernstein. And here comes the Miller Lite of Larry Dixon. Dixon completes the burnout. KB has already started his trek back. Now, a couple of years ago, they call it the Indy Massacre back in 1999. Take a look at those two guys at the top. Bernstein and Dixon did not even qualify for the event. The others all lost in round one. What a difference a couple of years can make, Chris.
Yeah, that's right, and I'm looking at this racer, Marty, and the strategy here, and I've got to talk about this for a second here. Kenny Bernstein is really at a deficit right now, and the pressure that they're feeling from Larry Dixon, because he ran a 4:59, what that's going to force Tim Richards to do is he's going to have to go for it. This is not about, hey, let's back it off and try to run down the track. This is where the opponent can put the pressure on you to try to make your car run better, because Tim Richards knows a 460-something may not get it done. He's going to have to push for a low 460, and in doing so, he leaves himself open for possibly smoking the tires.
The one advantage KB does have in head-to-head competition this year, he has won 3 out of 4 matchups with Larry Dixon. Slow to stage. It's close, but Larry Dixon, a 462 at 317 miles an hour to a losing 471, and that is 20 more points in the march towards the championship, Dave Reed.
And this is exactly why Dick LaHaye, Tom Perdome, these guys make the big bucks, produce the big race cars. Dick LaHaye, you told me right before that race, nice and soft from 60 to 150 foot, low. Basically what I'm saying is the car did exactly what you told me about.
Well, we tried to soften it up a little bit because we was worried about the heat. I'm just thrilled that we won the round, and let's hope that we can win this race. I've never won this race. It'd be really special.
It certainly would be.
Larry Dixon going for 2 wins in a row. Remember, just a couple of weeks ago at Brainerd, that's when he took the points lead. Now he has stretched it to unofficially 25 by our count, and he could go 20 more up to that. Bill Stevens.
Larry Dixon just about unbuttoned, and that race car, Mr. Dixon, has been a machine.
I tell you what, man, this car is really strong, the Miller Lite deal. 2 beer cars going at it. I mean, it's a lot of pressure, a lot of drama. We got here this weekend, and I saw Kenny as we're walking into the driver's meeting, and he goes, son, you better have your act together. Well, we do. I'm glad of it. Thank you.
One more step toward a U.S. Nationals championship, and maybe one more small step toward a Winston championship.
Take a look at the matchup here in the finals, and it will be Larry Dixon with the lane choice by 5/100ths of a second over Mike Dunn in that New York Yankees dragster. Stay with, and we come back. Funny Cars semifinals, and what a matchup we've got. The family Pedregon, Frank against Tony, and also Whit Bazemore against Ron Capps. Stay with us. We're coming back to the Mac Tools US Nationals.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that?
Make sure
It's a
all
Sony.
luggage
I didn't know
is
Sony made
fine.
computers.
Yeah, it's a Bio.
Please
Would you mind if I...
belts and turn off all electronic devices.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sleek, slim, and sophisticated, the Sony R505 series with Intel Pentium 3 processors are designed with the power for both work and play.
Sir, could you turn off nice computer?
The Sony Vaio R505 with Intel Celeron processor. The freedom of an ultralight notebook with a detachable DVD slim dock for $15.99.
Real light and thin?
Yeah, that's why I got it.
Sir?
Yo, technology boy.
Sir, will you please?
It's a really
you
nice
will
computer.
Not be able to take
What's
off.
going on here?
Thanks.
Sir, put the computer away. Sorry.
Buy direct and get a free wireless modem and 1-month free service from Go America with a 12-month service agreement. Call 1-866-821-VAIO for your Sony R505 series with Intel Pentium 3 processor. Sony Vaio R505.
Beauty, adventure, drama. All these and more can be yours in the wonderful world of art. And with this free art test from Art Instruction Schools, you can find out if you have the interest and desire needed to become a serious art student. To get your free art test without cost or obligation, call this toll-free number. Don't delay. Call this toll-free number now. Call 1-800-633-3400.
Fall is in the air. Hoo-ha. And that means it's time for fantasy football from ESPN.com. You and 9 friends log on. You form your own league. You hold your own draft. You make unlimited trades and transactions. And you are the master of your team's destiny. the capo di tutti capi.
It's ESPN Fantasy Football 2001.
The classiest fantasy football on the intranet. It's primo.
Don't forget to join Bill Stevens and Bob Fry as they recap the U.S. Nationals on NHRA Heat, moving to a new time, Thursday night, 5:30 Eastern on ESPN2. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Kenny Bernstein, we knew that was going to be a marquee matchup. It didn't come out the way you wanted, but boy, that was really a clash.
No, not the way we wanted, but I tell you what, it was really kind of fun, to be honest about it. And I said before this that I don't think that one run is going to sew up any championship. They may gain a 40-point lead on us here when they get out here. They may only have 26. Look out, Redding, buddy. Big Red, Budweiser, Mac Tools are coming at you.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, and Bill, he's right, and you've been touching on it. This battle is not over, but it certainly is now definitely down to these two, as this is the three-quarter point of the 2001 season. Now, in funny car, Whit Bazemore in the left lane, that Matco Tools Pontiac. That new rear deck has really stirred up a lot of interest. In fact, the owner of Ron Capps' car over in that other lane, Don Prudhomme, was questioning it. We should point out, NHRA officials said it was perfectly legal, but it's in a distraction for this team as they try and focus group.
It's hard to say. I don't think McCullough and those guys are thinking about that right now, but certainly Prudhomme's unhappy about it. I'll tell you what, the NHRA and technical staff has their hands full policing this. It started with John Force and his Fords, and here it's continuing with GM. But GM's put a lot of money into both of these cars, trying to make these aerodynamics where they can compete with Force, and they look like they've gone beyond that. So this is a race here. This is a big-time race here. We'll see if it's going to be an advantage or not, but right now I think you have two good cars going at it, and this is going to be one heck of a drag race.
Capps beat Bazemore just 2 weeks ago at Brainerd. And Bazemore gets revenge. It wasn't pretty, but a 5:09 at 296. And Whit Bazemore has a chance to win his second U.S. Nationals. Dave Reef.
Well done, Snake Prudhomme. The road for Ron Capps ends right here with the 6:39. Not going to be heading on to the finals. What's the feeling?
Oh, well, you know, the other car didn't set the world on fire over there either. It's just that, who knows, you know, it's a tough game out here, man. You can smoke tires any time, you know. Tough game, but we'll be back.
The wing has been an issue, but it really hasn't played itself out too much today, has it?
No, I just think that's a bunch of hoopla. It doesn't mean anything, you know. I'll tell you what, you get an engine and a clutch combination, they'll all just run fine, you know.
There is that spoiler on the back and the Matco Tools car and Cruz.
You know, I said something earlier in qualifying that I felt like Lee Beard was like, you know, Lee's the kind of guy that he'll throw a smoke screen at these guys. You know, he did it with Gary Ormsby way back when he put a rag or towel over the throttle pedal. That's Lee Beard's game. This car runs good despite that, and, you know, it just gives the other team something else to talk about. You notice Bazemore has a cylinder bobble in there a little bit, but Whit recovered, did a nice job there, and he's off to the final round.
It'll be his 22nd career final, and as we pointed out, looking for his second U.S. Nationals funny car win. Now, the matchup between the family Pedregon. Tony will be over in the left lane, and Frank will be in the right lane. Believe it or not, these guys have met 6 times head-to-head. It is dead spot even at 3 apiece. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to win this race?
Well, yeah, they're at the mercy of the cars. You know, I think Tony has a little bit better car right now. And Tony, I'm sure, is thinking about, if I know Tony, he's thinking about yesterday. He's wanting to, if you were to put a heart meter on the 3 of us, we'd be pegging the meter right now, because I know how these guys think. We want to win, just like everybody out here, but it's showtime now. There's no brothers here. These guys want to duke it out. And like I said, Tony, I think Tony has the better car right now, but Tony cannot make that mistake. We've seen some good cars making that smoke the tires.
What's your feeling as far as you've been here? You know what it's like to win. You won 3 U.S. Nationals. What are these guys thinking about?
Well, they're just thinking about doing their job, because this race is so special. It means a lot to us. But I think Tony has a little more incentive, to be honest with you. I'm going to throw it out there. Tony has a little pressure on him, because Frankie's been in the winner's circle. I've been in the winner's circle here. So I think Tony, like I said, has all the everything in his favor right now.
Let's go to the far end. Bill Stevens.
Whit Basemore's going to the final round. 494, 492, 509. What's the difference?
Well, a little tire smoke in the middle for the Matt Brooks Pontiac, but you know, it's tough out here. It's hot, and you know, sometimes it's the team that makes the least mistakes is the one that wins, and that was the case that round. Those guys are Caps, and those guys are awfully tough. But going to the final at Indy, second year in a row, you know, God, last year hurt. I mean, we do not want to repeat of last year at all. Let's see who will be coming after.
And it's going to be one of the Pedregons. You know, Frank beat Tony back at Route 66 earlier, and that was Frank's career best run. And he has been both lucky and good this weekend. Won the Budweiser shootout. If he wins this race as well, I mean, we're talking about $225,000 for Frank.
Big money. You know, I don't want to paint the picture that Frankie's out of this. He's not out of it by any means. Frankie is good. I mean, both drivers are pretty evenly matched here. But like I said, Tony, if they both hook up, do not do anything like smoke the tires or drop cylinder, I just think Tony's going to have a little bit too much muscle for Frankie today.
The butterflies are as big as they get right now. Here we go. Frankie's up in smoke, and Tony takes the win, and John Ford says, okay, at least one of my cars is going to the final. And are you happy? You're both. You're happy and sad.
Well, it's not over yet. I'd like to see Tony. I'm happy, but, you know, we're only happy we finish off. Hopefully we can knock off Bazemore, finish him off.
Let's go to the starting line, Dave.
Let's see how John Force feels about Tony Pedregon going after his first U.S. Nationals title, and more importantly, I think you're a nervous man. I know you're a nervous wreck all the time, especially going up against Bazemore, who's chewing up a bunch of points.
It's our 50th anniversary here, and Ford and Castro Syntec pay good money to win. And, yeah, I want those points away from Baze, but Tony's doing his job real good. John Medlin, Dickie Venables, that car is real consistent. It's staying in the groove. Tony's doing an excellent job, and kind of tough having to race his own brother, but what the hell, that's what we're paid to do, and let's see if we can get it. We'll just try.
John May went out first round, but he can still have his cake and eat it too.
A 494 at 311 for Tony Pedregon. Let's go to Bill.
Well, let's see. 482, 490, 494. You like it?
No, it's consistent. I was surprised it ran that quick. It was spinning the tires awful bad, and I remember Frankie keeping his foot in it yesterday, and I wasn't about to lift. I didn't want him coming by me. He said he'd buy me dinner, but I told him I wanted cash. We're glad to get this Ford back in the final round. I know we've never been in this kind of territory before, but I've been here with this kind of pressure before, and we'll take this Syntec car, Mac Tool, and All Pro, all our sponsors, into the final and hope we pull it off.
And do what his brother told him to do earlier today.
All right, thanks, Bill. I think they had something structurally go wrong on the very back deck on the car. We saw it on the one replay. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
That's a support bar. So they have to fix that. That could be dangerous.
All right, let's take a look at the final matchup. It'll be Tony Pedregon with the lane choice over with Bazemore in the funny car final. Remember, before today, Tony had never made it out of the second round. Now he's going to the U.S. Nationals final. Stay with us when we come back. More racing action, semifinals of Pro Stock, and this is what John Force's reaction was like when his driver go. All right. Stay with us.
Hi, I won the Castrol Ultimate NFL Fan Experience. What's up, my man? I got tickets to every away game of my favorite NFL team, plus airfare and hotel. Get lost! Thanks, Castrol.
Your face. It's the first thing people see, and the last thing they'll forget. You want them to remember you, not your acne. Retin-A Micro can help. It's the first and only prescription acne treatment out there that uses patented microsphere technology. The medicine in the microspheres gets down into the pores where pimples start to help clear up skin and help keep it that way. Retin-A Micro starts working in as little as 2 weeks, with full results after 7 weeks. To learn more about Retin-A Micro, ask a dermatologist. During the first weeks of treatment, you may experience dryness, redness, or peeling. Unprotected exposure to the sun or tanning lights, extreme wind or cold, or use of irritating skincare products may aggravate the skin. Look, your face says who you are to the world. Retin-A Micro helps it say the right thing. It's your face. Ask your parents to call a dermatologist to see if Retin-A Micro is right for you.
He's a field goal kicker. What's so amazing about a field goal? It's 63 yards under pressure.
Under pressure? Pressure? I never said more than 5 words to a field goal kicker in my life.
Like, go get me some water. And hurry.
Guys, look, I got $40. Says none of y'all can hit from half that distance.
You got it.
I'll take that.
It's a bet.
Guys. I believe you're up. Pretty far.
Back here at the Mac Tools US Nationals, and Sanyo is providing our live aerial views from the Sanyo Lightship. Sanyo would like to thank its customers and business partners as they celebrate 50 years of doing business worldwide. And we want to thank Chief Pilot Steve Tomlin and cameraman Jay Adams as well. Great job, guys. We've been enjoying all the wonderful views. Now, the sport of drag racing has seen a lot of changes in its 50 years of history, but maybe no change has been more profound than the one involving Big Daddy Don Garlits.
In a world of successful rear-engine race cars, it is hard to believe that there was a time when the idea of building a workable rear-engine dragster seemed distant. In 1971, that idea became clear.
If there's any one thing that changed the face of drag racing, it happened 30 years ago this year. And that was when Don Garlits developed the first workable rear-engine dragster. History will tell you, and Garlits says that it all occurred when he had the accident at Lyons back in 1970.
I always refer to this one as the accident car. And I should have known better from the beginning. It was Swamp Rat 13, but we never paid much attention to numbers in those days. But it was my bad luck car because, well, what had happened, the slingshot dragster had really been just taken right out to the absolute limit.
The engines of the day had become more powerful, putting greater stress on the standard automotive drivetrains, and as a matter of simple physics, something had to give.
The transmission exploded, severely injuring his right foot. He was laid up in the hospital for an extended period of time, and he said somehow he's got to get the driver away from the engine and transmission combination of the day.
That's when I drew the plans for the championship rear-engine car, which I then built when I got out. Of course, a lot of people had a laugh. They didn't think that rear-engine cars were ever going to amount to anything. And I said, well, you know, they drive at Indianapolis with rear engine, and they go fast, and they go around corners. And I said, all the sports cars are rear engine. I said, why can't we have a rear-engine car in drag racing and make it safer?
He developed the rear-engine concept where the driver sits in front of the engine and the transmission, or the clutch in this case today. I said that it changed the face of drag racing forever. Within a year, there was not a competitive front-engine dragster in existence or in competition. The rear-engine car has totally changed the landscape, the playing field, if you will. If you didn't have it, you might as well not even unload your car because you couldn't win.
And we're back in the pits with Big Daddy Don Garlits. And Don, you told me the development from the front to the rear actually caused a problem right up here. Can you explain what you had to work on?
Well, when we built the first rear-engine car, naturally, we just took all the parts, the steering, the rear end, the wheelbase, and just transferred it to the new rear-engine car, just moving the driver up in front of the engine. Well, you couldn't get down the drag strip, and no rear-engine car had ever got down the drag strip really effectively prior to that. It took about 3 months to figure it out. The steering was too fast, so all we did, we lengthened the arms on the steering, this little arm right here, lengthened it out like that. That slowed it down, and I took my first run and got through the quarter mile and actually set the track record at that particular place. We loaded that baby on a trailer and went straight to the Winter Nationals.
That is a very interesting thing. Just moving it back made that big change. Now, another interesting thing that we reported at the beginning of the show was that we may see you at Pomona at the end of the year.
It's a real good possibility. Gary and I are talking about that right now, how we can put that program together to go to this final birthday for NHRA, the final event of the year, Pomona. I like Pomona. I've won a lot of races there, and I think that would really fill the season out just great.
That would be great for us, too. And, Marty, back to you.
Well, I'll tell you what, that would thrill everybody if he follows through and is able to put the deal together. The man known as Big.
It's beautiful. Yeah. Thanks for all your help. It's my job.
Wow. Honey, can we start now?
Yes. Yes, we can.
We know how you feel, and that's why we're here. Circuit City. We're with you.
Yeah, just put that anywhere.
Want to play better golf? Learn from the game's top pros and teachers when you subscribe to Golf Magazine. Call now to get more distance. Straighten your slice, sharpen your short game, perfect your putt, and more. No matter what your level, you'll enjoy the game more because you'll play better with Golf Magazine. For today's kind of golfer, you'll get full coverage of the pro game, great new courses you can play on, exclusive deals, and more. Call now to save 67% and get this Golf Magazine gear bag free with paid subscription. Call now.
This Craftmatic Model 2 electrically adjustable bed costs no more than many quality flatbeds. And when you buy selected ones with optional heat and built-in massage, you get this fabulous bonus. A 25-inch color TV absolutely free. Call toll-free to receive complete free information by mail. In a flatbed, you have to use pillows to prop yourself up. But in a Craftmatic bed, you adjust yourself into comfortable positions automatically, so you can watch TV, read, and get a great night's sleep. Raise and support your head, neck, shoulders, back, legs, and feet at the touch of a button. Plus, there's optional heat and built-in massage to soothe you. Call toll-free so we can mail you our adjustable bed catalog and a certificate for a free 25-inch color TV with bed purchase. Call to get our free catalog and color TV certificate by mail now. There is absolutely no obligation.
Call toll-free 1-800-544-1000. That's 1-800-544-1000. Toll-free 1-800-544-1000.
Back at the Mac Tools US Nationals, time for semifinals in the factory hot rods, and we have got a couple of good races set to go here. First up will be Jim Yates and Mark Osborne. There is your #1 qualifier. Third year in a row he has pulled off that feat. But Mark, right now, as he comes into this, has been to 10 finals in his career, but he's going up against a guy who's been to 52 of them in his career and is second in the points, and he's smelling blood because he can gain a lot on the Professor Warren Johnson.
I feel like Yates, I know he's thinking that, but I don't think Osborne's going to cooperate. At least he's not wanting to cooperate. I still feel like Osborne is the car to beat here today, and the key here in this final, or the semifinal round here is going to be reaction time. I talked about it time and time again, and it's so much more important here in pro stock because the cars are so close together as far as elapsed time. The driver can get that little advantage. Sometimes he can beat a car that runs a little slower, as he was actually a little quicker, as you've seen this afternoon with some of today's racing. So I think Yates has got to really get an advantage on Osborne to have a shot at winning this round.
On head-to-head matchups, he has won 7 of 11 meetings with Mark Osborne. As we go on board with Mark, he'll be over in that left lane. David Dickens at the front of the car, leading him in towards the beams. Winner of this one gets the winner between Greg Anderson and Bruce Allen. That one's coming up next.
They're taking their time. Yates got a little piece right on the line. Let's see if he can hold it. Here comes the dodge.
At the stripe, Osborne does it. 698 at 198 to a 701, but the margin of victory, 14 ten-thousandths of a second. That's how close it is. 14 ten-thousandths.
Well, Yates got him some right off the line there, and I can guarantee you that Osborne was staring at that fender, that split-fire Pontiac all the way down there, but this is all about horsepower now. You did what you did on the starting line. Now you got to hope and pray the car's set up right. Look at that margin. Watch the shift light here. Watch his hand down here. Every time he hits the shift light, he hits those gears. Precision.
And keeping that car needle point straight. And Mark Osborne, that is incredible. 14 ten-thousandths. I can't even imagine how close that is. If we didn't have the electronic eyes, we'd have a heck of a lot of fighting going on back in the pits.
Getting ready to say it has to go electronic because you can't tell.
Bill?
Mark Osborne, Jim Yates had a dead heat victory early this year, and you almost had one at his expense by 14 ten-thousandths of a second. You go into your 4th final of the year.
Hey, I really knew it was close down there. It's Henry Power. Come on the other end and save me this time. Can't say enough about those engine builders at Nickens Brothers. Doing an awesome job.
The only driver in the NHRA history books to win a national event in both pro stock cars and trucks.
And Bill, that match you talked about where Yates won with a dead heat, that was up against Brad Jeter just a little bit earlier this year. Now, as we go back to the starting line, who will meet Mark Osborne in the finals? It's Got one Dodge in. Will it be the Pontiac Firebird of Greg Anderson or Bruce Allen in the Grand Am? To a 708, a 697 at 198 miles an hour. And Greg Anderson in the Firebird is going to the finals, his second final here at Indy. He was a runner-up back in 1999. Take another look.
Greg Anderson isn't having his better days on the reaction time. You're going to see Bruce Allen get the slight advantage here, but this car on a hot track, Marty, we've talked about the Greg Anderson car there. That car just really runs good. He's a favorite going into the final round. Nice victory. See him reaching up for the parachute there. Something happened on the Allen car. He slowed down. Looks like he backed off there a little bit. He steps out there with the car on the left side. Once you see a car your opponent going after, you may shut off early just to save the equipment.
What I can't get over is this is the new car, the Grand Am. The older, wider, supposedly smaller sled is the one that just won the Firebird. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Well, you know what? You do a lot with a little, Greg Anderson. Let me tell you, you won't be trading this baby in anytime soon.
This old dinosaur is the best car I've ever been in my life. You can call it what you want. Prehistoric, dinosaur, nostalgia. It is the best car out here right now. My guys are doing such a fantastic job. I can't thank them enough. Pat Barrett, you're the man, dude. I got to thank, Troy Humphrey and George Marnell and Ken Black for giving me the opportunity to drive the car. They're behind this deal, and they're behind me. And here I am in a final at Indy again.
Yeah! You got a 697 in lane choice. Cool.
That's even better.
Cool as it.
And we'll give you one more look at exactly what Bill just told you, that Anderson has gotten the lane choice by 1/100th of a second over Mark Osborne. We come back. Pro Stock Bikes coming your way. Can Sean Gann keep rolling? Find out.
I can't believe I waited so long to ask my doctor. It was just a couple of toenails, except they were all thick like and yellow.
I tried treating it myself from the outside. Nothing worked. So finally I just asked him. You know what he told me? It's an infection.
An infection? One that lives deep inside and under the nail.
He told me about Lamisil tablets. It's a prescription medicine that treats it deep in there where the infection lives. Not just on the surface. Nails it from the inside out. And it's the #1 prescription for this infection.
After 3 months of treatment, I saw clear nails starting to grow.
I saved $5 just by calling for this free kit.
Lamisil isn't for people with liver or kidney problems. Rarely serious side effects on the liver or serious skin reactions have occurred, so your doctor may do blood tests. Other side effects, including headache, diarrhea, indigestion, and rash, were generally mild.
Hey, you can't treat this yourself from the outside. You gotta see the doctor and ask him if Lamisil tablets are right for you.
Lamisil tablets. Call now for your free kit and $5 savings.
On a new up-close primetime, Roy Firestone interviews Charles Barkley.
There's no power forward out there that I say, ooh, I got to get a good night's sleep before I play against that guy.
Kurt Warner.
How did it hit you when Corey Stringer passed away? Well, really, it's devastating.
Vince Carter.
I've never believed I can do it by myself. I never will believe I can do it by myself.
And Mike Tyson.
I'm the hottest show in the world. Everybody wants to see.
Up Close Primetime with Roy Firestone, tomorrow night at 8 on ESPN.
Enjoy Superpower Nitro, or the Superpower of Nitro. Thanks, guys. We appreciate that. It's time to move into Pro Stock Bike action here at the 47th running of the Mac Tools US Nationals. There is Sean Gann. He has been living the great life as he has won the Dominator Duel. He can double up here. Antron Brown trying to get the points championship and also a U.S. Nationals title. Dave Reef.
Marty, impossible to say exactly what the outcome of yesterday's Holly Pro Bike Dominator Duel would have been had Antron Brown had 2 extra spark plugs. He lost the coil on both of those machines. That in net resulted about 10 to 15 horsepower disadvantage. So they've got that fixed, obviously, and he's looking to get a little revenge right now.
Riders dead serious right now. Sean Gann has already lit the top bulb in the left lane.
We talked about that in qualifying. Sean just goes up there and lights. He almost like adds pressure on the opponent because he gets in there right away. Let's see if Antron can make a pay for that.
Red light. Antron gives it away. Sean Gann is really living large. 7:28, 182, and Sean Gann is going to his first ever NHRA Winston Drag Racing Final, and of course it just happens to be the US Nationals.
Well, that's a shame because Antoine has a .395, and that's just, he did all he could as a driver. If you're an inch or two deeper in the beam, you get a red light. It's a shame because that's such a close reaction time. It could just well been a 4-0 line to first flight. Unfortunately, it's red, and he loses.
And let me correct myself, it will be his second final, but his first here at the U.S. Nationals. Sean Gann is definitely thinking about winning, and I hope he's not thinking too much about the money.
Sean did run quicker, so it looked like he had a 4:10 reaction time himself, so it was academic. It looked like he was going to win that race no matter what.
Back at the starting line, Angèle Savoie. She'll be in the left lane, the #1 qualifier with a track record of 7:12. She'll be up against Craig Treble. And unfortunately for Craig, he has never beaten Angèle in 7 meetings. She's looking to go to her 31st final, Treble to his 5th. But more importantly for Angèle, she's never won this event.
Well, the pressure's on her right now. She has the bike to beat. She knows that. And for her, she's been cutting good lights. She had a 4:51 and like a 4:35, I believe, in the second round. So she's whittling it down. She's going to need, just for insurance purposes, about a 4:25. And just go ahead and put old Craig Treble out of business here and send him home. For Craig, he has a chance. Just a little more left. I'm going to move you just a hair. Now, he's going to have to go 4:0 or 4:20 and hope that she has a slower light to have a real good shot at this, because she definitely has a performance.
Well, Angèle has been all over the globe, as we mentioned yesterday, on her lights, but more consistent today. They went back to an old setup. So far, it's been working. Treble gets 700ths off the line. Treble's in trouble. But Angèle drives around him with a 7:22 at 179 to a losing 7:34.
22. Good job, 22. Good job. Me too, girl. You did it. You go, girl. Go. Better.
Double clutch things. I went to let it go, but my hand didn't go. I thought he had me.
Well, she mentioned something about double clutching. Let's go to Bill.
Sean Gann, where do you want to begin? Let's see. Third final round of the year, first of the U.S. Nationals. Can double up that Holly Dominator dual money, and you're going to face Angèle, the defending champion, in the final round.
I have no idea. This is also awesome. This Suzuki is doing it today. That's all I know. I mean, we never came here expecting to do this. Mac Tools, Piranha Z, Heavy Metal Customs helped us out. We're at a loss for words.
I'd be speechless, too.
Well, Angèle's going to have the lane choice over Sean Gann. Meanwhile, a lot of thrashing going on back in John Force's camp. That's Tony Petragon's team. Stay with us.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me. Saying get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
Here at Cooper Tires Test Track, they're developing some pretty impressive tires.
Record time, Mr. Palmer.
Cooper Tires. Drive on.
No ordinary toothbrush can clean like it. Spin Brush, new from Crest. The only one with a spinning head and stationary bristles. Gives you what others can't. A superior clean for under $6. Crest Spin Brush, a better spin on clean. Guaranteed.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me. Saying get back together, come back and see me. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry.
Who walks away with the Heisman? Matt, who inspired you to be here?
Right now, it's the guy at the hot pretzel stand. I need one.
Oh.
I don't think you do, fat boy.
Jennifer Capriati, as she makes her run at the U.S. Open. Go inside her life, on the court and off.
She was the next Chris Evert.
Sports Century Friday.
I think the media is out of control.
From America's sweetheart to little girl lost.
Everybody is very quick to point a finger. Was she smoking marijuana?
I just wish I didn't have to talk about this.
Her miraculous comeback. Jennifer Capriati, Sports Century, the top 50 and beyond. 8 p.m. Friday, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC now.
Back here at the 47th running of the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals, and Larry Dixon taking care of a little bit of the old fuel problem. Doing a little mixing going on. Remember, it's a 90% max that you can run of nitromethane, and while they're working back in the pit area, we're going back out trackside as Pro Stock Truck makes its way to the starting line. And first pair in the semifinals will have Randy Daniels against Bob Pinella. And Pinella, the defending champ, in fact, he is the only one left. Antron Brown was in the bikes until this past round, but Pinella's the only defending winner from last year who has a chance to repeat.
It's over for Pinella. He left her big old red bulb there. It's lights out. We got Daniels in the final.
And Randy runs a 7:56 at 178 miles an hour. Now let's put a period on Pro Stock Bike. Bill?
Joe, you gave Craig Treble about a 700s head start, but you drove around him and you go into the final round.
That was definitely not intentionally done. It's something that happens to every driver. Your brain says go, but your hand says no. I mean, my hand wanted to go, but that electrical stuff that goes on just wouldn't work. And I really thought Craig was going to win that race. But like I said, Team Winston Star Racing has given me the Suzuki. That's the advantage I was talking about that I knew I'd have. And if the driver messes up, I still might win, and I did. One more run.
Let's scoot down to the funny car pits to John Kernan.
And in Tony Pedregon's pits is members of his team, John Force's team, Gary Denson's team are all in here. I tell you what, it's choreographed chaos, believe it or not. If we had come in here maybe a couple minutes earlier, it was just incredible. These guys bouncing around, you got the wrenches going, and it just looked like they were tearing this thing apart, which actually they are, and they're going to put it back together again, but it's just amazing how quickly they do this. But, you know, the one thing I noticed the other night, while other teams after the Friday night qualifying round were working on their cars, and Saturday night also, they were a little more leisurely pace, but these guys were not. They were practicing to get everything done just as quickly as they could, and this is, you know, just the mark of a true team that is a championship contender.
Well, you're right, John, and you can add on this cruise as we're getting ready to go back out onto the track. This is Mike Coughlin in the left lane, Taylor Laster over in the right side. This is going to be close. And the win for Mike Coughlin.
Going to the final, 7:54, 179, 28.
So Mike Coughlin, who has won here once before, is going back to the final with a 7:54, and it's going to give him lane choice, Cruz.
Yeah, they kept, you know, you never think in a quarter mile you can swap the lead back and forth. That's exactly what Taylor Laster and Mike Coughlin did going down a quarter mile. But what saved this run for Mike Coughlin, he had a slight better reaction time right at the start. I mean, just a razor-thin margin.
Let's go on board for the ride.
Watch it shift just like in a pro stock car down here. The driver's shifting right there, right at that point when that light comes on, shifts gears.
And the picture is Mike's new baby, in case you're wondering. Goes along for every ride. Fastest child on the globe right now in Pro Stock Truck. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Mike Coughlin just emerging from the Jags S10, and let's see. A guy who's going to his first final round, racing a guy who's gone to 5 already this year. He's going to have enough to win again.
We hope so. Again, we've been working hard back at Team Jags on our new engine program. I think we do. I think we've got enough horsepower to win, and we're going to give it a try. Those Daniels guys are tough customers.
So is this guy. This would be his second U.S. Nationals championship if he can wrap it up.
So let's take a look at the matchup now at the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals, the Pro Stock Truck final. Easy for me to say. Mike Coughlin, a 7:54 by 2/100ths over Randy Daniels, has the lane choice. Let's go to Dave Reef.
Morning, 1995, Larry Dixon became the first Top Fuel rookie since Gary Beck back in '72 to win the Big Go. Now you stand on the cusp of your second one. How sweet would this one be at NHRA's 50th anniversary 500th race?
Well, it'd be huge. I mean, for everything, you know, for the points, the money,
winning for Snake. Dick LaHaye's been here, for as long as Don Perdome's been here, and he's never won. So we're really trying to win this one for him. And Garlitz and Shirley. It seems like the list goes on and on. Yeah, I mean, you got all these multi-time winners. It doesn't look like there was room for anybody else. It's going to be pretty easy to remember this, isn't it, though? The one you won Big Daddy's return. I tell you what, the way it is right now, seeing Gar go down the racetrack running that 4, that was so far that was the sweetest thing this week, and the only thing that could top it is me holding the gold man. They have the e-ticket ride, and they've got to be the favorites as we get closer to the Top Fuel final.
And we talked a little bit about that controlled chaos right before Mike Coughlin's win in that round. And really, everybody has a specific job, and they know it by heart.
Yeah, John Kernan was kind of talking about how the speed of the crew was in the qualifying, and they're like chaos now because there's only 75 minutes turnaround time to get back into the final round. And what happens here is each crew member has his own job. These guys look like they're bumping into each other, but really they have a specialized part of the engine that they attack, and one guy will do one side of the engine there, and the other guy will do the other side. There's a couple guys on the clutch, and I mean, there's hardly room for them there, but each guy is an orchestrated situation there, and these guys are precision. They know their job, and they work awful fast.
Choreographed chaos. Here is the Mac Tools US Nationals, the 500th NHRA national event, and you're part of it. Stay with us because the finals are yet to come.
We were 6 weeks from graduation, the 5 of us. Riding home from the concert in the car with no air. And it hit me. It was the best night of my life. And I kind of wished we could all stay on that train forever.
I can't stand looking at that thing.
I think it's cool. It's Suzuki's first sport utility ATV, the all-new Vincent 500 automatic.
You realize that thing's the reason you're here?
Oh, I like it here. It's warm, dry.
Let me tell you, that Vincent's one hard worker.
Hey, keep out of it.
You're not the boss of me.
I don't
and you know
believe
what?
you,
I
George,
would
but-
appreciate.
It's got style and a ton of great features.
Will you shut up?
Or you'll do what? Stare him to death?
Very funny.
Tonight on ESPN, Monday Night Countdown prepares you for the start of the NFL season, followed by the Cardinals taking on the Padres, and then baseball tonight. On ESPN2, college football with Memphis, Mississippi State, followed by the Orioles, A's, or Devil Rays, Mariners. And on ESPN Classic, a profile of Andre Agassi, followed by Francisco Cabrera's pennant-winning performance, and later a profile of Al Unser Sr. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
On September 7th, your first source for sports news gets even better. The new ESPN News, with the enhanced bottom line that's always on. Live score updates, in-game stats, highlights, and more. The new ESPN News.
Back here at Indianapolis Raceway Park, and it's time for today's NHRA at ESPN.com question from Dan in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And can you explain how points are earned? Yes, Dan, do you have a month? No, actually, it's not quite that hard. We'll put it up on the screen for you. You can see you get qualifying points based on where you are in the running order. 8 is the maximum, and then on down. Then if you make one qualifying run, just show up. Don't even make the show. You get 10 points. But if you start setting records, well, then you can pick up bonus points. An ET record gets you 20. And Cruz, you can see how 20 points per round.
20 points per round, and really the whole system really rewards the cars that do good. To qualify number 1, that 8 points is almost a half a round if you look at the 20-round increments. So it's very important if you're racing for the Winston Championship to get that as high up in the qualifying as you can, and then proceed to get that final winner circle.
And Dan, the maximum you can get is 138. The minimum, if you don't qualify, would be 10. Now let's get caught up on what's happening back in the pits. Dave Reef is with Darrell Gwynn.
Well, Marty, isn't it funny how things change? They somehow seem the same. It's been about 12 years since 1989 when Darrell Gwynn won here at the U.S. Nationals in Top Fuel to add to an 83 crown. And this guy was a hard-nosed racer who took out the crew chief of the car you're facing, Dick LaHaye. What do you remember from that event?
Well, I remember obviously winning and being very competitive at that time. We did everything you could do on that day. We qualified number 1, set the national record, and won the race. And we've had a great weekend so far. I just hope we can pull this thing off here today for the Yankees and all of the rest of our sponsors.
Needless to say, you're still pretty hard-nosed, and you want this one.
Absolutely. I mean, as you remember, we've been struggling here the last summertime, and the boys want this thing bad.
Nostalgic hardly begins to describe this weekend. Take us down the quarter mile again Friday night in that electric-powered dragster.
Well, like I said, it just started Friday night. It's just, here we are in the final, but Friday night was a moment I'll never forget the rest of my life. Can't imagine the thoughts that were going through my mind to see my daughter, see me go down the racetrack again, and hopefully we just cap it off right here.
A lot of tears flowing on Friday night. More tears of joy. They can pull this one off. To Bill Stevens.
With Dick LaHaye, you know, this is beginning to look an awful lot like that Brainerd win. You were within 0.03 of a second on every single pass, and basically that's where you've been today, Dick.
We've been very fortunate. I'm pretty blessed, to be truthful with you. I mean, to run in this kind of hot weather, I mean, I'm very nervous about this final round. We've never won this race, and I mean, I would really like to win this race. It'd be real special.
You're tuning for Larry Dixon and that old bird, Ken Venny's over there with Mike Dunn, and you guys have been taking a piece out of each other for a long time. So I guess it's pretty fitting and proper that you two guys should square off in this U.S. Nationals final.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, we've given them some races, and they've give us some, and they've beat us, and we've beat them, and I just hope to pray that this is our turn to win.
Two very good cars in the final round of the U.S. Nationals, just exactly the way it should be.
Absolutely, Bill. And let's talk a little history here. As you were talking to Dick, look at this now. Former U.S. National finalists. Don Schumacher, where are they now? Well, he's a team owner for Whit Bazemore. Dale Armstrong, he's crew chief on the WF car. Jim Dunn, Al Hoffman's owner. George Price, Angel Savoy's chief mechanic and owner. Dick LaHaye, you already know where he's headed. Darrell Gwynn as well. And Joe Amato, Darrell Russell's owner and a 3-time Top Fuel champion. All of them former U.S. National finalists, and 4 of them are back here today. What goes around comes around. So as we head to commercial break, stay with us. There is Darrell Gwynn, signing a few autographs, and thumbs up. He's ready to go racing.
We pitted Castrol Syntec 1030 against the leading conventional oils in some of the world's toughest tests. The 96-hour TU3 viscosity test. The M111E, designed to break down an oil into sludge. The blistering hot BWIC deposit test. Not one conventional oil could pass all these tests. Then again, there's nothing conventional about Syntec. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
Okay. I always knew Spencer had to go out into the world someday, but I was hoping at least he'd be shaving. It seems separation is only a problem for one of us. He's okay, as long as he gets to wear his favorite shirt every day. Trick is getting it clean every night.
Tide Deep Clean formula combines an amazing detergent with the power of a pre-treater. It's all you need for the best stain fighting ever.
I think school's been a good experience. There's been a lot of progress, a lot of maturing, and it's been good for Spencer, too.
Who'd you expect? Bob Dole?
Follow Mark Martin and the Viagra racing team this season.
Get to your doctor for a checkup and find out if a free sample of Viagra is right for you.
And for more information right now, race over to Viagra.com.
Remember when you were in school? Sometimes you just couldn't sit still. Or maybe you didn't focus on the subject matter. Ever disturb the class? But when you did your homework, you made the grade. So pay attention in class. Call 1-800-NAT-GEAR for your free study guide. Natural Gear, the science of camouflage.
Back here at the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals, Bruce Pedregon, Bill Stevens, Dave Reed, John Kernan. I'm Marty Reed. We're glad you're with us. Sanyo and the crew of the Sanyo Light Shift are proud to be a part of our coverage as well. To learn more about Sanyo and the Sanyo Light Shift, just visit sanyo.com. Well, we're just getting ready for the finals here at the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals, and our team of videographers and editors put together a piece that truly captures the flavor and the excitement of the U.S. Nationals. Nice piece, guys. Hey, guess what's happening next? The finals of the biggest race of the year. The U.S. Nationals. Don't go away.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
It's the grand opening of the new Moore's Mega Fitness on Dane-Xenia Road in Beaver Creek. To celebrate, all the Moore's great clubs are offering the $19.99 per month special. That's right, just $19.99 per month. Call 1-800-MOORES-24. The $19.99 per month special ends soon.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
Want to see something different? Digital cable from Time Warner's got something for everyone. But not everyone wants to watch the same thing at the same time. Only digital cable lets you watch as many different channels as you want on as many sets as you've got, including all of your local channels versus the few that satellite systems charge extra for. Digital cable from Time Warner. Welcome to What's Next.
Organizations, ESPN was having trouble with their carpet. So they had me install a more natural surface. This grass we install is the best. It's the good Bermuda.
No hot water on that, okay? Yeah, that'll set the stain.
It lays down very, very pretty.
Still to come on SportsCenter, the rest of the night in the NBA.
Wherever you are, I mean, there's nothing more beautiful than grass.
Coming up right after our coverage of the Mac Tools U.S. Nationals, it'll be SportsCenter. And can Pete Sampras serve it up at the U.S. Open? The Braves and the Phillies are duking it out for first. And while the Red Sox are imploding, Kenny Mayne and Chris McKendry have all the details for you right after we get done here at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Time for the finals. To do some serious racing, you're on board with Mike Coughlin, the #1 qualifier. He can run the table here. He can get low ET. He's already done that. Top speed of the meet. He's done that. And he can win the race if he does it right now. Now, while we're getting ready for Mike to run Randy Daniels, he's backing up. There's a problem possibly going on in Mike Dunn's camp. John Curtin, what's going on?
Morning, when they went to fire up the engine to warm things up, all of a sudden oil started shooting everywhere. Shot all over the clutch plates. Got the clutch plates all drippy with oil. They shut it off. Didn't do any further damage to the engine. Took that apart, dropped the pan, replaced the clutch plates, and they also had to replace the lower main bearing. And I talked to the crew, and they tell me that everything is fine, that Mike Dunn's car is ready to go.
All right, thanks, John. There's still a little tension that you don't need coming into this race. Randy Daniels over in that right lane has 9 wins. Mike Coughlin looking for his second. He won here in 1999. Let's see if Mike says anything. Is the team, does this mean something or what? Look at the emotion from both ends of the track. Let's go back and take another look at what happened in this race, Bruce.
Well, this is the final round. These are the 2 best trucks. Look at the front end on Daniel's truck, and that was up there about 2 feet in the air. But this is what final rounds are all about. You know, the 2 of the best trucks survived the entire onslaught of all the other competitors. And reaction times were near identical and picture perfect. The better truck won today.
And there is Mike. Let's go to Bill.
How great is this? Mike Coughlin wins the greatest drag race in the world. Little Jack, the newborn there, and his wife Chris here to congratulate him. Boy, if this wasn't a perfect day, what was?
It was just awesome. I had #1 qualifier at top speed, and this one's for Jack and everybody at Team Jegs. And again, I'd like to thank our engine program at home with Nick Ferry and Angelo Vigil and Hans Moguson and everybody at Team Jegs has put up with us while we're trying to get these things together.
Last year, John, brother, runner-up. This year, Mike gets the trophy.
Back at the starting line, it's time for Pro Stock Fight. Sean Gann right there in the right lane. $25,000 at stake for him. Left lane is Angel Savoy. and she is trying to win her first ever U.S. National. Again, a 4:07 light. Angel's going to need horsepower. And she's got it. 7:23 at 1:83. That is husband Nikki clapping, and look at her. She knows it. That is...
Good job, girl. 7:23. You are the man. Good job.
Hey, my name on that first place. For the record, I finally won a U.S. National.
Awesome job. Good job, girl. You win the U.S. National. Hey, you cut a good light, I could tell.
Oh, I did. I was ready. I was ready.
Hey, how much patience you had up there, man. It looked like a long light, and you just held still. It was awesome.
Yeah, I wasn't letting him get to me this time.
She got a 4:30 light. Only the second woman ever to win. And as George Bryce says, she's the man.
Yeah, I'm still trying to think about what's he talking about. She's the man. Hey, she did a good job. I'm going to give her props for this win. She was steady all day on the reaction time. She was a little wobbly yesterday in the shootout there, but hey, she earned this one. Yeah, right there she needed muscle, and she had it. Good win for big win for Angel.
And we'll take a look at George Bryce. He has won here before. In fact, about his 7th win. It's Angel, the second ever woman to win here at Indyville.
Angel Savoy, you just won the U.S. Nationals.
Finally. I told my guys on the radio, write my name in that record book. I finally am a U.S. Nationals champion. I had to get revenge on Sean. He's become one pain in the butt. But I hope I see him in the final round a whole bunch more. Team Winston Star Racing, I love you guys. Thank you.
She had the best bike, and she proved she was the best rider today, too.
And even beyond that, she stretches her points lead over Antron Brown to 51. Stay with us. Pro Stock Cars up next here at the U.S. Nationals.
Great parts for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference.
Everyone loves Domino's delicious cheesy bread. Maybe because it's hot breadsticks covered in a tantalizing combination of cheddar and mozzarella cheeses. Who would come up with such a brilliant idea?
My idea. All mine.
And if you call now, you can get a delicious order of cheesy bread free. That's right, free when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99. Now, where do you suppose that idea came from?
My idea. All mine.
Make it a meal with wings and a 2-liter Coke. Get the door. It's Domino's.
Mom, Dad, we're pretty close, right? Guess what? I'm 2 seconds away from kicking you out of my life.
You don't even recognize me.
And pretty soon, someone's gonna try to get me to take drugs. Want to do something about it? You're gonna have to make me tell you where I am and who I'm with. Every day. No matter how much I fight you. Don't like it? Tough. You gotta be the grown-up.
You're not the game day band.
We are the game day band.
And we're back.
College Game Day, presented by Discover Card. Saturday mornings at 10:30 on ESPN.
Time for the finals in the factory hot rods. First up, number 2 qualifier Greg Anderson. He punched out Hurley Blakeney, Mike Edwards, and Bruce Allen to make it to the finals. Number 1 qualifier Mark Osborne eliminated his teammate Darrell Alderman, then took out Brad Jeter, and number 2 on the points, Jim Yates. So the stage is set. Pro Stock final, the factory hot rods. The brand new Dodge Neon over in the right lane of Mark Osborne, and the great old sled Firebird of Greg Anderson. And somehow he just keeps winning with that car.
You know, we talked about in the round before, Marty, the semis, about that whole Pontiac of Anderson. That, you know, sometimes new equipment isn't the best way to go here. And what I see with that car, they have the right combination. What I mean by that, it has obviously horsepower, but then they have the clutch set up right. They have the spring, the shocks, everything that makes that car, when it squats and it's balanced, it's a good car. And you see Greg trying to pump himself up there, trying to get a reaction time, and that's what he's going to need. He's been not been what I have seen in the past from Greg Anderson, so I'm thinking Osborne is going to get him a little bit off the line, get him a few hundreds there. I think it's going to come down to that because both cars are so evenly matched on the performance.
Anderson has one career win back at Bristol this year. Osborne has 5 career victories. He's also the #1 qualifier with the track record here. He has David Nickens, who has won here before. You would think the deck might be stacked against Greg Anderson, but we're about to find out as we go to the final in the factory hot rods at the U.S. Nationals.
Pretty good light for Osborne. Let's see if he can hold on.
At the stripe, the win to Greg Anderson. White Kim, loving every minute of it. A 695 to a 701. Both of them ran 198 miles an hour, and the old sled just did a great job. Let's take another look.
Well, Osborne's going to make it close right there. You see that car react first, and that's what's going to make the difference there. But something happened to the Dodge. Something slowed that car way down. And the other thing is Greg Anderson wasn't hearing about it. He had a 695, but he had just enough of a reaction time and power to make the difference. What a big win to win the U.S. Nationals. Look at the Dodge jump out there. Then it's all about power. Here comes that big black Pontiac. Greg Anderson, big win.
Let's go on board with Mark Osborne. Watch it get a little squirrely right there.
That might have been what cost him the race.
He goes through the lights, and he's got the fastest sled in Indy. Bill?
Greg Anderson, you went to the final round in '99 and came up short, but not this time around. And I think Pontiac may be rethinking that Grand Am deal.
I cannot believe it. Thank you, Lord. Someone was sure looking after me today. I didn't drive with the beans all day. This car is awesome.
You didn't do too bad behind the wheel.
Well, I guess I got it to the finish line, and car ran past every run, and we won. You know, it's a team effort. They carried me today, but awesome deal.
Greg Anderson, your 2001 U.S. Nationals Pro Stock champ.
All right, it's time now for the factory cloppers. It's the matchup of Tony Pedregon, the #7 qualifier. He took out Scotty Cannon, Gary Dencham, and Frank Pedregon, his brother. What about Whit Bazemore, the #1 qualifier? He took care of business with Al Hoffman, then Del Worsham, and finally Ron Capps in the semifinals. So the stage is set for this showdown between these two, Tony Pedregon and that man right there, Whit Bazemore. Tony has won 13 of 21 against Whit in their career.
One thing for sure, Marty, we talked about it all week long, is your resume as a driver is not complete until you've won this race. Let me tell you something, I've been very fortunate in my career to have won a lot of races, but nothing compares to the thrill that I've had crossing the finish line 3 times here at U.S. Nationals. And I can tell you, both drivers are feeling that, but I know Tony pretty well, and just like me, it would mean an awful lot to win this race.
Before today, Tony Pedregon had never made it past second round of the U.S. Nationals. That man, Whit Bazemore, won here back in 1997 in funny cars. So the showdown is set. This has also got points implications because Tony Pedregon's going to be in the 5th spot no matter what happens. Whit Bazemore, though, could cut John Force's lead down to 243 points with a victory right here. And there is Force watching his Castro teammate.
Force is looking at a couple of things. Obviously, he wants Tony to knock off Bazemore because of the point situation. But, you know, there's some big money here, 75 grand to the winner. And, you know, it's like I said, it's prestigious. Force is taking Tony under his wing. He's giving him an opportunity. And, hey, I know John would like to see Tony get that win for all of the reasons I mentioned, and mainly the points.
Big thing. The sun is starting to go past its peak. What do you think these guys are going to run?
Well, the track's going to be a little bit faster, but you can't get too carried away because you will lose if you smoke the tires. But you know, that's a touchy situation there. I think there's going to be a 480 somewhere in one of these cars, and that'll be enough to win.
Enough from us. It's time to let these guys take care of business in the U.S. Nationals. At 298 miles an hour to a smoking 512 for Tony Pedregon. Debrief.
Well, that was exactly the plan as Lee Beard decided to come here, bring out some new inventions, take a national record, well, at least the quickest in the sport. You didn't back that up, but who cares? You won the U.S. Nationals!
Well, I'll tell you, it's a fantastic feeling. You know, I'd like to thank Don Schumacher there for giving us the opportunity to do this. The entire Matco team, Jewel, all the people out there driving those trucks around, selling those Matco tools. And one other thing, John Force is not going to be able to run around and say, I got the baddest hot rod in the pits and I got the time slip to prove it, because we do.
We got 6 races left.
In the last 4 races, 3 of them until now, they weren't able to really seal the deal. They'd won once earlier, but they had been beating themselves, smoking the tires. They didn't do it this time.
They didn't do it, and a slight advantage there for Bazemore. He had it in deep, and it was all over. Tony lost traction, and they missed the setup on that car. Big win for Bazemore and that Matco team.
Let's go to Bill.
Hal Hoffman, Del Worsham, Ron Capps, Tony Pedregon. You beat some of the best cars out there today to earn that trophy with Bazemore.
God, I just can't believe that that I've been in a position in my career to win the U.S. Nationals twice. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, all those guys, you know, it's just, it's so tough out here. I mean, Tony Pedregon, he ran 82 in the first round. I mean, but this Matco Tools team, we got to thank Mac for being here for this race. You guys do a good job, but man, my guys are using Matco Tools, and got a lot of Matco distributors out there. They like being #1 in GM, Pontiac. This thing's a bad old hot rod. She's a Trans Am, man. We love it. Don Schumacher, Lee Beard. I can go on and on, Bill. You're wrapping up. Where are you going? But
We got a top fuel final with, but we love the fact that you just won this race. And
I want to wish my friend Mike Dunn good luck in the final here.
he worked his fanny off to win that trophy.
And speaking of Mike Dunn, let's take a look at how Mike got here. He took care of business, eliminating Don Garlitz in the first round, then Tim Gibson, and finally Gary Selsey in the semifinals. What about Larry Dixon, the points leader? Bruce Litton was his first victim, Darrell Russell is second, and Kenny Bernstein, the man he's dueling for the championship, in the semifinals. That sets the stage for top duel. And it's time to do some serious ground pounding. You're looking into the eyes of Mike Dunn. Now, they had a problem, Cruz. What does this do to the team psyche?
Well, we'll find out here in a few seconds here, but I don't think as a driver, it's in the driver's hands now. Mike Dunn has been around a long time. He's won this race before, driving for a good friend of mine, Joe Paisano, and passed away, the late Joe Paisano. But Mike Dunn, like I said, he's going to, the ball's in his court right now, but I just think he's been awful tough here with this Miller Lite car you're looking at here, Larry Dixon and Dick Lay. That car is just, it's on a mission right now, and it just looks unstoppable.
Mike Dunn brings it through the water. The New York Yankees dragsters light them up. Now, as these guys back up, we want to talk a little bit about Larry Dixon as a driver. Let me give you one little statistic here, and it's significant. If Dixon wins this race, he will pass his boss, Don the Snake Trudeau, Scott Kalita, the late Gary Ormsby, and he'll tie his crew chief, Dick LaHaye, with 15 career wins. This guy is a serious winner.
He really is, and hey, let's give Don Perdome credit. You know, Don really brought Larry up from a really a youngster, brought him up through the ranks, taught him how to work on the car, and he's really taken him under like a son to Perdome. And Perdome went out and hired key people. There's the Snake. He hired Dick LaHaye. He made him a champion here. But this is going to come down to this is the point situation here. This is the biggest race, but I think the biggest hurdle, big problem is Bernstein out. There's Winston Championship implications here for Larry Dixon.
One last point. Remember back to Houston this year. Give Mike Dunn his due. He took out Larry Dixon in the final there. And again, it's now in their hands. LeHay has his first U.S. Nationals win. Larry Dixon has another one. Let's go to Dave Reed.
We mentioned it earlier. Dick LeHay came here in 1989 and left with a very bitter taste in his mouth. And as he takes congratulations from Don the Snake Perdome. I gotta believe the taste is very, very sweet for Dick LeHay right now. Dick, you can get now it's Dick, I gotta ask you, how sweet is it right now?
I'm pretty much lost for words. I mean, it's pretty emotional. I tried to do this a lot of times. A lot of prayer going on today, and we were blessed. And I just want to thank everybody that's involved. Thank the Snake for letting me do this. Miller Brewery. Just everybody. The crew, they're great. I mean, God, I'm just, thanks to the Lord.
Our congratulations. U.S. Nationals, here's yours, Dick.
The emotion says it all. Let's take another look.
That's how much it means to Dick LeHay, but like I said, this car is on a different planet right now. Just incredible.
Let's go to Bill Stevens.
Larry Dixon, you won the U.S. Nationals. Don Perdome won it. Ed the Ace McCulloch won it. Dick LeHay just won his first U.S. Nationals.
That's a little speechless, because as soon as I saw that win light, that's exactly what I was thinking about. He's been out here racing at Indy as long as Snake, as long as Garland, and he's never been in the winner's circle. And we got him. I feel like Angelo. I'm starting to cry, you know, but seriously, it's a big deal. You know, my dad came here and raced an awful lot. Towed back here for 3 days, and I mean, this race means so much. I mean, all the others are great, but man, this is Indy. In the beginning of time, there was only one race, and it was Indianapolis, and we did it with Miller car and that tools. Thank you.
That's why we call Indy the big deal.
Yeah, you're right, Bill. Larry says it's a big deal. It's the biggest deal. The Maxwell U.S. Nationals is now in the record books. Look at the crew heading down to pick up their driver. We're going to come back to wrap things up and try and catch our friend, just like Larry Dixon here in Indianapolis. Stay with us.
All right, everybody, one more time. Pole shot.
Extreme.
McTwist.
Not extreme.
Quarter-mile straightaways.
Extreme.
Half pipes.
Extreme.
The NHRA Pro Stock Pontiac Grand Am, driven by Warren the Professor Johnson. Class is now in session.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan. Extreme or not extreme?
The 2001 Grand Am GT, extreme excitement by Pontiac.
We are classic car nuts. We love these cars, and we spend hours and hours talking about them. When this car needs tires, I take it to Walmart because they really do handle it with care. I stand there right outside the bay and watch. Everything one stop. You've got it right here. They have name brands. They have great prices. I need some carburetor cleaner. I like Michelin's on this car. Personally, I'm a Goodyear man.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Our wives really wonder who we're married to, these cars or them.
Ooh. Nice shot. Buffalo wings, $1 each.
$1 a wing? Woo, how much for the whole buffalo?
You know something better for $1?
How about a 20-minute phone call?
Really?
Sure, dial 10-10-220, and all calls up to 20 minutes, only 99 cents. And just 7 cents a minute after 20.
10-10-220 is cheap. Hey, the wings are on me.
Hey, man, quit blocking the plate. Sorry, dude, it's my job.
Hey, dial 10-10-220.
You practice all man, you're big leaguing me now.
Denver doesn't win a Super Bowl till long after Tommy's retired. And the Packers. I mean, they couldn't win one until Sterling hung them up. It's just my thought. I don't know.
Hey, Boomer. Sterling. Burger's ready.
Today's ESPN Speed World event, final elimination for Maxwell's U.S. Nationals, has been brought to you by 10-10-220. Dial it, and all calls up to 20 minutes are only 99 cents. Let's check our Mopar winner's circle for Larry Dixon, his 15th win. Whit Bazemore's 9th. For Greg Anderson and Mike Coughlin, their 2nd apiece. And Angel Savoie, her 20th Pro Stock Bike win. Now, join us in 2 weeks. Keystone Nationals from Reading, Pennsylvania, qualifying live on Saturday, followed by 2.5 hours of final round coverage on Sunday. All from Reading, PA. That's going to about do it for us. Before we go, Cruz Pedregon, final thought?
Final thoughts from Marty. The race lived up to its hype with Don Garland returning, Shirley Muldowney returning. The new racetrack provided some great racing for the competition that we've seen here in years.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us. For Bruce Pedregon, Bill Stevens, Dave Reed, John Kernan, I'm Marty Reed. Thanks so much for joining us. Sports Center is coming up next with Kenny Mayne and Chris McHenry. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com. We leave you with the sights and sounds of the U.S. Nationals. So long, everybody.
The Moose was loose at Fenway Sunday night. The Yankees out to top near perfection with a sterling performance in Toronto. The Phillies try to avoid dropping too far behind the division-leading Braves. Sammy swings to keep the Cubs atop the wild card race. And with 70 in his crosshairs, what will it take for Barry Bonds to make this a September to remember? Can the Red Sox pick up the pieces of their shattered season? He's already known for one miracle at the Meadowlands. We'll visit Jets camp to see if Herman Edwards' coaching style can lead to another.
There's democracy, but then the players know. I have the final decision.
And it's a marquee day at the U.S. Open with a pair of two seeds playing for a spot in the quarters. Wake up. We've already let you sleep an extra hour. It's finally time for Sports Center.
Good evening and or afternoon, sports fans. Here's hoping you did virtually nothing on Labor Day. Those of you in labor, there will be some minor discomfort. In other health news, Patrick Rafter was wearing a full tube of number 53 sunblock.
And that was just on his face. We'll have his match with Pete Sampras coming up. At first, some baseball beginning with Barry's Chase. And the Giants are in an offensive slump, but still progressing toward the postseason. Within two of the NL leading Diamondbacks and a half game behind Chicago for that wild card. The Rockies have the worst ERA in the National League, but hope recent call-up Jason Jennings can salvage a series split. He's their top pick in 1999, also a super hitter while at Baylor. He's 2-0 in the bigs, debuted with a complete game shutout and a home run to boot. His ERA is just over 1. We pick it up in the top of the fourth, no score. Todd Helton with a man on, and he smacks the ball down the right field line. Jeff Cirillo is going to try to score. He has the engines running. The relay throw going to be too high. Gets by Edwards. Guzman. Cirillo scores. 1-zip Rockies. Helton 125 RBI this year. Bottom fourth, Bonds leading off. Giants are down. Let's make it 2-1. That's number 58 for Barry. Number 552 on his career. 11 behind Reggie Jackson. Juan Uribe, 2 out, 1 on. Takes Kurt Reeder deep to left. A 2-run shot, and the Rockies are back on top that quickly in the 6th. 4-1. Bottom 8, 4-1. Rockies, 2 outs, 1 on for Bonds. Mike Myers gets them to end the 8th. 1 for 4 for Bonds today, and the Rockies win it 4-1. It's only their 4th win in 22 games at Pac Bell. Jason Jennings wins again. He's won each of his first 3 major league starts. That is a span of 11 days. Colorado is 10-6 in its last 16. Meanwhile, the Giants 29-21 when Bonds homers as he did today, but they failed to make up any space on the idle Arizona Diamondbacks.
For being the World Series runner-up in 2000, landing at this point in the season in the position of playing potential spoiler to Philadelphia in its bid to be a wild card entrant likely means some of the New York Met team goals were not achieved this season. Not to be too hard on the Phils, they do have a shot at winning the NL East. There's little Todd Zeile showing them how to get it done. And here is big Todd Zeile. Philly leading 3-1 in the fourth. The pop-up, Jimmy Rollins going out, Pat Burrell coming in. Burrell calls for it. Ball! Dropped the ball, and everybody's safe. Big pig pile in the outfield. Larry Bowa's puzzled. Burrell's crestfallen. And the kid, he's worked extensively with Tom Amansky. Back to the game, 7 inning, 2 on. 3-2 now. Good catch. Ray Ordonez ripped it. Stabbed by Kevin Jordan. The throw to a covering Randy Wolf. Not there. Shinjo comes to score. We're tied at 3 apiece. Zeile over to third. The boy working the defensive drill some more. 9th inning, 7-6 Phils. Joe Table in relief. Tying run at second. Remember yesterday, the Airs, the 9th inning meltdown? And it was Mesa in trouble then. This time against Zeile. Zeile, well struck. Timo Perez coming around with the tying run. Zeile gets the job done. Mesa, for the second day in a row, does not. Same inning, same score, 2 on. Todd Pratt, he's in as part of a double switch. A Jose Santiago pitch. That's a ball. Pratt throws it back to the mound, and it gets away. The runner's going to third. Jimmy Rollins tries to pick it up and fire to third. That also is a mess. Mistakes are killing us. Todd Zeile coming home. Go-ahead run. 8-7 Mets. 4th air for the Phils. Larry Bowa can't handle this. The kid, though, as pictured previously, very diligent about his defensive drills. The Mets win this thing by a count of 10-7. They're cute at that age. So Jose Mesa struggles for the second straight game. Blew the save, blew the streak by the Phillies. This streak here. They had been 62-0 in games in which they led after the 8th inning. Phillies lost 13 of 18 and would fall 2 back at Atlanta in the NL East if the Braves won. That's coming up next. Discussion of this game right now.
Mid-August, people were completely writing us off, and we've, as you well know, played some good ball and made things exciting and gotten to a point where at least, we know we have an outside shot. And the good news is we play these teams, predominantly the rest of the season. We've got to hope that, when Atlanta plays any of the rest of the East, they beat up on Atlanta. And then when we get into Atlanta, we got to try and do our job there.
We got Braves, we got Expos. Total running time, 29 seconds. Tom Glavine, he had it taking place. Bottom of 1 on. Glavine to Vlad Guerrero. Andrew Jones, way back, festive catch. Still bottom of first. Orlando Cabrera at the plate. Down the right field line. Jose Vidro going to try to score from first. And Brian Jordan, the good host, got him by 15-20 feet. Braves win at 5-0. Glavine goes the complete game. 21 career shutouts for Tom Glavine. 50 complete games, his first complete game since last September 25th. ERA now down to 3.66. He's allowed 1 or no earned runs in 7 of his last 12 starts.
That first inning could have been a whole lot different than it was if Andrew doesn't catch that ball and Brian doesn't throw the guy out at the plate. I mean, I had a chance to give up at least 2 runs in that inning if they don't make those plays, but they did. And as a pitcher, that kind of gets you going and gets you on a roll. And then Brian made another great play on Guerrero, throwing him out at second in the middle of the game. And Sanchez made a huge play there leading off the ninth. So as a pitcher, you go out there and try and throw strikes and make the other team put the ball in play. And when your defense makes plays behind you, it's a lot easier to do that.
We're going back to 1991 right here because it's convenient for us. Since then, the Braves have averaged 16 wins in September with the help of the pitching staff holding opponents to under 3 1/3 runs per game. Since 91, the Braves have won their division every year except the strike short in 1994. They lead by 2 now.
The U.S. Open draw featuring a 10th-seeded Pete Sampras has thrown a kink into the operation. The 4-time champion who hasn't won a title since last year's Wimbledon doesn't really deserve better. But 6th-seeded Patrick Rafter, a 2-time champion himself, could argue he deserves a better fate. Rafter and Sampras playing in the 4th round with Andre Agassi, the 2nd seed, playing for a chance to meet the winner in the quarterfinals. Sampras cruised through the first 2 sets. 3rd set went to the tiebreaker. Sampras serving ahead 5-4. Rafter with a nice passing shot as Sampras was trying to serve and volley. Rafter won the tiebreaker. 4th set, Rafter serving on the near court down 4-5. Sampras is one of the best overheads in the game, puts it away. This is the third match point for Sampras. Rafter now in all black. Sampras puts 1 and 2 with the overhead smash. He's into the quarterfinals in 4 sets, 6-3, 6-2, 6-7, 6-4. Sampras wins firing 20 aces, just 14 on forced errors compared to 60 winners. Swiss Roger Federer, who shocked Sampras at Wimbledon, shows Agassi nothing today. Agassi wins easily in 3 sets. He converted 5 of 6 break points, and he was never broken by Federer.
Last time we played, I felt like I played really well, and you know, it had that energy for me of me feeling like I needed to kind of raise my level. I got down a break in the first set, and then I felt like I stepped it up from there. And you know, Pete always makes me feel that way. That the difference is not all the time you can just turn it on against him. A lot of times you have no say so.
He's playing great. It seemed like we're both peaking at the same time, and hopefully we can produce some good tennis out there Wednesday night. But what can you say? I'm going to have to play very, very well to beat him, and he feels the same way against me. So there's a lot of respect. There's a lot of history we have, and we should produce some good tennis.
So here's a closer look at the most interesting quarterfinal in a long time at the U.S. Open. Agassi and Sampras have met 31 times. Sampras leads 17-14, but Agassi has won the last 3. They've met in the U.S. Open twice before, 1990 and 95, and Sampras won both of those meetings. Well, Luke Jensen joins us tonight from the Open. Luke, Sampras, the career edge, Agassi defying his age, the recent upper hand. If it's a serve versus Agassi's return and both are on, who's going to have the advantage?
Well, the pitcher. I mean, you've got to go with Sampras on this court. Now, of course, Agassi has won the last 3 times on hard courts, especially this year in Los Angeles and Indian Wells, but those were slow hard courts. The ball set up for Agassi. He could tag the return. But here, Arthur Ashe Stadium, it's a different animal. It's nice and quick. So Sampras is going to bomb the first, and that second serve today going at 110 miles an hour, 111, and even 113 miles an hour on big points is going to damage Agassi.
Luke, it used to seem flawless tennis was needed to beat Pete Sampras. Is that what we saw again today? And if so, what does Agassi take from the match?
Well, Agassi doesn't take much from this match with Sampras and Rafter, only because, you know, Rafter's a serve and volley guy. Agassi's going to take from this Federer match a lot because Federer is a younger, stronger Pete Sampras. He knocked out Sampras in Wimbledon this year, and so he's going to get a nice groove on the returns like he did today. He held 70% of his second serve points. That means he's hitting the nice passing shots, and Agassi's hitting a nice deep second serve. So when Sampras attacks him, he's going to be really knocking off the passing shots and a lot of topspin lobs.
How about Patrick Rafter, a 2-time champ himself? He's talked retirement. Could this be the last we see of him?
Well, he's got to grow his hair out first before he retires. I mean, get rid of the buzz cut. I think, in my opinion, at the Australian Open this year, when they asked him, are you going to retire at the end of this year? He said, well, I'm thinking about it. He was tired at the time. He regrets that only because every tournament he plays, they always say, this could be your last chance to win this tournament, Wimbledon, the U.S. Open. He has a lot more to prove. He'd like to win another slam internally, especially the Australian Open, his home country Grand Slam, to finish out his career.
And, of course, he can't retire looking like that, Luke. Thanks for the perspective.
No, headband, no.
All right, thanks a lot. We still have more tennis coming up in the next hour on SportsCenter. In 11 minutes, Capriati could exit this Open ranked #1. Is she any closer to that goal? In 15 minutes, what's the Almontes are demanding from the Dominican government now? And if the Jets were a dictatorship under Bill Parcells, what are they now? And can Herman Edwards make it work? That's coming up in 20 minutes.
And whenever it pleases us most, we'll get into the Red Sox, who found a way to get themselves out of the race. Nomar is down. Others have been forced out.
Tough enough to drive a Tacoma? Join the club.
sacrifice. See where it takes you. Find your own designated driver.
Gee, aren't you going to answer those?
If I do, I miss the game. I hate to miss the game.
Uh-huh. You know, if you had TiVo, you could pause your TV so you wouldn't have to miss the game.
Really?
Uh-huh.
At this point, but you know, you never know. These final rounds, your adrenaline's pumping. That kind of helps get a little bit better reaction time. So it's a matter of who can dig in the deepest to get it.
Don't forget that Jim Yates has been tough. I think it's what now, 7 out of the last 8 rounds of racing. He has turned on the win light first. So this too could continue his upward trend. As we're ready for the $50,000 final in the Holly Dominator Duel.
Yates looks good right now.
Yates out of the box early and runs a 6:89 at 200 miles an hour. He left on him and beat him to the stripe. Dave Reef.
I'm with a very happy team right here. First of all, Tony Yates, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. No, we've been struggling with this combination all weekend long, and we finally just made a decent run compared to the pack. So we're really excited.
Let's find out about exactly what that run had in store. Terry, you probably spun a few wrenches on that car. What'd you have in store for Pauk, and you were able to pull it off? What'd you do?
Only thing we wanted to do is just go out and be consistent. We've been consistent since we've been here. Just shoot ourselves in the foot and just make the best run possible. You know, we had to change engines at the first round, and I think we picked up a little bit of power after we changed engines. So I think we're in good shape for the race.
Second Dominator Duel win for Jim Yates. Bill Stevens.
A very wealthy drag racer getting out of his Pontiac and Jim Yates. Let me tell you something. I see a pattern developing here.
Oh, I tell you, when you've got a car as good as this split-fire Pontiac Grand Am right now, and a crew as good as I got, crew chief Terry Adams and Bob Ingles building power, life is good. I mean, God has blessed us. We are very fortunate to be in the position we're in, and I just want to thank Holly. I mean, Holly bringing this deal to us is just wonderful. Put a lot of money in the sport, and they put a lot of technology into these cars. All the ignition on this car, carburetors, everything's a Holly, and it works great.
Two-time Winston champion Jim Yates is now a 2-time Holly Dominator Duel titleist.
And Bill, check his toes, because they said they didn't want to shoot themselves in the foot. I bet all 10 are still there, as they just laid down a nice number there, 6:89 at 200 miles an hour.
You know, Marty, this goes to show. Jim Yates was talking about lane choice, how he felt it wasn't going to work, but this just goes to show that these lanes are equal. The setup was right, a 6:89. He has a 4:58 reaction time. The lanes are equal, 50 grand richer for Jim Yates.
I think a lot of guys are going to be going to Frank Hawley's school after the performance that Yates is turning out. Boy, so straight. Both cars on the straight line down the track. There's the reaction. We're back to wrap things up. We come back to the Matco Duel Super Nationals.
Try all you want, but nothing can replace the rush you get from a Kawasaki Ninja.
We are classic car nuts. We love these cars, and we spend hours and hours talking about them. When this car needs tires, I take it to Walmart because they really do handle it with care. I stand there right outside the bay and watch.
Everything one stop. You've got it right here.
They have name brands. They have great prices. I need some carburetor cleaner. I like Michelin's on this car. Personally, I'm a Goodyear man.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Our wives really wonder who we're married to, these cars or them.
Tony Meola was the MVP and goalkeeper of the year as his Wizards won the Cup last year, but Kansas City never has beaten Chicago at Soldier Field. The Fire puts its record-threatening 13-game home unbeaten streak on the line. 9 Eastern, Soccer Saturday on ESPN2.
today's ESPN Speed World event, qualifying for the 2001 NHRA Super Nationals, is being brought to you by brand name tires, oil changes, and more at your neighborhood Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Now, a little earlier, we were not able to give you the complete rundown for Funny Car. There it is, so that you know what's going on tomorrow. Tony Pedregon, Team Force, look at him in the top 4 positions. And Tommy Johnson's woes may be over. And take a look at the bottom half of the equation. 7th time this year that we have had the quickest Funny Car field in history. Those who are going home, Hoffman, Etchels, Haddock, Lawson, Scotty, Can, Dale, Creasy, it has been unreal. Now, tomorrow, don't forget 2 hours of final round coverage on ESPN2, the Matt Coates Super Nationals, 8 o'clock Eastern time, right here on ESPN2. That's going to do it for us. We really appreciate you tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. Major League Soccer coming up next, Kansas City, Chicago. For Cruz Pedregon, Bill Stevens, Dave Reef, and Shelly Anderson, I'm Marty Reed. Thanks so much for joining us here on NHRA Winston Drag Racing. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, right here on ESPN2.
The Kansas City Wizards went from worst to first. In MLS Cup 2000, the Wizards did what they had done all year long. They put their collective fate in the capable hands of goalkeeper of the year and league MVP Tony Meola. They danced in the flame and didn't get burned. Meola took his team's dream into orbit by beating Hristo Stoichkov from the Chicago Fire. The two are a unified, inseparable image. Stoichkov's contagious workhorse mentality, his former World Player of the Year status, and his boyish spirit have made the Fire a popular pick to win what Meola kept them from winning last year. The payback could begin tonight. Soccer Saturday comes your way from Soldier Field, where it's the current holders of MLS Cup, the Kansas City Wizards, against the current holders of the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, the Chicago Fire. Hello again, everybody. Alongside Ty Keogh, I'm Jack Edwards. This should be a knockdown, drag-out battle between two very good soccer teams. Kansas City's done an awful lot in the last year, but this franchise never has won a game at Soldier Field. If it is going to do so tonight, it needs a great game out of Tony Meola.
Well, Jack, as you know, Tony Meola stood the entire league on its head last season. The MVP in the regular season, the MVP in the championship game. Meola had 16 shutouts in 31 games. And look at the team defense that he had in front of him, though. In the 2000 season, a .90 goals against average. Look at it in the first 7 games of this season, almost 2 times as many goals per game. The difference, Peter Vermees has not been a part of that defense out in front of Tony Meola, but he comes back tonight. The Iron Man, Peter Vermees. So strong in the tackle, so much leadership and experience. A 34-year-old who still physically can match up with the best in the world. And Peter Vermees in the Kansas City Wizards lineup, he anchors the defense with 2 second-year pros on either side of him, Brandon Prudhoe and Nick Garcia. A 5-man midfield led by Matt McCune, the Train. And then up front, Mo Johnson and Chris Brown to provide the firepower.
For Chicago, one of the most exciting personalities in the world of soccer, Hristo Stoichkov.
The mad Bulgarian, the man with the gunslinger strut, a left foot that made Stoichkov the top scorer in the '94 World Cup, and a player that entertains with his intensity and passion for the game. The Chicago Fire lineup has DeMarcus Beasley on the left side of midfield, only 18 years old, but a player who loves to have the ball and threaten into the attack. With his busy play on the left side, we see Beasley in the 5-man midfield for the Chicago Fire, along with Peter Novak, who also supports the attack of Kovalenko and Stoichkov up front. In the back for Chicago, Andrew Lewis takes the place of Rookie of the Year of 2000, Carlos Bocanegra. Bocanegra out with an ankle injury.
So it is the first-place team from the Central Division, the Chicago Fire, against a team tied for first in the West, the Kansas City Wizards. Oh, yeah, we'll take your feathers off with this one. It's Soccer Saturday. We're back in a flash.
Want to see something different? Digital cable from Time Warner's got something for everyone. But not everyone wants to watch the same thing at the same time. Only digital cable lets you watch as many different channels as you want on as many sets as you've got, including all of your local channels versus the few that satellite systems charge extra for. Digital cable from Time Warner. Welcome to what's next.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
Joe and Darlene Moore proudly invite you to come and see the new Moore's Mega Fitness on Dayton Senior Road in Beaver Creek. To celebrate, all the Moore's great clubs are offering charter memberships with enrollment fees of only $10. Start for just $10. Call 1-800-MOORES-24. The $10 special ends soon.
At Moore's Fitness Centers, we're taking everybody on.
Most boys from Georgia dream about playing football. Not us. We chose a different path. College soccer at South Carolina, then on to a pro club in Chicago, New York, and now the U.S. National team. We chose right. I'm Clint Mathis. I'm Josh Wolf. We believe in Major League Soccer.
The ride, don't need a reason why. Everything's alright.
Easy boy.
Major League Soccer Saturday on ESPN2 is brought to you by the United States Soccer Foundation, which continues to enrich lives through soccer in communities across the United States. By Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer, this Bud's for you. And by Yahoo Sports, your online source for the latest MLS scores and news. Go to sports.yahoo.com. A brisk spring evening in Chicago. No threat of precipitation. The Wizards and Fire getting ready to roll the ball. Milestone game for Mo Johnston. 146th career appearance. It's an all-time franchise record, but his mind and motivation are totally on the team.
Championship last year was a major accomplishment. But really going into tonight's game it's going to be hard. But for me, personally, I have no goals left. Obviously to win another championship.
The 38-year-old Mojo, experience in Scotland, England, and France. He retired at the end of last season after the championship but decided to come back.
Great confrontation between two world-class keepers. Tony Meola for the Kansas City Wizards, Zach Thornton for the Chicago Fire. The game is on. Kansas City attacking left to right in the first half, wearing the all-white and the Fire in the all-red. DeMarcus Beasley charging in hard on Garcia, who booms it down the sideline. We thank New York Life and all of our Major League Soccer sponsors for allowing us to bring you tonight's game without interruption. Diego Gutierrez jacks it toward the arc. Frito there. Chris Klein pops it up. Cisco Gomez knocks it down. Gutierrez. Chris Armas. Armas gets it back on the return from Kovalenko. Through ball for Stoichkov. Vermees takes it off his foot. How's that for your first touch of the season for Peter Vermees?
Well, Chicago shows you their possession game through midfield, a tight passing that launches their attacks.
McCune trying to launch it long diagonal to the right side. Gutierrez gives it right back. Garcia belts it into the middle of the field. Brown knocks it down for Mo Johnston. Chris Brown on the attacking line had a hot April, has cooled off somewhat in terms of production, but Bob Gansler still likes what he sees. Here's a long run out of the back. C.J. Brown.
McCune appeared to hold him out there, but no call.
Chris Brown working the left side, looking for Jose Burciaga Jr. Burciaga making his first MLS appearance, and it is his first start. Francisco Gomez looking for Mo Johnston in traffic. Gomez gets it back. Klein running right toward the corner, gets some space. Gomez across, and Brown knocks it down. Gomez steps in, tackles the ball away, but it comes through Marsh to Novak. Now here's Evan Whitfield. Series history, Chicago leads it very one-sided. Kansas City, again, never has won at Soldier Field. Stoichkov, trouble in midfield, yells at referee Noah Kenny after Garcia gives him a bump. Vermees, the organizer, in the back. Savagnin. Frito. Savagnin. Johnston. McCune again looking long, diagonal to the right side, and DeMarcus Beasley once again defending with enthusiasm. Gomez plays the short ball to Klein, brings it into support to Savagnin. One-touch ball from Chris Brown looking for Gomez. Gomez was not making the cut.
Francisco Gomez, a very important player for the Kansas City Wizards because he takes on the role of their all-time leading scorer, Preki, who moved to the Miami Fusion in the offseason. So Gomez has to become the link there between the defense, the midfield, and the attack for the Wizards that Preki was.
Gutierrez to inbound the ball about 30 yards up the line. Marsh drops it off for Armas. Novak. Peter Novak, tremendous acceleration with the ball, despite the fact Gomez had a handful of jersey there. Armas handles the hot pass in midfield, distributes right side for Evan Whitfield. Armas making a long run to the right wing corner. And Frito with a professional foul about 35 yards from goal.
Well, Chris Armas should appreciate that kind of foul. He excels at them on the international stage, also here with the Chicago Fire, doing just enough to slow the play down, allow his team now to get organized defensively behind the ball.
Stoichkov to serve this. Deadly with the left. Fires it in low. Not what Stoichkov wanted. Johnston on the clear. Gutierrez. Stoichkov, first touch, not a good one. Gomez can't control. Marsh picks his pocket. Stoichkov quickly forward for Armas. Looking for Whitfield on the cut. Frito reads that well. Couple of whippets out there on the side with Whitfield and Frito. They both have speed to burn. C.J. Brown. Armas broken up on Burciaga's aggressive move. Burciaga showing the kind of stuff that's attracted a lot of attention. He's going to play for the national under-20 team in an international tournament. He leaves for that on Monday in France.
I guess this is Saturday afternoon. And the first 5,000 adults.
Zach Thornton. No problem with power from this man. 70 yards in the air. Vermees volleys it forward. Gomez gives it up. Gutierrez. Kovalenko. It's now Garcia. 50-50 ball. Garcia gives Beasley a little shove. And Noah Kenny will spot it for a free kick next to the sideline on Garcia's foul. Peter Novak changing the pace. Finds Marsh in space. Looking for Stoichkov on the cut. Stoichkov, the left footer.
State's linens are catching everyone's eye, namely that towel Jerry Tarkanian mistaken for a power bar. Tark the Shark went from munching on it to crying into it following the Bulldogs' big win over Cal on Friday. That's because defending champion Michigan State is up next. What a reward, huh, said Tark. I look at their team and they're bodybuilders. They look like they could move this building. Spartans, just bring it back when you're done. We're going to need it on Sunday. Well, the other game at the Pyramid that day, a 12-13 matchup, Gonzaga and Indiana State. Other half of the bracket down in Nolens. The last time Penn State played Carolina, Heels coach Matt Doherty was actually lacing them up. That was 1981. Reports from both sites, beginning in Memphis with Rob King.
Gonzaga finds itself in unfamiliar territory. It's the first time in the last 3 seasons that they're going to be playing a team seated lower than them in the NCAA tournament. And so everybody's upset darling the Zags are actually going to be the favorite tomorrow.
It is kind of different, but, you know, they played a great game last night, obviously, to come out of there with a win. So, I mean, you really can't say that there's one favorite in this game or not. We're just 2 good teams that happened to win yesterday, and, you know, we'll see who moves on.
The game will likely be decided by the play of two vastly underrated point guards, Indiana State's Michael Menser and Gonzaga's Dan Dickow.
Definitely, if we're going to win the game, we have to control him. He makes their offense go, and if we can do that, I think we'll be all right.
He's got I think the best assist-to-turnover ratio in the country, which every point guard wants to have that, and that's incredible to actually do it. I think it's 5-1 or something like that.
Meanwhile, Tom Izzo's Spartans are expecting a stern second-round test from Jerry Tarkanian's Fresno State Bulldogs.
It's going to be a lot of fun to get out there and play against them, and we like to get up and down the court too, and it's definitely going to be, you know, a track-meet type of game, and, you know, we got a lot of guys who can play some minutes, so, you know, hopefully it's going to come down to who's in the best condition.
This is just the third meeting between Michigan State and Fresno State. The Bulldogs won the previous two. Both those were in the NIT. This is the NCAA's, and Michigan State is defending this, the Sears National Championship Trophy. For more in the South Regional, let's head down to New Orleans and Keith Leibowitz.
All right, thanks a lot here at the Superdome in New Orleans. The bottom half of the South Regional bracket. All four teams went through practices today. First game on the docket for tomorrow will be Florida and Templeton's, John Chaney's Temple Owls. They're going to try to slow it down with their matchup zone half-court offense. They say they're not changing from that style.
It's never 100% that we're going to be hitting shots like we were last game. I think we're going to match up fine with them. You know, we have to get out to their shooters.
I think we're going to try to do, you know, what we always do, and, you know, hopefully it'll work. I don't think we're going to really come up for a solution with their matchup zone because they do a lot of different things. I don't think you can really come up with a solution in one day.
That's it from here in New Orleans. We'll have a complete wrap of all the games tomorrow. I'm Keith Leibowitz for the National Sports Report.
Thank you, gents. Next up, we drop the gloves for the final cut. The college kids are shut out due to network restrictions. So the Marcus Pfizers of the world get to shine.
Kevin, I'm going out. Remember, when the guy comes to fix the dryer, tell him it doesn't dry. If your mother calls, find out what flight she's on, otherwise we won't know where to meet her. Dinner's in the oven. Turn it on at 5.
Eat a Wendy's honey ham and chicken sandwich and something happens. That delicious combination of a whole breast filet, honey ham, and creamy Dijon sauce makes it difficult to pay attention to anything else.
And I told the neighbor you'd feed their cats. If you have a minute, honey, the back door's stuck open.
Come in. Wendy's honey ham and chicken.
Lunch, anyone?
Fly Southwest Airlines to Nashville and experience the new sound of country.
You are now free to move about the country.
Coming with a drive to center field. If it stays up, the game's over. It is. It's gone. Jim told me the Indians pull it out in the bottom of the ninth. 2-1.
This is Fox Sports Net.
Leafs in 7th place in the East in Miami. No, at least they can spell. That's good for the future of this country. First period, Pavel Bure making the kids proud. Then Bure again on Cujo, the attack dog, but he's on the power play, no less. And then Bure again, 4th hat trick of the season. However, he doesn't win the game, nor Anna's heart back. 5-3. Hold on to your hats. You guys lost.
Rangers, Flyers, second period tied at 1. Dan Miklas. Shot is deflected past Guy Hebert. Ron Lowe, nobody knows the trouble he's seen. Third period. Flyers up 2-1.
That's unbelievable.
Jan Hilovic, wrist shot, but robbed by Roman Cechmanek. Take another look. Cechmanek gets his left leg up to make magic.
All right, time for the latest on Zippy Chippy. You know, the little horse that's 0 for 89 all time. That was acquired by his owner back in 1995 for an old van.
Nice.
Yeah, the van they could use to run me over if I actually had to talk about Zippy Chippy after today. But it sounds like my days of talking about the chipster are done, because his day has finally arrived with an asterisk. Freehold Raceway in Freehold, New Jersey. Zippy Chippy gave his opponent a 20-length head start. As Zippy was racing a horse that was renamed Patty's Lady just for the holiday. And yeah, That's harness racing for the other one. But look at Zippy Chippy coming up and winning this one by a neck. However, because it's just an exhibition, over 89 still counts. So they're not exactly going to put him out to stud. And even if so, which filly's going to go, yo, Zippy, get over here?
And a lot of booze will have to be involved.
St. Patrick's Day, a lot of green
My
booze.
dating technique. It's your call. What do you think will be the best NCAA matchup Sunday? Vote in the privacy of your own computer. We'll have the results shortly.
Your call is brought to you by Yahoo. Do you Yahoo?
There is no danger, however, as the satellite's now expected to smash into Quasi, an uninhabited part of the Australian outback. Scientists say the 12...
Do you, Yahoo?
AT&T's broadband technology is revolutionizing telecommuting. It's up to 50 times faster than your standard modem, so you can download a 100-page multimedia presentation while you upload your socks.
Every Sunday before the green flag drops, it's NASCAR This Morning, the best pre-race tailgate party this side of Talladega.
A new way to start off your race day.
Coverage begins.
Imagine this much music on digital cable 24/7 every day. Time Warner takes you front row, backstage, up close, inside and out, with crystal clear picture and CD quality sound, the way it was meant to be. Imagine this much music, all at the touch of a button. Coming soon to digital cable from Time Warner.
If you drive yourself crazy looking for a deal on a Chevrolet, drive down to White Allen Chevrolet, the area's low-price leader. The fact is, through December 2000, White Allen Chevrolet sold their new cars and trucks for $150 less than the average dealership in the Miami Valley. And White Allen's award-winning customer service and our commitment to be the Miami Valley's low-price leader have kept our customers coming back year after year. So if you drive, and you drive a hard bargain, drive White Allen.
Tomorrow on Fox Sports Net, go beyond the glory at 8. Then it's NASCAR Victory Lane at 9, followed by the regional sports report tomorrow on Fox Sports Net.
Time to check the results of our Yahoo Your Call question. What do you think will be the most intriguing matchup on Sunday? And everybody loves the little guys, the Zags and the Sycamores, the 12-13 seeds, going at it in Memphis. I like that, too.
There's no NCAA tournament stuff in the Final Cut, but hopefully you'll still enjoy something.
1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls presents Final Cut.
Yeah! Tiger! Oh! Oh, Barry got a great right.
Great pass to Kevin Maxburn.
Oh, I love that. Those cuts.
In his second quarter, Buckner, nice feed, Miller. And he's fouled from behind by Shandy. That's a dangerous play.
Inside it's Zamaki. Walker with authority.
Down his head down, and boom! Gordy Dwyer comes from nowhere.
If he doesn't make the show tonight, I'll be very disappointed.
Blown away by that Martinez fastball.
Looks like the B-Master. Who is that?
You're going to hit him. Attack him. Careful, Mick.
In round one,
thought the Flashes were golden against the Hoosiers, and the Bearcats, clawed by Brigham Young, set the table for tonight's Buckeye State battle.
But it's not all war. It's St. Patrick's Day, which means it's time to get wild. Could Kentucky's Cats do just that and hunt down Iowa's Hawks?
Last night, Tyler Wright tricked Atlanta as the Jackets thrashed another opponent. We'll check out his nationwide encore performance.
And it still may be a little over 2 weeks before opening day in the Diamond, but we've got your baseball fix with some grapefruit games.
Sure, I may be Jewish, but that doesn't mean I can't spend all day looking for a little luck of the Irish.
Ohio, you don't have to look any further for your lucky four-leaf clover. Your regional begins now.
Good evening, Ohio. This is your Regional Sports Report. Presented by Blimpie Subs and Salads, for the best subs in town.
The X's and O's didn't get the game plan in the first round. Xavier and Ohio State both bounced from their NCAA openers. Hello, Ohio. I'm Mitch Robinson.
And I am Eric Collins. So the good news is the state of Ohio is still with 2 teams left in the big dance. And the bad news? Only one would still be alive at the end of the day.
How right you are. Last night, Barry LeBrock said Ohio could be proud. They're the only state who can say they're guaranteed of getting a representative into the Sweet 16. Try selling that theory to either Kent State or Cincinnati. The Battle of Ohio raging in San Diego, of all places. Would Huggy Bear get his fun bunch to go further than the second round after losing to lower-seeded teams each of the last 4 years? Or would the Flashes continue to look for the Cinderella slipper? Let's go to the highlights. Bob Hubbins trying to get the Bearcats past that first round, second round. Cincy running early. Kenny Satterfield coast to coast. The dish to B.J. Grove. More transitions basketball. Satterfield, alley-oop to Emmanuel McElroy. 12-4, Bearcats have the lead. Another Satterfield lob. He's Mr. Assist, this time to Antoine Jones. Cincy up by 7. Kent State had a hand in their face all day long. Demetric Shaw, the 3. Kent still down 8, though. We go to the second half, and Cincy's, well, they're good down low. After the Satterfield miss, B.J. Grove, the tip-in, 12-point Cincinnati lead.
In total, 3 Bearcats would score in double figures, including Jamal Davis. Here, this jump shot. That's 3 of his 16 points in the game. Now, the Bearcats, they did get a scare. Take a look at this. Steve Logan, Cleveland's own, falls hard on that hand. His wrist, his left wrist, a little bit of examination, see what's going on. A little bit of a scare, but he would return. Now, Kent State trying to see if they had one more run. Here, Trevor Hoffman over to Kareem Massey. They play a little catch, and Massey lays it in. And then the steal. Here's Shaw going the other way. He would get the left-handed layup up and in. He had 12 points. The lead was down to 11, but it wouldn't get any closer than that. Steve Logan's back in the game, finishing touches on a great game for him. The basket, the foul, and Cincy is the big winner, 66-43.
So Cincinnati now awaits top seed Stanford in the Sweet 16 next week at Anaheim. The key here, Kent's Trevor Huffman being snuffed out with only 7 points. The Cats also held a 43-22 rebounding edge. The Golden Flashes end their season with a school record 24 victories, but today they're 27% field goal shooting, the worst of the year.
Walk out there with Cincinnati on your chest. I think everybody, at least in our town, expects us to win. And we struggled, and they took some criticism. Sat took some criticism, missed some shots at the end of some games, and just really happy for them that they've come a long way, and they've really worked hard.
Well, we was tired of everybody saying we couldn't make it past the second round, and I've been here for 3 years, and we haven't made it past the second round yet, so it was real personal and emotional for me to come out and get this win. I wanted this one bad.
This is a feat that has never been achieved at Kent State University. You know, oftentimes you play a game and it ends not the way you want it to end, and you concentrate on that failure. This has been a great year for these young men up at this podium and in the locker room. You know, it's been a great year.
It just wasn't our night. You know, even from our shots weren't going in. They usually go in, free throws. So, you know, it just kind of, you know, went sour.
Well, next up for the Bearcats, a battle with the winner of Stanford and St. Joe's. This one closer than Stanford would have liked. Here's this basket by Damian Reed. Ties the game up, 64 apiece late in the game. But Casey Jacobson, he's an All-American. He gets the layup, and Stanford back up by 2. St. Joe's trying to answer. They missed the long jumper. It's eventually corralled by the Cardinal. Julius Barnes, he gets the two-handed dunk, goes the other way. And number 1 seed Stanford, they survive a legitimate scare. Well, it's time for the daily Rick Pitino update. Today, the former Kentucky head coach saying that he'll make a final decision on the Louisville job on Wednesday. Now, the Cardinals looking for a replacement for the retiring Denny Crum. They have Pitino as their main man if he wants the job. Now, current Kentucky head coach Tubby Smith not looking for a new job. Tubby's wish list today, trying to get the Wildcats to the Sweet 16 for the 6th time in 7 years. Let's go to the highlights. Kentucky taking on Iowa, and early on, big battle down low. A lot of big bodies for Iowa. Eventually, Reggie Evans picks up the loose ball and puts it in. Iowa hanging in tough early in this game. In transition, Dean Oliver hits it over to Rod Thompson. 3 ball from the corner, but the Wildcats, they come back. Tayshaun Prince has been wonderful with his shot. This time he gets the assist. Saul Smith, the 3-pointer. Kentucky up 36-33. More Kentucky from long range. This time, instead of the pass, Prince knocks it down. He was on fire from behind the arc. He finished with 10 points in the first half, and the Wildcats continue to pound the boards. Here, the loose ball corralled by Marcus Estill, puts it up and in with the free throw. It was 42-33 Cats. Now more Estill, 10 seconds left in the half. This time, the sophomore going out deep, knocking it down. Kentucky up by 12 at the break.
Iowa came out shooting in the second half. Dean Oliver setting up the 3, and it's 45-38 Wildcats. Oliver with 26. Cats take over. Tayshaun spins off the glass. Oh, that's sweet. 2 more. Prince finished with 31 points. Shot clock running out for Kentucky. Joe Fitch almost out of bounds, hitting a 3 of his own. Wow, 69-58 Kentucky. And Prince making it look easy. One more time. 3 ball up and down. He went 6 of 8 from downtown. Tayshaun can dish too. Prince the no look to Estill the jam. Kentucky cruises 92-79.
Well, it's definitely worth repeating. Tayshaun Prince may be the story of the first 2 rounds. Prince with another huge game. This time, it's just missing 3 times from behind the line, the 3-point line. He was 6 of 9. Marcus Estill not to be denied either. Estill dipping in 22 on 9 of 11 shooting. Not bad for the boys from Bluegrass State.
Teammates just try to give me the ball in the spots I like best. And, once I hit 1 or 2 threes early on, especially if I make the first one, my first one I take, it really gets me going. And, the first one went down for me. Coach ran some plays for me to come off some screens and look for me to get my shot up. And they noticed that it was falling, so they kept running plays to get me to shoot some outside shots without it being contested.
We wanted to